White collar. The American middle classes. See Wright Mills. Contents. Introduction. 1. Old middle classes. 1. The world of the small entrepreneur. 1. The old middle classes. 2. Property, freedom, and security. 3. The self-balancing society. 2. The transformation of property. 1. The rural debacle. 2. Business dynamics. 3. The lumpen bourgeoisie. 3. The rhetoric of competition. 1. The competitive way of life. 2. The independent farmer. 3. The small business front. 4. Political persistence. 2. White-collar worlds. 4. The new middle class, I. 1. Occupational change. 2. Industrial mechanics. 3. White-collar pyramids. 5. The managerial demiurge. 1. The bureaucracies. 2. From the top to the bottom. 3. The case of the foreman. 4. The new entrepreneur. 5. The power of the managers. 6. 3 trends. 6. Old professions and new skills. 1. The professions and bureaucracy. 2. The medical world. 3. Lawyers. 4. The professors. 5. Business and the professions. 7. Brains Incorporated. 1. 4 phases. 2. The bureaucratic context. 3. The ideological demand. 4. The rise of the technician. 8. The great sales room. 1. Types of salesmen. 2. The biggest bazaar in the world. 3. Buyers and floor walkers. 4. The sales girls. 5. The centralization of salesmanship. 6. The personality market. 9. The enormous file. 1. The old office. 2. Forces and developments. 3. The white-collar girl. 4. The new office. 5. The white-collar hierarchy. 3. Styles of life. 10. Work. 1. Meanings of work. 2. The ideal of craftsmanship. 3. The conditions of modern work. 4. Frames of acceptance. 5. The morale of the cheerful robots. 6. The big slipped. 11. The status panic. 1. White-collar prestige. 2. The smaller city. 3. The metropolis. 4. The status panic. 12. Success. 1. Patterns and ideologies. 2. The educational elevator. 3. Origins and mobilities. 4. Hard times. 5. The tarnished image. 4. Ways of power. 13. The new middle class. 2. 1. Theories and difficulties. 2. Mentalities. 3. Organizations. 14. White-collar unionism. 1. The extent organized. 2. Acceptance and rejection. 3. Individual involvement. 4. The shape of unionism. 5. Unions and politics. 15. The politics of the rearguard. 1. Models of consciousness. 2. Political indifference. 3. The mass media. 4. The social structure. 5. U.S. politics. 6. The rearguarders. Acknowledgements and sources. Afterword by Russell Jacoby. Index. No one could suspect that times were coming when the man who did not gamble would lose all the time, even more surely than he who gambled. Charles P. Guy. Introduction. The white-collar people slipped quietly into modern society. Whatever history they have had is a history without events, whatever common interests they have do not lead to unity, whatever future they have will not be of their own making. If they aspire at all it is to a middle course, at a time when no middle course is available, and hence to an illusory course in an imaginary society. Internally, they are split, fragmented; externally, they are dependent on larger forces. Even if they gain the will to act, their actions, being unorganized, would be less a movement than a tangle of unconnected contests. As a group, they do not threaten anyone; as individuals, they do not practice an independent way of life. So before an adequate idea of them could be formed, they have been taken for granted as familiar actors of the urban mass. Yet it is to this white-collar world that one must look for much that is characteristic of 20th century existence. By their rise to numerical importance, the white-collar people have upset the 19th century expectation that society would be divided between entrepreneurs and wage workers. By their mass way of life, they have transformed the tang and feel of the American experience. They carry, in a most revealing way, many of those psychological themes that characterize our epoch, and, in one way or another, every general theory of the main drift has had to take account of them. For above all else they are a new cast of actors, performing the major routines of 20th century society. At the top of the white-collar world, the old captain of industry hands over his tasks to the manager of the corporation. Alongside the politician, with his string tie and ready tongue, the salaried bureaucrat, with briefcase and slide rule, rises into political view. These top managers now command hierarchies of anonymous middle managers, floorwalkers, salaried foremen, county agents, federal inspectors, and police investigators trained in the law. In the established professions, the doctor, lawyer, engineer, once was free and named on his own shingle. In the new white-collar world, the salaried specialists of the clinic, the junior partners in the law factory, the captive engineers of the corporation have begun to challenge free professional leadership. The old professions of medicine and law are still at the top of the professional world, but now all around them are men and women of new skills. There are a dozen kinds of social engineers and mechanical technicians, a multitude of Girl Fridays, laboratory assistants, registered and unregistered nurses, draftsmen, statisticians, social workers. In the sales rooms, which sometimes seem to coincide with the new society as a whole, are the stationary salesgirls in the department store, the mobile salesman of insurance, the absentee salesman and men helping others sell from a distance. At the top are the prima donnas, the vice presidents who say that they are merely salesmen, although perhaps a little more creative than others, and at the bottom, the five-and-dime clerks, selling commodities at a fixed price, hoping soon to leave the job for marriage. In the enormous file of the office, in all the calculating rooms, accountants and purchasing agents replace the man who did his own figuring. And in the lower reaches of the white-collar world, office operatives grind along, loading and emptying the filing system. There are private secretaries and typists, entry clerks, billing clerks, corresponding clerks, 1,000 kinds of clerks, the operators of light machinery, comptometers, dictaphones, addressographs, and the receptionists to let you in or keep you out. Images of white-collar types are now part of the literature of every major industrial nation. Hans Fallada presented the Pinnebergs to pre-Hitler Germany. Johannes Pinneberg, a bookkeeper trapped by inflation, depression, and wife with child, ends up in the economic gutter, with no answer to the question, "Little man, what now?" except support by a genuinely proletarian wife. J.B. Priestley created a gallery of tortured and insecure creatures from the white-collar world of London in Angel Pavement. Here are people who have been stood up by life. What they most desire is forbidden them by reason of what they are. George Orwell's Mr. Bowling, a salesman in Coming Up for Air, speaks for them all, perhaps, when he says, "There's a lot of rot talked about the sufferings of the working class. I'm not so sorry for the proles myself. The prole suffers physically, but he's a free man when he isn't working. But in every one of those little stucco boxes there's some poor bastard who's never free except when he's fast asleep and dreaming that he's got the boss down the bottom of a well and is bungying lumps of coal at him." Of course, the basic trouble with people like us is that we all imagine we've got something to lose. Kitty Foyle is perhaps the closest American counterpart of these European novels. But how different its heroine is. In America, unlike Europe, the fate of white-collar types is not yet clear. A modernized Horatio Alger heroine, Kitty Foyle, like Alice Adams before her, has aspirations up the main line. The book ends, in a Depression year, with Kitty earning $3,000 a year, about to buy stock in her firm, and hesitating over marrying a doctor who happens to be a Jew. While Herr Pinneberg in Germany was finding out, too late, that his proletarian wife was at once his life fate and his political chance. Kitty Foyle was busy pursuing an American career in the cosmetics business. But 25 years later, during the American post-war boom, Willy Loman appears, the hero of The Death of a Salesman, the white-collar man who by the very virtue of his moderate success in business turns out to be a total failure in life. Frederick Wortham has written of Willy Loman's dream: he succeeds with it, he fails with it, he dies with it. But why did he have this dream? Isn't it true that he had to have a false dream in our society? The 19th century farmer and businessman were generally thought to be stalwart individuals, their own men who could quickly grow to be almost as big as anyone else. The 20th century white-collar man has never been independent as the farmer used to be, nor as hopeful of the main chance as the businessman. He is always somebody's man, the corporations, the governments, the armies, and he is seen as the man who does not rise. The decline of the free entrepreneur and the rise of the dependent employee on the American scene has paralleled the decline of the independent individual and the rise of the little man in the American mind. In a world crowded with big ugly forces, the white-collar man is readily assumed to possess all the supposed virtues of the small creature. He may be at the bottom of the social world, but he is, at the same time, gratifyingly middle class. It is easy as well as safe to sympathize with his troubles, he can do little or nothing about them. Other social actors threaten to become big and aggressive, to act out of selfish interests and deal in politics. The big businessman continues his big business as usual through the normal rhythm of slump and war and boom. The big labor man, lifting his shaggy eyebrows, holds up the nation until his demands are met. The big farmer cultivates the Senate to see that big farmers get theirs. But not the white-collar man. He is more often pitiful than tragic, as he is seen collectively, fighting impersonal inflation, living out in slow misery his yearning for the quick American climb. He is pushed by forces beyond his control, pulled into movements he does not understand, he gets into situations in which his is the most helpless position. The white-collar man is the hero as victim, the small creature who is acted upon but who does not act, who works along unnoticed in somebody's office or store, never talking loud, never talking back, never taking a stand. When the focus shifts from the generalized little man to specific white-collar types whom the public encounters, the images become diverse and often unsympathetic. Sympathy itself often carries a sharp patronizing edge. The word clerk, for example, is likely to be preceded by merely who talks willingly to the insurance agent, opens the door to the bill collector. Everybody knows how rude and nasty salesgirls can be. School teachers are standard subjects for businessmen's jokes. The housewife's opinion of private secretaries is not often friendly indeed. Much of white-collar fiction capitalizes on her hostility to the office wife. These are images of specific white-collar types seen from above. But from below, for 2 generations sons and daughters of the poor have looked forward eagerly to becoming even mere clerks. Parents have sacrificed to have even one child finish high school, business school, or college so that he could be the assistant to the executive, do the filing, type the letter, teach school, work in the government office, do something requiring technical skills, hold a white-collar job. In serious literature, white-collar images are often subjects for lamentation. In popular writing they are often targets of aspiration. Images of American types have not been built carefully by piecing together live experience. Here, as elsewhere, they have been made up out of tradition and schoolbook and the early, easy drift of the unalerted mind. And they have been reinforced and even created, especially in white-collar times, by the editorial machinery of popular amusement and mass communications. Manipulations by professional image makers are effective because their audiences do not or cannot know personally all the people they want to talk about or be like, and because they have an unconscious need to believe in certain types. In their need and inexperience, such audiences snatch and hold to the glimpses of types that are frozen into the language with which they see the world. Even when they meet the people behind the types face to face, previous images, linked deeply with feeling, blind them to what stands before them. Experience is trapped by false images, even as reality itself sometimes seems to imitate the soap opera and the publicity release. Perhaps the most cherished national images are sentimental versions of historical types that no longer exist, if indeed they ever did. Underpinning many standard images of the American is the myth, in the words of the eminent historian, A. M. Schlesinger, Sr., of the long tutelage to the soil which, as the chief formative influence, results in courage, creative energy, and resourcefulness. According to this idea, which clearly bears a 19th-century trademark, the American possesses magical independence, homely ingenuity, great capacity for work, all of which virtues he attained while struggling to subdue the vast continent. 100 years ago, when 3/4 of the people were farmers, there may have been some justification for engraving such an image and calling it the American. But since then, farmers have declined to scarcely more than 1/10 of the occupied populace, and new classes of salaried employees and wage workers have risen. Deep-going historic changes resulting in wide diversities have long challenged the nationalistic historian who would cling to the American as a single type of ingenious farmer artisan. Insofar as universals can be found in life and character in America, they are due less to any common tutelage of the soil than to the leveling influences of urban civilization, and above all, to the standardization of the big technology and of the media of mass communication. America is neither the nation of horse traders and master builders of economic theory, nor the nation of go-getting, claim-jumping, cattle-rustling pioneers of frontier mythology. Nor have the traits rightly or wrongly associated with such historic types carried over into the contemporary population to any noticeable degree. Only a fraction of this population consists of free private enterprisers in any economic sense. There are now 4 times as many wage workers and salary workers as independent entrepreneurs. The struggle for life, William Dean Howells wrote in the 90s, has changed from a free fight to an encounter of disciplined forces, and the free fighters that are left get ground to pieces. If it is assumed that white-collar employees represent some sort of continuity with the old middle class of entrepreneurs, then it may be said that for the last 100 years the middle classes have been facing the slow expropriation of their holdings, and that for the last 20 years they have faced the specter of unemployment. Both assertions rest on facts, but the facts have not been experienced by the middle class as a double crisis. The property question is not an issue to the new middle class of the present generation. That was fought out, and lost, before World War I, by the old middle class. The centralization of small properties is a development that has affected each generation back to our great-grandfathers, reaching its climax in the Progressive Era. It has been a secular trend of too slow a tempo to be felt as a continuing crisis by middle-class men and women, who often seem to have become more commodity-minded than property-minded. Yet history is not always enacted consciously. If expropriation is not felt as crisis, still it is a basic fact in the ways of life and the aspirations of the new middle class, and the facts of unemployment are felt as fears, hanging over the white-collar world. By examining white-collar life, it is possible to learn something about what is becoming more typically American than the frontier character probably ever was. What must be grasped is the picture of society as a great sales room, an enormous file, an incorporated brain, a new universe of management and manipulation. By understanding these diverse white-collar worlds, one can also understand better the shape and meaning of modern society as a whole, as well as the simple hopes and complex anxieties that grip all the people who are sweating it out in the middle of the 20th century. The troubles that confront the white-collar people are the troubles of all men and women living in the 20th century. If these troubles seem particularly bitter to the new middle strata, perhaps that is because for a brief time these people felt themselves immune to troubles. Before the First World War there were fewer little men, and in their brief monopoly of high school education they were in fact protected from many of the sharper edges of the workings of capitalist progress. They were free to entertain deep illusions about their individual abilities and about the collective trustworthiness of the system. As their number has grown, however, they have become increasingly subject to wage worker conditions. Especially since the Great Depression have white-collar people come up against all the old problems of capitalist society. They have been racked by slump and war and even by boom. They have learned about impersonal unemployment in depressions and about impersonal death by technological violence in war. And in good times, as prices rose faster than salaries, the money they thought they were making was silently taken away from them. The material hardship of 19th-century industrial workers finds its parallel on the psychological level among 20th-century white-collar employees. The new little man seems to have no firm roots, no sure loyalties to sustain his life and give it a center. He is not aware of having any history, his past being as brief as it is unheroic. He has lived through no golden age he can recall in time of trouble. Perhaps because he does not know where he is going, he is in a frantic hurry. Perhaps because he does not know what frightens him, he is paralyzed with fear. This is especially a feature of his political life, where the paralysis results in the most profound apathy of modern times. The uneasiness, the malaise of our time, is due to this root fact: in our politics and economy, in family life and religion, in practically every sphere of our existence, the certainties of the 18th and 19th centuries have disintegrated or been destroyed, and, at the same time, no new sanctions or justifications for the new routines we live, and must live, have taken hold. So there is no acceptance and there is no rejection, no sweeping hope and no sweeping rebellion. There is no plan of life. Among white-collar people, the malaise is deep-rooted, for the absence of any order of belief has left them morally defenseless as individuals and politically impotent as a group. Newly created in a harsh time of creation, white-collar man has no culture to lean upon except the contents of a mass society that has shaped him and seeks to manipulate him to its alien ends. For security's sake, he must strain to attach himself somewhere, but no communities or organizations seem to be thoroughly his. This isolated position makes him excellent material for synthetic molding at the hands of popular culture, print, film, radio, and television. As a metropolitan dweller, he is especially open to the focused onslaught of all the manufactured loyalties and distractions that are contrived and urgently pressed upon those who live in worlds they never made. In the case of the white-collar man, the alienation of the wage worker from the products of his work is carried one step nearer to its Kafka-like completion. The salaried employee does not make anything, although he may handle much that he greatly desires but cannot have. No product of craftsmanship can be his to contemplate with pleasure as it is being created and after it is made. Being alienated from any product of his labor, and going year after year through the same paper routine, he turns his leisure all the more frenziedly to the ersatz diversion that is sold him, and partakes of the synthetic excitement that neither eases nor releases. He is bored at work and restless at play, and this terrible alternation wears him out. In his work he often clashes with customer and superior, and must almost always be the standardized loser. He must smile and be personable, standing behind the counter, or waiting in the outer office. In many strata of white-collar employment, such traits as courtesy, helpfulness, and kindness, once intimate, are now part of the impersonal means of livelihood. Self-alienation is thus an accompaniment of his alienated labor. When white-collar people get jobs, they sell not only their time and energy but their personalities as well. They sell by the week or month their smiles and their kindly gestures, and they must practice the prompt repression of resentment and aggression. For these intimate traits are of commercial relevance and required for the more efficient and profitable distribution of goods and services. Here are the new little Machiavellians, practicing their personable crafts for hire and for the profit of others, according to rules laid down by those above them. In the 18th and 19th centuries, rationality was identified with freedom. The ideas of Freud about the individual, and of Marx about society, were strengthened by the assumption of the coincidence of freedom and rationality. Now rationality seems to have taken on a new form, to have its seat not in individual men, but in social institutions which by their bureaucratic planning and mathematical foresight usurp both freedom and rationality from the little individual men caught in them. The calculating hierarchies of department store and industrial corporation, of rationalized office and governmental bureau, lay out the gray ways of work and stereotype the permitted initiatives. And in all this bureaucratic usurpation of freedom and of rationality, the white-collar people are the interchangeable parts of the big chains of authority that bind the society together. White-collar people, always visible but rarely seen, are politically voiceless. Stray politicians wandering in the political arena without party may put white-collar people alongside businessmen, farmers, and wage workers in their broadside appeals, but no platform of either major party has yet referred to them directly. Who fears the clerk? Neither Alice Adams nor Kitty Foyle could be a grapes of wrath for the sharecroppers in the dust bowl of business. But while practical politicians, still living in the ideological era of the 19th century, have paid little attention to the new middle class, theoreticians of the left have vigorously claimed the salaried employee as a potential proletarian, and theoreticians of the right and center have hailed him as a sign of the continuing bulk and vigor of the middle class. Stray heretics from both camps have even thought, from time to time, that the higher UPS of the white-collar world might form a center of initiative for new political beginnings. In Germany, the black-coated worker was one of the harps that Hitler played on his way to power. In England, the Party of Labour is thought to have won electoral socialism by capturing the votes of the suburban salaried workers. To the question, what political direction will the white-collar people take, there are as many answers as there are theorists. Yet to the observer of American materials, the political problem posed by these people is not so much what the direction may be as whether they will take any political direction at all. Between the little man's consciousness and the issues of our epoch there seems to be a veil of indifference. His will seems numbed, his spirit meager. Other men of other strata are also politically indifferent, but electoral victories are imputed to them. They do have tireless pressure groups and excited captains who work in and around the hubs of power, to whom, it may be imagined, they have delegated their enthusiasm for public affairs. But white-collar people are scattered along the rims of all the wheels of power, no one is enthusiastic about them and, like political eunuchs, they themselves are without potency and without enthusiasm for the urgent political clash. Estranged from community and society in a context of distrust and manipulation, alienated from work and, on the personality market, from self, expropriated of individual rationality, and politically apathetic, these are the new little people, the unwilling vanguard of modern society. These are some of the circumstances for the acceptance of which their hopeful training has quite unprepared them. What men are interested in is not always what is to their interest, the troubles they are aware of are not always the ones that beset them. It would indeed be a fetish of democracy to assume that men immediately know their interests and are clearly aware of the conditions within themselves and their society that frustrate them and make their efforts misfire. For interests involve not only values felt, but also something of the means by which these values might be attained. Merely by looking into himself, an individual can neither clarify his values nor set up ways for their attainment. Increased awareness is not enough, for it is not only that men can be unconscious of their situations, they are often falsely conscious of them. To become more truly conscious, white-collar people would have to become aware of themselves as members of new strata practicing new modes of work and life in modern America. To know what it is possible to know about their troubles, they would have to connect, within the going framework, what they are interested in with what is to their interest. If only because of its growing numbers, the new middle class represents a considerable social and political potential, yet there is more systematic information available on the farmer, the wage worker, the Negro, even on the criminal, than on the men and women of the variegated white-collar worlds. Even the United States Census is now so arranged as to make very difficult a definitive count of these people. Meanwhile, theorizing about the middle class on the basis of old facts has run to seed, and no fresh plots of fact have been planted. Yet the human and political importance of the white-collar people continues to loom larger and larger. Liberalism's ideal was set forth for the domain of small property, Marxism's projection, for that of unalienated labor. Now when labor is everywhere alienated and small property no longer an anchor of freedom or security, Both these philosophies can characterize modern society only negatively, neither can articulate new developments in their own terms. We must accuse both John Stuart Mill and Karl Marx of having done their work 100 years ago. What has happened since then cannot be adequately described as the destruction of the 19th century world. By now, the outlines of a new society have arisen around us, a society anchored in institutions the 19th century did not know. The general idea of the new middle class, in all its vagueness but also in all its ramifications, is an attempt to grasp these new developments of social structure and human character. In terms of social philosophy, this book is written on the assumption that the liberal ethos, as developed in the first 2 decades of the century by such men as Beard, Dewey, Holmes, is now often irrelevant, and that the Marxian view, popular in the American 30s, is now often inadequate. However important and suggestive they may be as beginning points, and both are that, they do not enable us to understand what is essential to our time. We need to characterize American society of the mid-20th century in more psychological terms, for now the problems that concern us most border on the psychiatric. It is one great task of social studies today to describe the larger economic and political situation in terms of its meaning for the inner life and the external career of the individual, and in doing this to take into account how the individual often becomes falsely conscious and blinded. In the welter of the individual's daily experience, the framework of modern society must be sought. Within that framework, the psychology of the little man must be formulated. The first lesson of modern sociology is that the individual cannot understand his own experience or gauge his own fate without locating himself within the trends of his epoch and the life chances of all the individuals of his social layer. To understand the white-collar people in detail, it is necessary to draw at least a rough sketch of the social structure of which they are a part. For the character of any stratum consists in large part of its relations, or lack of them, with the strata above and below it. Its peculiarities can best be defined by noting its differences from other strata. The situation of the new middle class, reflecting conditions and styles of life that are borne by elements of both the new lower and the new upper classes, may be seen as symptom and symbol of modern society as a whole. 1. Old middle classes. Whatever the future may contain, the past has shown no more excellent social order than that in which the mass of the people were the masters of the holdings which they plowed and of the tools with which they worked, and could boast. It is a quietness to a man's mind to live upon his own and to know his heir certain. R. H. Tawney. 1. The world of the small entrepreneur. The early history of the middle classes in America is a history of how the small entrepreneur, the free man of the old middle classes, came into his time of daylight, of how he fought against enemies he could see, and of the world he built. The latter-day history of these old middle classes is, in large part, the history of how epochal changes on the farm and in the city have transformed him, and of how his world has been splintered and refashioned into an alien shape. The small entrepreneur built his world along the classic lines of middle-class capitalism, a remarkable society with a self-balancing principle, requiring little or no authority at the center, but only wide-flung traditions and a few safeguards for property. Here the ideas of the political economist Adam Smith coincided with those of the political moralist Thomas Jefferson. Together they form the ideology of the naturally harmonious world of the small entrepreneur. 1. The old middle classes. Unlike the European, the American middle classes enter modern history as a big stratum of small enterprisers. Here the bourgeoisie exists before and outside of the city. In rural Europe, Max Weber has written, the producer is older than the market, a mass of peasants occupy the land, held to it by ancient tradition, so firmly that even the force of law during later periods never turned them into rural entrepreneurs in the American sense. In America, the market is older than the rural producer. The difference between a peasant mass and a scattering of farmers is one of the historic differences between the social structures of Europe and America, and is of signal consequence for the character of the middle classes on both continents. There they begin as a narrow stratum in the urban centers, here, as a broad stratum of free farmers. Throughout the whole of United States history, the farmer is the numerical ballast of the independent middle class. In American society neither peasants nor aristocracy have ever existed in the European sense. The land was occupied by men whose absolute individualism involved an absence of traditional fetters, and who, unhampered by the heirlooms of feudal Europe, were ready and eager to realize the drive toward capitalism. They did not cluster together in villages but scattered into an open country. Even in the South, men who held large acreages were usually of yeoman stock, and bore the economic and political marks of rural capitalists. After the American Revolution, many big northern estates were confiscated and some were sold on relatively easy terms in small lots to small farmers. Europe's 500-year struggle out of feudalism has not absorbed the energies of the United States producer. A contractual society began here almost de novo as a capitalist order. Capitalism requires private owners of property who direct economic activities for private profit. Toward this system and away from subsistence, the American farmers traveled by way of new transport systems on coastal waters, rivers, turnpikes, canals, and railroads. From the beginning, those on the land needed cash for taxes, mortgage payments, and necessities they could not grow or build. The American farmer, always an enterpriser, labored to add to his capital plant, and, as Chevalier put it in 1835, everyone is speculating, and everything has become an object of speculation. Cotton, land, city and town lots, banks, railroads. The American farmer has always been a real estate speculator as well as a husbandman, a cultivator, as Veblen said, of the main chance as well as of the fertile soil, riding the land boom that characterized United States history up to 1920. Here, if anywhere, the small capitalist had his rural chance. Before the Civil War, images of business were largely those conceived by farmers. Business, in the American mind, was composed of money lenders and bankers, controlled by powerful vested interests in eastern urban centers. Yet, as Guy Callender has observed, the stock of manufacturing companies was usually owned by the men directly interested in the enterprise, and was rarely bought and sold. Such capital as existed in 1830 was chiefly in the hand of small savers, who were naturally more interested in security than in the chance of large returns. The great majority of both banks and insurance companies were small concerns with less than $100,000 capital. Manufacturing companies were even smaller. The early businessman was a diversified economic type: merchant, money lender, speculator, shipper, cottage manufacturer. In the early 19th century city, this undifferentiated merchant was at the top, the laborer in port, machine shop, and livery stable at the bottom of society, but the greatest numbers were handicrafters and tradesmen of small but independent means. The worker was no factory employee, he was a mechanic or journeyman who looked forward to owning his own shop, or a farmer to whom manufacturing was a sideline, carried on sometimes as a cottage industry. As the cities grew with industrialization, their entrepreneurs and workers formed larger markets for the farmers, and at the same time found their own expanding markets in the rural areas. The industrialization of America, especially after the Civil War, gave rise not to a broad stratum of small businessmen, but to the captain of industry. He was our first national image of the middle-class man as businessman, and no one has ever supplanted him. In the classic image, the captain was at once a master builder and an astute financier, but above all a success. He was the active owner of what he had created and then managed. Nothing about the operation of his going concern failed to draw his alert attention or receive his loving care. In his role as employer, he provided opportunity for the best of the men he hired to learn from working under him. They might themselves save a portion of their wages, multiply this by a small private speculation, borrow more on their character, and start up on their own. Even as he had done before them, his employees could also become captains of industry. The glory imputed to this urban hero of the old middle class has been due to his double-barreled success, as technologist-industrialist and as financier-businessman. In the 19th century, these two distinct activities were closely enough centered in one type of man to give rise to the undivided image of the captain of industry as both master builder and organizer of all new beginnings. The middle-class world was not inhabited entirely by ungraded, small entrepreneurs. Within it there was a division between small farmers and small producers on the one hand, and large landlords and merchants on the other. There were also those who not only owned no property but were themselves the property of others, yet slavery, the glaring exception to the more generous ideals of the American Revolution, did not loom so large as is often assumed. It was confined to one section, did not move very far west, and was abolished in mid-century. Even in the slave-holding states in 1850, only 30% of the white families held slaves, and 3/4 of these held less than 10 slaves. The average slaveholder was a small independent farmer who worked on his property in land alongside his property in men. In the end, the development of the split between small and large property, rather than any sharp red line between those with property and those without it, destroyed the world of the small entrepreneur. Yet the historical fulfillment of the big enterpriser was hampered and delayed for long decades of the 19th century. The smaller world was sheltered by international distance, and if what was to destroy it already lay within it, the small entrepreneur in his heyday was not made anxious by this emerging fact about the society he was so confidently building. Between mercantilism and subsistence farming in the beginning, and monopoly and high finance at the end, the society of the small entrepreneur flourished and became the seedbed of middle-class ideal and aspiration and myth. 2. Property, freedom and security. The most important single fact about the society of small entrepreneurs was that a substantial proportion of the people owned the property with which they worked. Here the middle class was so broad a stratum and of such economic weight that even by the standards of the statistician the society as a whole was a middle-class society. Perhaps 4/5 of the free people who worked owned property. In 1830 Tocqueville wrote, "Great wealth tends to disappear, the number of small fortunes to increase." Though he may well have exaggerated even for his own time, the mood he reflects was that of the people about whom he wrote. This world did in reality contain propertyless people, but there was so much movement in and out of the petty bourgeois level of farmers that it appeared that they need not remain propertyless for long. Among the generation of elite businessmen who came to maturity during the first 50 years of the 19th century, almost half were of lower class origin. Before that, under mercantilism, and afterward, under monopoly capitalism, the proportion was scarcely 1/5. One could always begin again in America, John Kraut and Dixon Ryan Fox pointed out. Bankruptcy, which in the fixed society of Europe was the tragic end of a career, might be merely a step in personal education. At the same time the rich could easily be tolerated, they were so few. The ideal of universal small property held those without property in collective check while it lured them on as individuals. They would fight alongside those who already had it, joining with them in destroying holdovers from the previous epoch which hampered the way up for the small owner. It seemed to the new citizens, as it has seemed to many after them, that the road to success was purely economic. An individual established a farm or an urban business and this individual expanded it, rising up the scale of success as he expanded his property. That this was so could be plainly seen: you cleared a farm or founded a business, you cultivated or operated, you expanded the business, the acreage, the profit. In the beginning of the century necessary agricultural tools cost $15 or $20. By the middle of the century they cost $400 or $500. Men rose along with the expansion of their property. The property became more valuable both because of their work and because of rising real estate values in the long epoch of land boom. When Lincoln, in 1861, spoke the language of the small entrepreneur, it had not yet lost its meaning. The prudent, penniless beginner in the world labors for wages a while, saves a surplus with which to buy tools or land for himself, then labors on his own account another while, and at length hires another beginner to help him. 2 years later he said, "Property is the fruit of labor." That some should be rich shows that others may become rich, and hence is just encouragement to industry and enterprise. Under the pattern of individual success there were political and demographic conditions, notably the land policy, which opened economic routes to the masterless individual. The wide distribution of small property made freedom of a very literal sort seem, for a short time, an eternal principle. The relation of one man to another was a relation not of command and obedience but of man-to-man bargaining. Any one man's decisions, with reference to every other man, were decisions of freedom and of equality. No one man dominated the calculations affecting a market. Small property meant security in so far as the market mechanism worked and slump and boom balanced each other into new and greater harmonies. The widespread of rural property was especially important because small owners had one security that no other kind of holding could offer: the security, even if at low levels, of the shuttle between the market chance and subsistence. When the market was bad or cash crops failed, the farmer, if frugal and wise, could at least eat from his own garden. Noah Webster, in 1787, asserted that tyranny was found in the power to oppress, freedom in the power to resist oppression. In what then, does real power consist? The answer is short, plain: in property. A general and tolerably equal distribution of landed property is the whole basis of national freedom. An equality of property, with the necessity of alienation constantly operating to destroy combinations of powerful families, is the very soul of a republic. While this continues, the people will inevitably possess both power and freedom. When this is lost, power departs, liberty expires, and a commonwealth will inevitably assume some other form. In owning land, the small entrepreneur owned not merely an investment, he owned the sphere of his own work, and because he owned it, he was independent. As A. Whitney Griswold has interpreted Jefferson's doctrine, who would govern himself must own his own soul. To own his own soul he must own property, the means of economic security. Self-management, work, and type of property coincided, and in this coincidence the psychological basis of original democracy was laid down. Work and property were closely joined into a single unit. Working skills were performed with and upon one's property. Social status rested largely upon the amount and condition of the property that one owned. Income was derived from profits made from working with one's property. There was thus a linkage of income, status, work, and property. And, as the power which property gave, like the distribution of property itself, was widespread, their coincidence was the source of personal character as well as of social balance. Since few men owned more property than they could work, differences between men were due in large part to personal strength and ingenuity. The type of man presupposed and strengthened by this society was willingly economic, possessing the reasonable self-interest needed to build and operate the market economy. He was, of course, more than an economic man, but the techniques and the economics of production shaped much of what he was and what he looked forward to becoming. He was an absolute individual, linked into a system with no authoritarian center, but held together by countless, free, shrewd transactions. 3. The self-balancing society. The world of small entrepreneurs was self-balancing. Within it no central authority allocated materials and ordered men to specified tasks, and the course of its history was the unintended consequence of many scattered wills each acting freely. It is no wonder that men thought this so remarkable they called it a piece of divine providence, each man's hand being guided as if by magic into a preordained and natural harmony. The science of economics, which sought to explain this extraordinary balance, which provided order through liberty without authority, has not yet entirely rid itself of the magic. The providential society did have its economic troubles. Its normal rhythm of slump and boom alternately frightened and exhilarated whole sections and classes of men. Yet it was not seized by cycles of mania and melancholia. The rhythm never threw the economy into the lower depths known intimately to 20th-century men, and for long years there were no fearful wars or threats of wars. The main lines of its history were linear, not cyclical. Technical and economic processes were still expanding, and the cycles that did occur seemed seasonal matters which did not darken the whole outlook of the epoch. Through it all there ran the exhilaration of expansion across the gigantic continent. In the building of his new world, the enterprising individual had also to build a government that would guard him from centralized authority. It is often said that he overthrew mercantilism, and this is true in the narrower meaning of the term. He did throw off a king and enthrone in his place the free market. This market did not reign without support or without the exercise of political authority, but economic authority was dominant, and it was automatic, largely unseen, and, in fact, seldom experienced as authority at all. Political authority, the traditional mode of social integration, became a loose framework of protection rather than a centralized engine of domination. It too was largely unseen and for long periods very slight. The legal framework guaranteed and encouraged the order of small property, but the government was the guardian, not the manager, of this order. Let us be content with the results which have been achieved, and which as clearly indicate others, yet more brilliant, in the future, wrote J.D.B. Debo, the director of the 1850 census. The industry of our people needs no monitors, as to its best mode of application under every possible circumstance and, least of all, monitors made out of stuff such as our politicians usually are. As intelligence is generally diffused throughout the masses, they will perceive and admit this, and the one cry everywhere heard, shall be, let us alone. This decentralized and unguided economic life was paralleled by a decentralization of the military order. The state, erected by and for the small entrepreneurs, claimed to monopolize the means of accepted violence, yet, even in the field of military force, conditions conspired to limit government and to make for a political democracy of and for the small producer. For the means of violence, like those of production, were necessarily widely distributed, guns were locally and easily produced. Military technology did provide cannon and other artillery, but on the whole, one gun meant one man, and the basic law proclaimed, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. By technical necessity as well as by law, the possible means of coercion were thus scattered among the population. The scattering of economic power was paralleled by a scattering of military power. Order was often violently preserved without benefit of law. If there were cattle thieves, they were lynched; if there were claim jumpers, they were driven off. To this basis of decentralized violence inside the country, there was added the fact of geographic isolation, not yet bridged by technology. Certainly no large standing army could easily be justified on grounds of national defense. A decentralized militia, relying on volunteers and long years of peace, a military college to which cadets were appointed by politicians, a thoroughgoing civilian control of military establishments and policies. These military foundations allowed for political democracy in the society of the self-balancing market. Competition was the process by which men rose and fell and by which the economy as a whole was harmonized. But for men in the era of classic liberalism, competition was never merely an impersonal mechanism regulating the economy of capitalism, or only a guarantee of political freedom. Competition was a means of producing free individuals, a testing field for heroes. In its terms, men lived the legend of the self-reliant individual. In every area of life, liberals have imagined independent individuals freely competing so that merit might win and character develop. In the free contractual marriage, the Protestant Church, the voluntary association, the democratic state with its competitive party system, as well as on the economic market. Competition was the way liberalism would integrate its historic era. It was also a central feature of the classic liberal style of life. With no feudal tradition and no bureaucratic state, the absolute individualist was exceptionally placed in this liberal society that seemed to run itself and in which men seemed to make themselves. Individual freedom seemed the principle of social order, and in itself entailed security. A free man, not a man exploited, an independent man, not a man bound by tradition, here confronted a continent and, grappling with it, turned it into a million commodities. 2. The transformation of property. What happened to the world of the small entrepreneur is best seen by looking at what happened to its heroes, the independent farmers and the small businessmen. These men, the leading actors of the middle-class economy of the 19th century, are no longer at the center of the American scene. They are merely two layers between other more powerful or more populous strata. Above them are the men of large property, who through money and organization wield much power over other men. Alongside and below them are the rank and file of propertyless employees and workers, who work for wages and salaries. Many former entrepreneurs and their children have joined these lower ranks, but only a few have become big entrepreneurs. Those who have persisted as small entrepreneurs are not much like their 19th century prototypes, and must now operate in a world no longer organized in their image. The free entrepreneurs of the old middle classes have diminished as a proportion of the gainfully occupied. They no longer enjoy the social position they once held. They no longer are models of aspiration for the population at large. They no longer fulfill their classic role as integrators of the social structure in which they live and work. These are the indices of their decline. The causes of that decline involve the whole push and shove of modern industrial society. Its consequences ramify deep into the world of 20th century America. In the midst of the small entrepreneur's epoch, John Taylor had written, "There are two modes of invading private property. The first, by which the poor plunder the rich, is sudden and violent; the second, by which the rich plunder the poor, slow and legal. Whether the law shall gradually transfer the property of the many to the few, or insurrection shall rapidly divide the property of the few among the many, it is equally an invasion of private property, and equally contrary to our constitutions." The course of U.S. history is a series of lessons in the second of these unconstitutional modes of invading private property. Changes in the spread and type of property have transformed the old middle class, changed the way its members live and what they dream about as political men, have pushed the free and independent man away from the property centers of the economic world. Democratic property, which the owner himself works, has given way to class property, which others are hired to work and manage. Rather than a condition of the owner's work, class property is a condition of his not having to work. The individual who owns democratic property has power over his work; he can manage himself and his working day. The individual who owns class property has power over those who do not own, but who must work for him. The owner manages the working life of the non-owner. Democratic property means that man stands isolated from economic authority. Class property means that, in order to live, man must submit to the authority which property lends its owner. The right of man to be free and rooted in work that is his own is denied by the transformation of property. He cannot realize himself in his work, for work is now a set of skills sold to another, rather than something mixed with his own property. His work, as Edward Hyman puts it, is not his own, but an item in the business calculation of somebody else. The centralization of property has thus ended the union of property and work as a basis of man's essential freedom, and the severance of the individual from an independent means of livelihood has changed the basis of his life plan and the psychological rhythm of that planning. For the entrepreneur's economic life, based upon property, embraced his entire lifetime and was set within a family heritage, while the employee's economic life is based upon the job contract and the pay period. Secure in his world, the old entrepreneur could look upon his entire life as an economic unity, and neither his expectations nor his achievements were necessarily hurried. In his century, he had the chance to feel that his effort and initiative paid off, directly, securely, and freely. Some entrepreneurs no doubt continue to experience that old feeling, but the bourgeois rank and file is today locked in a contest against all of big capitalism's secondary modes of exploitation, and many of them fail. For the population at large, the idea of going to work without an employer is an unserviceable myth. For those who nevertheless try it, it is frequently a disastrous illusion. 1. The rural debacle. The free man moving west did not, of course, know what his flight meant in the American phase of world capitalism's development. He did not understand that he was part of an economic arrangement, dependent for its well-being upon the structure of foreign markets and the paying off of the U.S. industrialists' debts to other countries. Great agricultural surpluses, economic historians have shown, permitted American capitalism to grow to maturity behind high tariff walls, for our export of foodstuffs made possible the importation of the raw materials and capital needed for the development of American industry. By high tariffs, post-Civil War industrialists shut off foreign goods that might compete with their own products on the domestic market. Whatever foreign goods and services they needed were bought by the production of surplus agricultural goods. In the last half of the 19th century, imports of raw materials for U.S. manufacture rose, imported manufactured goods for the consumer dropped, and the value of exported foodstuffs rose enormously: wheat, by the millions of bushels, pork, by the millions of pounds. The American farmer, as Lewis Hacker puts it, was both the tool and the victim of the rise of American capitalism. As a tool, his surpluses made possible the construction of industry behind high tariffs; as a victim, he paid higher prices for protected goods as well as high interest and freight rates. For the American farmer, the capitalist crisis began in the 1920s, during which he experienced 9 years of ruinously low prices. The general slump of the next decade only worsened his condition. During the 20s, farm prices dropped, while those of other commodities rose, and, when all retail prices began to fall after 1929, farm prices fell faster. In the same period, the average value of farm property dropped, and total farm income plummeted. Cash crop receipts were cut to about 1/4, and by 1929, the per capita income of the farm population was about 2/3 lower than that of the rest of the population. This precipitous slump of agriculture coincided with long-term changes in farm ownership. The proportion of owners dropped, the proportion of tenants rose. Mortgage debt, as a percentage of total farm value, more than doubled. There were more debts and fewer owners to pay them. In the decade after 1925, almost 1/3 of all farms changed hands by forced sales of one kind or another. In 1930, only 1/4 of all farm operators, compared to over 1/2 in 1890, owned mortgage-free farms. With farm ownership thus forfeited by tenantry and restricted by mortgage, most American farmers were no longer free or independent. Moreover, the total number of farmers, regardless of their condition, had long been declining. In 1820, almost 3/4 of the nation's labor force was engaged in agricultural production. In the century and a quarter since then, during most of which time frontier lands were still available, every census recorded the numerical decline in the proportion of farmers. By 1880, they comprised 1/2. By 1949, farmers of all sorts made up only 1/8 of the occupied populace. The causes of such an epochal shift for an entire class lie deep within the total system, but since the farmer has been a creature of the free market, which tied his world together, the market is the central fact to consider. With the opening of the 20th century, foreign markets contracted or disappeared. Other grasslands of the world, in newer countries with lower costs and higher yield, came more and more into production. The hope of foreign outlets and high prices faded. Between 1894 and 1898, nearly 1/5 of gross farm income came from foreign exports. It dropped to less than 1/10 by the middle 30s. Europeans could not buy U.S. agricultural goods in the face of increased U.S. tariffs. Europe had no gold. America, who wanted to sell, not to buy, would not accept her goods. And in the subsequent epoch of permanent war economies, the nations of the world were doing their best to become self-sufficient. The domestic market contracted. The rate of United States population growth had reached its peak and began a slow arc downward. There was no more big immigration, the population began to level off. Further, the diet of this market altered in such a way as to constrict the sales of the products of extensive agriculture. Even if income rose, the proportion spent for agricultural stuffs did not rise proportionately. Demand for food is limited physiologically as demand for industrial products is not. During the 30s, as monopoly features of the economy began to be more apparent, other mechanisms began to affect the farmer. His key economic concern has always been the ratio between the price he gets for his product and the price he must pay for the things he buys. During the Depression of the 30s, when agricultural prices dropped about 70% and utility rates did not drop at all, the farmer could afford only about 1/4 as much electricity as before the Depression. The farmers' free market was being cut into by urban monopolists who practiced a new and more profitable kind of freedom, the freedom to hold prices up by cutting production. Thus a price squeeze was put on the farmer, as he entered the slump. Caroline Ware and Gardner Means observed, the wholesale prices of farm equipment dropped only 15% while production was cut 80%, but the prices for farm produce dropped 63% while production was cut only 6%. Such facts make clear the difference between the administered prices of the industrial corporation and the free market prices of the farmer. For in no other area of the economy have the contradictions of U.S. capitalism been so apparent as in farming. Yet the technology back of such contradictions has only begun to have its way in the rural economy. Insofar as the vision or classic economic liberalism was realized in America, it worked itself out on the family farm. But the technological revolution, which has dire consequences for old middle classes everywhere, largely bypassed the farmer. It may now be seen that, in its later period, the rural world of the small entrepreneur existed by virtue of technological backwardness. Even between 1900 and 1939, when manufacturing increased its output by 267%, agricultural output was increased by only 60%. Yet, even so, agricultural production rose too much. For underlying the numerical decline of the rural populace is a constant increase in productivity. Fewer men working shorter hours can produce more. This master trend, spurred by the First World War, got underway in earnest during World War II. If 1910 is assumed to equal 100, by 1945 farm employment had dropped to 82, while production per worker had increased to 209. Behind these figures two images loom, 1,000 men each following a mule, and a big tractor driven by a single man. These are accurate images. During the generation before 1940, the number of tractors used on farms rose from 10,000 heavy, clumsy machines to 2 million light, maneuverable, rubber-tired instruments of production. The number of mules and horses on farms was cut by about half. In the second quarter of the 20th century, for the first time in U.S. history, farm employment began an actual decline. World War II cut the farm population 15% or drained off 40% of the men under 45, but raised crop and livestock production 30 and 40%. By 1950, 4 million farms were able to produce one-third more than did the 6 million farms of 1940. Thus, one underlying cause of the farm problem is simply that there are too many farmers. The demand for agricultural products is relatively inflexible. The techniques of production are constantly becoming more productive. As Griswold has indicated, the result has been the underemployment of agricultural labor shown up so vividly by the war, the price-depressing surpluses, the low income, and the correspondingly inferior cultural opportunities. Farming has thus moved in a full circle. What was once assumed to be a frontier outlet is now, in the dry words of a Department of Agriculture expert, a definite lack of employment opportunities in agricultural production. Yet the consequences of the technological revolution for the American farmer go beyond the fact of numerical decline. This revolution emphasizes the fact that an overproduction crisis like that of the 30s hangs as a constant threat over the farmers and over any plan that may be made for them. Within the rural populace, the market mechanics and the technological motors of social change have been cutting down the proportion of free entrepreneurs. For at least 50 years the American ideal of the family-sized farm has been becoming more and more an ideal and less a reality. In 1945 full owners of farms made up only 6% of the nation's civilian labor force. The rural middle class has been slowly subjected to a polarization, which, if continued, will destroy the traditional character of farming, splitting it into subsistence cultivators, wage workers and sharecroppers on the one hand, and big commercial farmers and rural corporations on the other. By 1945, 2% of all farms contained 40% of all farmland. Back of this drift to larger scale and increasing concentration is the machine, which has made farming a highly capitalized business. A tractor-operated farm requires from 30 to 50% or more capital than a horse-operated unit. According to a reputable business journal, a typical Iowa farmer in 1946 would have around 160 acres, which might cost anywhere from $100 to $300 an acre at a minimum, $16,000 for land. In addition, such a farmer would need about $33,000 of original investment in capital assets, $30,000 for buildings and equipment, and $3,000 in working capital. The low rate at which farm machinery is normally used accelerates this trend. A manufacturer can expect a big lathe to be used 2,000 hours a year, a farmer can expect only 50 hours from his hay baler. To make the baler pay, the farmer buys more land on which to use it. Average farm size has jumped from 138 acres in 1910 to 195 in 1945. If the ordinary small farmer mechanizes without expanding his holding, the overhead for repair and depreciation will get out of bounds. Either he must sell out, or try to hire out his machines to his neighbors. The largest proportion of all agricultural commodities has always been produced by a comparatively few large farms, but over the last 2 or 3 decades this concentration has increased sharply. Farm prices rose greatly during World War II, but less than a tenth of the farmers received 1/2 of the total farm income. In such periods of farm prosperity, the farmer as real estate speculator increases the centralization. Many marginal producers are thus eliminated. As farmland becomes even more concentrated, farmers fewer and richer. Whether or not a tenant farmer or a rural wage worker has an easy chance to climb the agricultural ladder from rural wage worker to tenant to mortgaged owner to full owner is a question taken seriously only in popular fantasy. Just what the chance to climb may be and what the trend has been are difficult to show. But this much is certain: in the 40 years after 1890, the absolute number of young farmers declined, and, among young men still on the farm, about 50% or more started American Samoa tenants than as owners. Many of them continued as tenants, many left for the city because they could not start as owners or did not see the chances to rise to full ownership. To many of these, the ladder has indeed seemed a treadmill. They have expressed their appreciation of rural life and of its chances by joining the rural exodus. Farming is not yet rationalized, but the rural world of the small entrepreneur is already gone. The Industrial Revolution, only now getting underway on the farm, already has determined, in Griswold's words, that a self-sufficient farm in our time is more likely to be a haunt of illiteracy and malnutrition than a wellspring of democracy. The Industrial Revolution tends to draw the family farm into its orbit, or leave it stranded in an archaic subsistence economy. 2. Business dynamics. Nevertheless, as a broad American stratum, the small entrepreneurs are still mainly people on farms. Men entering the city seldom have acquired business properties and become free producers and traders. On the contrary, as members or potential members of the old middle class, they have been destroyed. The small urban entrepreneur has never formed a broad stratum which, like the rural, could enact a key role in the shaping of a free society. The city never matched the countryside. Neat rows of independent shops never grew up to become the equivalents of sections of land. Industrial plants and retail stores were not given to smaller men as were farms, and the capital required to start new businesses became greater in rough proportion to technological progress. There was never any Homestead Act for the would-be urban entrepreneur, although for manufacturers the tariff was something of a Homestead Act. Industrialization does not necessarily develop a private centralization of enterprises, with resultant difficulties for small entrepreneurs, but that is the way it has worked out in America. Even before the Civil War, as the new transportation network began to knit localities into a national market, local artisans began to work for merchant capitalists. The need for raw materials and capital and for outlets to the national market soon caused the independent producer to become dependent upon bigger men. The businessman of the city, who was tied to the technologist, considered it his role to organize technology and labor and become their profitable link with the protected market. And as the nation grew up, so did its heroes, not big farmers, but big businessmen, though often called by other names, rose to national eminence. By the 90s, William Dean Howell's man who had risen was supplementing Walt Whitman's man in the open air. In the 20th century, technology continued rapidly to expand, but expansion of the market took place much more slowly. In the attempt to stabilize matters, the captains of industry began to draw together, and out of their epic competition there emerged impersonal monopoly. The freedom to compete, the main principle of order in the world of the small entrepreneur, became the freedom to shape the new society. As the concentration of private enterprise began to change the type of businessman that prevailed, the captain of industry gave way to the rentier, the absentee owner, the corporation executive, and a type presently to be described, the new entrepreneur. Neither the rentier nor the absentee owner, however, is, in the public mind, a productively competitive man. Each is a coupon clipper and a parasite, either a stealthy miser or a lavish consumer. Theirs is not the business life of competition, and even liberal economists deplore their economic role. The corporation executive has never been a popular middle-class idol. As part of an impersonal corporation, he is too aloof to have a friendly reputation among smaller men. As an engineer he is part of inexorable science, and no economic hero. As a businessman he is part of the hidden world of finance, where all the big money mysteriously ends up. None of these newer types of economic men has quite filled the heroic place of the old, undivided captain, who has gradually taken on a somewhat bloated, predatory, and overbearing shape. The more he became a big financier and the less an inventive organizer of the small factory which everyone could see was producing things, the more sinister this predatory image became. The big businessman was generalized into the financial magnate, who, living in the lawful shade of society, uses other people's money for his own profit. Yet, as it has been often difficult to distinguish a dirt farmer from a real estate operator, so has it been hard to distinguish a genuine captain of industry, even in the captain's heyday, from a generalissimo of high finance. Perhaps the urban American businessman has always been something of both. If the old middle classes were to find a hero in the city, he would have to be from the small business strata. And so the small businessman, especially with the general decline of the farmer, has come to be seen as the somewhat woebegone heir of the old captain's tradition, even if only by default. The harder his struggle becomes, the more sympathetic and heroic his image is drawn, and yet he can never live up to the heritage invented for him. More and more, it has become in his eyes a permanent burden rather than a glory to lean on in times of temporary trouble. As image he remains a prop to the captain become monopolist, as reality he persists more as a political than as a business force. During the last several decades, the proportion of businessmen has stood at about 8% of the nation's working force, and in the urban world has declined from 17% in 1870 to 12% in 1940. Their remarkable persistence as a stratum, however, should not be confused with the well-being of each individual enterprise and its owner-manager. While, as an aggregate, small businessmen persist and hold their own, the composition of this aggregate changes rapidly, and the economic well-being of its members undergoes shocking ups and downs. In the 4 decades prior to World War II, the number of firms in existence rose from 1 to 2 million, but during the same period nearly 16 million firms began operation, and at least 14 million went out of business. There is a great flow of entrepreneurs and would-be entrepreneurs in and out of the small business stratum, as each year hundreds of thousands fail and others, some new to the game, some previous failures, start out again on the brave venture. The great bulk of businesses are small outfits, which do not last long. In fact, the turnover rate of one-man enterprises in 1940 was almost as high as the average annual separation rate for factory workers during the pre-war decade. It is apparent, as J.H. Cover the economist says, after examining the vital statistics of small business, that optimism exceeds understanding in the cases of possibly 2/3 of our new proprietors. It is an infant death rate in 2 senses, both the small and the new concerns typically fail. These 2 senses are related, in those industries where the capital involved in starting a new business is prohibitive to small entrepreneurs, there often is stability, and in those industries where capital requirements do not stand in the way, the problems of survival are naturally greater. It might be supposed that all these failures and new beginnings are only the unfit being eliminated by the fit in a normal competitive process. But such a view overlooks the fact that the continuation of bankruptcies and failures would seem to indicate that the unfit are often replaced by the unfit, and that, since the trend of bankruptcies is often upward, it might even be that the number of unfit often increases. Back of the failures is the general fact that a larger number of small businesses are competing for a small share of the market. The stratum of urban entrepreneurs has been narrowing, and within it a concentration has been going on. Small business becomes smaller, big business becomes bigger. The business world is less homogeneous now than 70 years ago. Businessmen now work in a bewildering variety of types and sizes of enterprises, from the side street laundry to the General Motors Corporation. At the bottom are a multitude of small firms, worth little financially, which do not produce or sell much of the nation's total goods and services, and do not employ many of the people at work. In 1939 the 1,500,000 one-man enterprises made up almost half of all non-farming businesses, but engaged only 6% of all people at work in business. At the top are a handful of firms which employ the bulk of the people at work, produce or sell most of the goods and services handled, and hold most of the capital goods appropriated to private use. In 1939, 1% of all the firms in the country, 27,000 giants, engaged over half of all the people working in business. For about 30 years, now, 3/4 of U.S. corporations have got only about 5% of the total corporate income. No matter which year is studied, or what criteria are used, the fact of extreme business concentration is clear. Overall measurements, however, conceal the crucial fact that concentration varies a great deal by line of business. Roughly speaking, the business world is polarized into two types: large industrial corporations and small retail or service firms. In the generation before World War II, the number of proprietors of manufacturing establishments declined 34%, the number of wage and salary workers employed in manufacturing rose 27%. Manufacturing is no longer a small business world, it is increasingly dominated by large-scale bureaucratic structures. The war economy, built on top of this already extreme concentration, further concentrated American industry. Retail trade, bottom of the business world in terms of persons engaged and value of business transacted, is still largely dominated by small business. The sales of the smallest 3/4 of retail stores represented 22% of the total 1939 retail sales, nearly twice that of the smallest 3/4 of the manufacturing firms. As far as making up any dominant section of the total business world, the small businessman can now be seen to exist only in the retail and service industries, and to a lesser extent in finance and construction. In the early 19th century the wholesaler was the big go-between of the business world. He was able to control the small manufacturer as well as the small retailer, for both, especially the retailer, were often dependent upon him for credit. But the manufacturer expanded and became independent of the wholesaler, often taking over many of his functions. In time, the retailer also moved in on the wholesaler's business. Then the manufacturer tried to eliminate both wholesaler and retailer by selling directly to the consumer. As the volume of production rose in the later 19th century, the economic system was confronted with capitalism's peculiar and crucial problem: there is no profit to be made from huge volume unless a huge market exists. As technology pushed the manufacturer into higher productivity, he was confronted with an extremely inefficient and wasteful system of marketing. The smaller units in wholesaling and retailing, the bulk of the old urban middle class, had become a brake upon the technological wheels of capitalist progress, or so the big manufacturer thought. At the same time, the retailer was also growing up. The department store is a stable member of the marketing community, the proportion of retail sales handled by department stores has not fluctuated very widely over the last 15 years. The mail-order house now combines many of the features of the department store and the chain and, acting at a distance, reaches into the back eddies of the market. As this system of mass distributors began slowly to emerge, its units did their own wholesaling, from the mass producer to the consumer. As supermarkets mushroomed, outdoing the chain stores in the technique of mass distribution, the chains began to imitate their supermarket competitors, and the two giants of the retail trade battled with one another, competing far more than little businessmen ever could. As wholesalers were displaced by retailers, the latter, from the central position of those close to the business at hand, began to bring pressure on the manufacturers, saying, "Split up with us. Your low costs are due to your mass production, but what good would your mass production be without our mass distribution? Cut us in." The manufacturer, having partly thrown off wholesaler control, being confronted now by another contender for his profits, replied with national advertising of his brand name and with retail outlets of his own. With these tools he has been trying to dominate both retailer and wholesaler. Sears, Roebuck Vice President T.V. Hauser sums up the present trend. On the one hand, there is the dominant large manufacturers with their own branded lines, distributing their products through thousands of independent dealers. On the other hand, the mass distributor with his many and various branded lines, buying each of these lines from smaller manufacturers. In one case, the manufacturer determines the design, quality, price, and production schedules of the product, while in the other case these functions are assumed by the mass distributor. From both sides, the wholesaler takes the brunt of the competitive battle of the marketeers, and loses ground to both. Not all domination by big business, however, results in outright mergers or bankruptcies or is revealed by the facts of concentration. The power of the larger businesses is such that, even though many small businesses remain independent, they become in reality agents of larger businesses. The important point is that the small businessman has been deprived of his old entrepreneurial function. When banks demand managerial reforms before extending credit, they are centralizing the initiative and responsibility supposedly entailed in the entrepreneurial flair. Many small businessmen are now financed by supply houses, and large producers and suppliers not only set the prices which small businesses in the industry then follow, but often extend credit to small businesses. There are cases in which, if the big concern extending credit were to call it in, many small men would be ruined. Such dependency on trade credit tends to reduce the small businessman to an agent of the creditor. The independence of small businessmen is also curtailed by exclusive dealing contracts and full line forcing, by means of which manufacturers, who set retail prices and advertise nationally, turn small retailers into what amounts to salesmen on commission who take entrepreneurial risks. In manufacturing, subcontracting often turns the small subcontractor into what amounts to a risk-taking manager of a branch plant. It might be thought that the small wholesaler, retailer, and manufacturer, each variously affected by the domination of large business, would get together against their common foe, but they have not done so on any scale. Instead, the small retailer, the largest element in small business, has sought refuge from competition in the national brands of big manufacturers and advertisers, and has demanded and got such stratagems as fair trade legislation, under which all retailers of a product must sell at a uniform price. Legislation of this sort means that such competition as exists goes on among various manufacturers, in whose field monopoly is great, rather than among retailers, among whom monopoly is less well developed. Moreover, because the small manufacturer is largely cut off from the small retailer, he too comes under the domination of the big-scale operator, in this case the big retailer, the chain or department store, who as large-scale buyers can often dominate the price of the articles they buy. Many smaller elements of the old middle class have slowly been ground to pieces. As the contest has shifted from production to salesmanship, many smaller manufacturers have continued to exist by becoming direct satellites of larger manufacturing concerns, and many retailers have become, in fact, maintenance agencies and distributors for big manufacturers. Thus, the small manufacturer and the small retailer, far from forming an alliance, are locked in struggle over the market, in the course of which both come under the domination of larger business. Distribution is the home of small business, and distribution is one of the most wasteful features of the U.S. economy. In food retailing, for example, chains have definitely decreased the generous spread between farmer and consumer prices. A retail store cannot be run efficiently or cheaply unless there is an adequate turnover per store. Chains have this volume, and the additional advantage of being able to bring in salaried experts for every department of the business. They are more efficient and cheaper. In them the entrepreneurial flair is replaced by a standardized procedure. Buying, display, advertising, merchandising, attention to costs are each centralized and managed by salaried experts in chain, department store, and supermarket. We must, says distribution authority A.C. Hoffman, either accept the ineptitude of the average person in order to preserve for him some measure of what is called economic individualism, or we must accept the change from enterpriser to employee status in order to achieve the advantages of centralized management. As the processor's influence and the engineer's ideas are taking over the functions of independent farmers, so the big manufacturer and the engineer of distribution are eyeing the marketing system, the home of the small businessmen. The old middle classes, on the farm and in the city, are clogging the wheels of progress as envisioned by the technologists and efficiency experts. 3. The lumpen bourgeoisie. Examining the statistics that indicate the sad condition, the heavy rate of failure, and yet the curious survival of tiny businesses and farms, one is reminded of Balzac's unkind remark made in another connection: insignificant folk cannot be crushed, they lie too flat beneath the foot. If we may speak of a lumpen proletariat, set off from other wage workers, we may also speak of a lumpen bourgeoisie, set off from other middle-class elements. For the bottom of the entrepreneurial world is so different from the top that it is doubtful whether the two should be classified together. In the city the lumpen bourgeoisie is composed of a multitude of firms with a high death rate, which do a fraction of the total business done in their lines and engage a considerably larger proportion of people than their quota of business. Thus, 10 years ago over half of the retail stores did only 9% of the business but engaged 21% of all the people in retail trade. The true lumpen bourgeoisie, however, employ no workers at all, the proprietors and their family members do the work, frequently sweating themselves night and day. At the bottom of the Depression, the proprietor's withdrawal was liberally estimated at $9 a week for stores with sales under $10,000. Here, at the bottom of the 20th century business world, lies the owner-operator who, in the classic image, is the independent man in the city. But it is on the farm with its dwarfish means of production that the small entrepreneur has persisted as a large proportion of the marginal victims of the old middle class. 20 years ago, at the 1929 peak of business prosperity, nearly half of the nation's farms produced less than $1,000 worth of products, including those used by the family, but this least productive half contributed only 11% of all the products sold or traded by farmers. By the middle 40s, at the peak of the farm boom, the relative figures had not changed much. 40% of all farms received less than $1,000 a year, 1/4 yielded $600 or less. The rural malnutrition rate has been twice as high as the urban, and it is on the farm that we find the national highest birth and infant mortality rates. A full third of the farmers live in rural slums, in houses virtually beyond repair, 2/3 are inadequately housed. In 1945, only 3 out of 10 U.S. farmers had mechanical refrigerators, only 4 had kitchen sinks with drains. The small farmer and his family are caught up in an inefficient drudgery, and many are independent only part of the time, hiring themselves to large farmers the rest, and all the time hovering above tenantry only by barbaric overwork and underconsumption. Engineers point out that 1/5 of our original area of tillable land has been ruined for further cultivation, 1/3 of what remains has already been badly damaged. Another third is highly vulnerable. Among the reasons for this, H. Bennett, chief of a service in the Department of Agriculture, pointed out in 1946, is the fact that too much of the land traditionally has been in the hands of the untutored and the inept. Under the names of peasant, farmer, rustic, and country fellow, these individuals have been synonymous, for generations, with all that is naive, uneducated, and backward. Possessed frequently of such virtues as thrift and diligence, they have nevertheless often assumed a scornful attitude toward education and the educated. And too often, the farm has been the last resort to which men unsuccessful in other fields have turned. The midget entrepreneur, on the farm and in the city, is economically sensitive to the business cycle, his insecurities are tightly geared to it. Slight shifts in the direction or volume of business can be reflected sharply in his rate of profit. From month to month, he may exist in acute anxiety, even slight economic forces, outside his control, may swing him off balance and lower his level of psychic security. Once no individual could direct the market, but now the small man feels, often correctly, that it is fixed against him. As owner, manager, and worker, the marginal victim typically uses his family to help out in store, farm, or shop. Economic life thus coincides with family life. In the hole-in-the-wall business, also known as a mom-and-pop store, the parents can keep a constant eye on each other and on the children. Such economic freedom as the family enterprise may enjoy is often purchased by lack of freedom within the family unit. It is, in fact, as Wilhelm Reich has noted, a feature of such petty bourgeois life that extreme repression is often exercised in its patriarchal orbit. Child labor, often sweated child labor, has its home in the lumpen bourgeoisie. Of all industrial categories, it is the farm and the retail store that contain the highest proportion of free enterprisers and the highest proportion of unpaid family workers. Business competition and economic anxiety thus come out in family relations and in the iron discipline required to keep afloat. Since there is little or no outlet for feelings beyond the confines of the shop or farm, members of these families may grow greedy for gain. The whole force of their nature is brought to bear upon trivial affairs which absorb their attention and shape their character. They come to exercise, as Balzac has said, the power of pettiness, the penetrating force of the grub that brings down the elm tree by tracing a ring under the bark. The family circle is closed in and often withdrawn into itself, thus encouraging strong intimacies and close-up hatreds. The children of such families are often the objects upon which parental frustrations are projected. They are subjected alternately to overindulgence, which springs from close parental competition for their affection, and to strong discipline, which is based on the parent's urge to make the child amount to something. In the meantime, continual deprivations are justified in terms of the future success of the children, who must give up things now, but who, by doing so, may legitimately claim the rewards of great deference and gratification in the future. There is evidence that the coming to adolescence of the lumpen bourgeois child is a painful juncture fraught with many perils for parent and child, and perhaps also for society. Behind the colorless census category unpaid family worker, there lie much misery and defeat in youth. That too was and is part of the old middle class way. Perhaps in the 19th century it paid off, the sons, or at least one of the sons, would take over his equipped station, and the daughter might better find a husband who would thus be set up. But the average life of these old middle class, especially urban, units in the 20th century is short. The coincidence of family unit and work situation among the old middle class is a pre-industrial fact. So even as the centralization of property contracts their independence, it liberates the children of the old middle class's smaller entrepreneurs. The difficulties of making a stable life plan further augment the competitive anxieties and family tensions of the lumpen bourgeoisie. On the one hand, the small man generally lives longer than the small business, so in many cases the business cannot provide income for a lifetime. On the other hand, the elderly proprietor of a small business frequently has difficulty replacing himself. He builds up a struggling enterprise over the years by hard work and fear, and then he wants to retire, but who could replace him? He has built up a little business and his impending retirement or death damages the credit standing of the enterprise with which he has been so personally identified. The economic situation of the lumpen bourgeoisie leads to insecurity, and often to petty aggressiveness. Their prestige is often considered by them to be low, in relation to those on whom their eyes are fixed, the larger, more successful entrepreneurs. And, over the last 20 years, they have felt a denial of deference in relation to workers organized in successful unions. To these economic and social bases of insecurity and frustration may be added a more personal source, aptly noted by Harold D. Laswell: running a business often involves a calculating posture toward other people which may cause a certain amount of guilt. The marginal victim is often economically compelled to calculate, plan, and evaluate his own actions and impulses, as well as those of his wife and children who help him in the business. He must do so in the cold light of his economic goal and often via sharp economic practices. So, the intensification of work, the deferral of consumption for his family and himself, is justified by the high premium on thrift and respectability. During business hours at least, he must allow the customer always to be right. Subservient to any one above him, to whose level he may aspire and from whom he may suffer petty rebuffs, the lumpen bourgeois often turns harshly against wage workers in the abstract, although in so far as they are among his customers he may have to suppress such targets of aggression. The capitalist spirit, Werner Sombart has written, combines a spirit of adventure, a desire for gain, and the middle-class virtues of the respectable citizen. Among those smaller bourgeois, the desire for gain now seems uppermost, it becomes the focus of virtue, and as the adventurous spirit is replaced by a search for the sure fix, the very norms of respectability become psychological traps and sources of guilt. The calculation for gain spreads into the whole social life, as the lumpen bourgeois man thinks of his social universe, including the members of his family, as factors in his struggle, a struggle in which he is often as unsuccessful as he is ambitious. The old bourgeois, the man of measure for whom wealth was not necessarily an end in itself but rather a means of continuing his unruffled way of life, the man who did not frenziedly reach out for customers but patiently expected, like a territorial prince, a fenced-off reserve of his share, that man is gone. Inner ease and wide range no longer derive from the business life of the old middle class on any level, and certainly not on its lumpen stratum. From the lumpen bourgeoisie assorted style and narrow ideas are more likely to come. No longer can the smallest entrepreneurs be characterized as among that middle class of which W. E. H. Lecky wrote, in 1896, that it was distinguished beyond all others for its political independence, its caution, its solid practical intelligence, its steady industry, its high moral average, or which Georges Sorel characterized as a class of serious moral habits, filled with its own dignity, having the energy and will to govern a country without a centralized bureaucracy. No longer is there the effective will to power of the old middle class, but rather the tenacious will to fight off encircling competitive menaces. From this series of small-scale wretchedness, a fretful assertiveness is fed, human relations are poisoned, and a personality is formed with which it is not pleasant to exchange political greetings. The small entrepreneur is scared, so he embraces ideologies and struggles for prestige in ways not entirely befitting standard images of the free businessman and the independent farmer. Yet despite their victimized elements and high turnover, the entrepreneurial strata as a whole persist, and, in certain phases of the economic cycle, some members do well enough. Most, however, no longer fulfill the entrepreneurial function, they are no longer independent operators. The character of their decline in this respect has primarily to do with the changed nature of competition in the 20th century economic order. Their economic anxieties have led many small entrepreneurs to a somewhat indignant search for some political means of security, and there have been many spokesmen to take up the search for them. 3. The rhetoric of competition. As an economic fact, the old independent entrepreneur lives on a small island in a big new world, yet, as an ideological figment and a political force he has persisted as if he inhabited an entire continent. He has become the man through whom the ideology of utopian capitalism is still attractively presented to many of our contemporaries. Over the last 100 years, the United States has been transformed from a nation of small capitalists into a nation of hired employees, but the ideology suitable for the nation of small capitalists persists, as if that small propertied world were still a going concern. It has become the grab bag of defenders and apologists, and so little is it challenged that in the minds of many it seems the very latest model of reality. Nostalgia for the rural world of the small entrepreneur now so effectively hides the mechanics of industry that the farmer, the custodian of national life, is able to pursue his cash interests to the point of defying the head of the government in time of war. And while the small urban entrepreneur, as an exemplar of the competitive way, suffers exhaustion, the officials of American opinion find more and more reason to proclaim his virtues. We realize, Senator James Murray has said, that small business constitutes the very essence of free enterprise and that its preservation is fundamental to the American idea. The logic of the small entrepreneurs is not the logic of our time, yet if the old middle classes have been transformed into often scared and always baffled defenders, they have not died easily, they persist energetically, even if their energies sometimes seem to be those of cornered men. Not the urgencies of democracy's problems, but the peculiar structure of American political representation, not the efficiency of small-scale enterprise, but the usefulness of its image to the political interests of larger business, not the swift rise of the huge city, but the myopia induced by small-town life of 50 years ago. These have kept alive the senator's fetish of the American entrepreneur. 1. The competitive way of life. Official proclamations of the competitive ways of small entrepreneurs now labor under an enormous burden of fact which demonstrates in detail the accuracy of Thorstein Veblen's analysis. Competition, he held, is by no means dead, but it is chiefly competition between the business concerns that control production, on the one side, and the consuming public on the other side, the chief expedients in this business-like competition being salesmanship and sabotage. Competition has been curtailed by larger corporations, it has also been sabotaged by groups of smaller entrepreneurs acting collectively. Both groups have made clear the locus of the big competition and have revealed the mask-like character of liberalism's rhetoric of small business and family farm. The character and ideology of the small entrepreneurs and the facts of the market are selling the idea of competition short. These liberal heroes, the small businessmen and the farmers, do not want to develop their characters by free and open competition, they do not believe in competition, and they have been doing their best to get away from it. When small businessmen are asked whether they think free competition is, by and large, a good thing, they answer, with authority and vehemence, yes, of course. What do you mean? If they are then asked, here in this, your town, still they say, yes, but now they hesitate a little. Finally, how about here in this town in furniture? Or groceries, whatever the man's line is. Their answers are of two sorts, yes, if it's fair competition, which turns out to mean, if it doesn't make me compete. Their second answer adds up to the same competition with the public, well, you see, in certain lines, it's no good if there are too many businesses. You ought to keep the other fellow's business in mind. The small businessman, as well as the farmer, wants to become big, not directly by eating up others like himself in competition, but by the indirect ways and means practiced by his own particular heroes, those already big. In the dream life of the small entrepreneur, the sure fix is replacing the open market. But if small men wish to close their ranks, why do they continue to talk, in abstract contexts, especially political ones, about free competition? The answer is that the political function of free competition is what really matters now, to small entrepreneurs, but especially to big business spokesmen. This ideology performs a crucial role in the competition between business on the one hand and the electorate, labor in particular, on the other. It is a means of justifying the social and economic position of business in the community at large. 4. If there is free competition and a constant coming and going of enterprises, the one who remains established is the better man and deserves to be where he is. But if instead of such competition, there is a rigid line between successful entrepreneurs and the employee community, the man on top may be coasting on what his father did, and not really be worthy of his hard-won position. Nobody talks more of free enterprise and competition and of the best man winning than the man who inherited his father's store or farm. Thus the principle of the self-made man, and the justification of his superior position by the competitive fire through which he has come, require and in turn support the ideology of free competition. In the abstract political ranges, everyone can believe in competition. In the concrete economic case, few small entrepreneurs can afford to do so. Before the automobile was in wide use, the spread of the farming community over vast distances enabled the merchant of the smaller town to effect a virtual monopoly over the small town population and the surrounding farming areas. The competition between businessman and farmer was thus arranged by geography and settlement in favor of the small town businessman. "The nearest thing we have ever had to monopoly in grocery retailing," remarks one TNEC economist, "was the old village grocery store. The prices which it charged were not elastic and usually not very competitive until the automobile made them so." It is ironic that this natural monopoly of the small town entrepreneur was broken, in large part, by precisely those agencies of mass distribution which small businessmen now denounce as unfair competitors. The same forces that enlarged the market area and destroyed the old local monopoly railroad and mail-order house, chain store, automobile, and supermarket now appear as the very octopuses of monopoly. They might indeed become just that, but at the present time they are often the only active competitors in the retail field. In the end the choice is between types of monopolists. It was during the 30s that the small entrepreneur's opinion of competition became clear on a nationwide scale. When the Depression hit, the independent businessmen, like the farmers, made their revealing shift in strategy. In an attempt to install a kept individualism, they moved the fight from the economic into the political field. For the small entrepreneurs, no ideological crash accompanied the economic crash, they went marching on ideologically. But they did not remain isolated economic men without any political front. They tried to tie themselves up in elaborate organizational networks. In Congress, small business committees clamored for legislation to save the weak backbone of the national economy. Their legislative efforts have been directed against their more efficient competitors. First they tried to kill off the low-priced chain stores by taxation, then they tried to eliminate the alleged buying advantages of mass distributors. Finally they tried to freeze the profits of all distributors in order to protect their own profits from those who could and were selling goods cheaper to the consumer. The independent retailer has been at the head of the movement for these adjuncts of free enterprise. In his fear of price competition and his desire for security, he has been pushing to maintain a given margin under the guise of fair competition and fair trade laws. He now regularly demands that the number of outlets controlled by chain stores be drastically limited and that production be divorced from distribution. This would, of course, kill the low prices charged consumers by the A&P, which makes very small retail profits, selling almost at cost, and whose real profits come from manufacturing and packaging. The retailers in the small town need not foolishly compete with one another in terms of prices. They may as well cooperate with one another and thus compete more effectively with their mutual customers. In a well-organized little city, with a capable chamber of commerce, there is no reason why merchants should cut one another's throat, especially in view of chain stores and mail-order houses, good highways, and fast automobiles connecting smaller towns with larger cities. Why should the entrepreneur demand anything less than complete security in the risks he takes? Why shouldn't he exercise foresight by making sure he is in on a deal before it becomes publicly known? The competitive spirit, especially when embodied in an ethic which is conceived to be the source of all virtue, abounds only where there is consciousness of unlimited opportunity. Whenever there is consciousness of scarcity, of a limited, contracting world, then competition becomes a sin against one's fellows. The group tries to close its ranks, as in labor unions, to set up rules for insiders and rules against those who are closed out. This is what the small entrepreneur is in the process of doing. No longer filled with the consciousness of abundance, if he ever was, he now lives in a world of limited or scarce opportunities, and other people are seen as a competitive menace or as men to join up with. Under the threat of ruinous competition, laws are on the books of many states and cities legalizing the ruin of competition. Price-maintained items do sell for higher prices after the passage of such laws, and prices are higher for cities where the maintenance is legal than in cities where it is not. Such laws extend into small enterprise fields the administered price that the large manufacturing corporations are able to fix among themselves. The small entrepreneur is thus only trying to have his government help him achieve what big business and big farmers have achieved before him. And the business world, a closed-in community of men with a consciousness of scarcity, is thus more cooperatively solidified. The wholesaler, given his frequent dependence upon the goodwill of the independent merchant, strings along on resale price maintenance. He too would avoid competitive price cutting in order to assure his profit margin. The manufacturer of trademarked goods also likes it. Like other people in the world of business, he has no love of low prices. Once destructive competition begins, it will spread between manufacturers and distributors who will want higher margins and lower prices from manufacturers. Also, the manufacturer needs the goodwill of the retailers, so they will push his lines or brands, and finally the manufacturer spends money on advertising, and price cutting. Competition, of any kind, substitutes lower prices for the higher costs of advertising. National advertising and resale price maintenance thus supplement each other, and together further the competition between business and the consumer. Today many small entrepreneurs are in no way competitive units steering independent courses in an open market. They are not centers of initiative or places of economic innovation. They operate within market channels and a tangled pile-up of restrictive legislation and trade practices firmly laid out by big business and firmly upheld by small business. The small entrepreneur tenders his ideological gifts to big business in return for a feudal-like protection. In the meantime, the fight between the two over the domain of the market goes on, although it increasingly becomes a fight between political spokesmen, who desire to exploit anxieties under the banner of free competition, and larger capitalists, who desire to rationalize the economics of distribution under the same banner. In continuing to see competition as salvation from complicated trouble, the senators naturally fall into the small proprietors' old complaints, and the experts, perhaps for the record, fall in with the senators. From time to time they propose that the old captain of industry be given a rebirth with full benefit of governmental midwifery. Such proposals are the best that official liberals have to say about the economic facts of life. Their mood ought to be the mood of plight, but they have succeeded in setting up a bright image of the small entrepreneur, who could be rehabilitated as the hero of their imagined system, if only competition were once more to prevail. To the independent farmer. In making its terms with corporate business, farm entrepreneurship is in part becoming more like business management, and in part meeting its problems with the help and support of political power. All interests have come to look to government, but the independent farmer has, in some respects, succeeded more than others in turning the federal establishment into a public means for his private economic ends. The world of the farmer, especially its upper third, is now intricately related to the world of big government, forming with it a combination of private and public enterprise wherein private gains are ensured and propped by public funds. The independent farmer has become politically dependent. He no longer belongs to a world of straightforward economic fact. From on top, farming has recently been a good business proposition. Among the upper farm strata are included canners and packers and other processors and distributors, as well as those who look on the land as an investment only. For while the top-level farmers do buy more land during prosperity, business interests buy land and move into farm profits in other ways, during slumps as well as booms. Despite the great increase in productivity, the rapid increase in population, the vast expansion in demand for farm products, the free land available for homesteading, despite all this, the proportion of the rural real estate owned by working farmers has declined for over half a century. Centralization has brought consolidated farming and farm chains, run like corporate units by central management. In 1938, one insurance company alone owned enough acreage to make a mile-wide farm from New York to Los Angeles. Industrial and financial interests that have invested in farm properties are active agents for rational methods of production and management. They have the money to buy the machines and employ the engineers. Even where they do not invest, own, or manage directly, they take over processing and marketing. By the middle 30s, 5 tobacco companies bought over half the total crop, 4 meat packers processed 2/3 of all meat animals slaughtered, 13 flour mills processed 65% of all the wheat marketed. Thus the farmer must deal with the business interests closing in on the processing and the distributing of his product. He must also deal with those who sell him what he needs. He must buy most of his farm implements from one of the 4 industrial firms which in 1936 sold more than 3/4 of all important farm implements. His only recourse has been to keep prices as high as the traffic will bear. And he has attempted to do so by replacing the dictates of the free market by the edicts of political policy, to suspend the laws of supply and demand so as to guarantee a stable market and price bottoms. Only insofar as he was able to create an effective collusive control of the market by political tactics could the farmer hope to deal with modern business and with modern life on something like an equal footing. In subsidizing free private enterprise, the New Deal paid special attention to the old rural middle class. In brief, the New Deal farm program attempted to transfer to the farm sector of the economy the well-known practices of the industrial sector. It taught the farmer the value of producing less in order not to break prevailing prices. To protect this race of free men in the open country from the evils of free competition, it paid them subsidies or benefits to curtail their production. The federal government, one might say, became the farmers' executive committee. Since the 30s, the government has tried to curtail production by paying benefits to farmers who raised less. It has bought up surplus farm produce which threatened to break prices. It has paid direct subsidies in order to make up differences between market prices and established price minimums. And in the spring of 1949 it was proposed by the Secretary of Agriculture that, instead of keeping the prices of specific crops at parity, based on a previous good period, the government should support the farmer's gross cash income in relation to total national income. It would work out in such a way as to guarantee the farmer an annual income comparable to his yearly income over the past 10 boom years. The latter-day history of the independent farmer is thus not a struggle of free producers loosely tied together by an impersonal market. It is a history of various attempts made by politicians and civil servants to raise and maintain agricultural prices. Failing in this, the farmers' political agents have arranged to compensate out of public funds the independent enterpriser who has become the victim of the free market. The effectiveness of such measures, accompanied by wartime expansion, is amply attested. During World War II, land values went up more than during the First World War. Total farm income and cash receipts from crops in 1946 were 5 times higher than in 1932. The per capita income of the farmers was almost tripled. By 1945, well over half of all farm operators were full owners of the land they worked and the proportion of farm tenants had dropped to about 1/3. Mortgage debt as a percentage of total farm value had declined from 23% in 1935 to about 12%. Urban people helped pay for this rural prosperity, not only in taxes but directly in food costs, which make up about 40% of the average family budget. In 1940, the budgeted cost of public money paid to agriculturists was about 1/10 of the nation's food bill. Given the lack of adequate price control, the war-born widening of markets acted during the 40s to keep most farm prices well above government-supported levels. Just as the contraction of the foreign markets contributed to the farmers' collapse in the 20s, so in the 40s its expansion aided in the farmers' rehabilitation. Between the middle 30s and the middle 40s the average value of agricultural exports rose more than threefold. But this was a different kind of foreign market, born of war. It was run, regulated, and price controlled by a pro-farmer government. The domestic market also, after 7 lean years of mass unemployment, was fattened by the war economy. The farmer has been able to get governmental largesse because he enjoys 3 distinct political advantages. First, within the constitutional system the farmer is overrepresented. By virtue of the geographical shape of the Senate, territorial rather than demographic, the farm bloc is one of the most powerful bodies in the formal government. New York's millions of employees and Nebraska's thousands of farmers each have 2 senators. Second, beginning in the early 20s, the farmer has built a set of pressure groups that has become perhaps the strongest single bloc in Washington. The American Farm Bureau is knit into the very structure of the governmental system. It speaks frankly not of one-man alone individualism but of powerful organized groups competing for economic advantage. Third, the farmer has enjoyed an unusual degree of public moral support. The farmers who are benefited by propped-up prices are more likely to be of the upper third who sell so much than the middle or lower third who sell so little. Even in the boom, the long-term trends of concentration remain evident. It is a narrowed upper stratum of businesslike, politically alert farmers who are flourishing, not a world of small entrepreneurs. And in this boom, based on political prices and increased productivity, the old forces, as well as many new ones, are still at work. And there is still the old contradiction: who will buy the flood of goods that the motors of technology are turning out? By the fall of 1948, agricultural planning was beginning to raise all the questions that beset it in the 30s. The Secretary of Commerce called for huge exports, the Farm Lobby and its Department of Agriculture called for more. What the Europeans thought and what they wanted was something else again, wrote the editors of Fortune. It is a little silly to preach the free market in one breath and in the next propound what amounts to a cartel system in agriculture. Farming may be seen, 1. as a way of livelihood determining the life of its worker owner, 2. as a real estate investment from which owners, with the aid of others' work and political help, derive profit, or 3. in the efficient eyes of the state in a period of permanent war economy, as a natural resource and a piece of equipment that must be geared to the national usage. Each of these 3 views entails different images of the farmer. Land as livelihood means the farmer as unalienated entrepreneur, land as productive real estate means the farmer as big investor financially exploiting the landless worker, and there is this third image, which may be that of the future: land as equipment, and the farmer as a salaried expert. Today the American land is seen in all 3 ways, and there are, in fact, all 3 types of farmers. In the rhetoric of many farm spokesmen, farming as a business is disguised as farming as a way of life. The Second World War and its economic consequences saved the politically dependent farmer. The era of militarized economies may ruin him. The norm of rational efficiency, uppermost in war, is clearly violated by the system of present-day agriculture. Military and technological needs may take ascendance over economic greed and political fixing. Alongside the small independent farmer, a new breed of men might come onto the land, men who never were owners and do not expect to be, men who, like factory employees, manage and work the big machines. Then farming would take its place, not as the center of a social world as formerly, nor as a politically secured heirloom of free enterprise, but as one national industry among other intricate, rationalized departments of production. In the meantime, farming is less a morally ascendant way of life than an industry. Appreciation of the family farm as a special virtue-producing unit in a world of free men is today but a nostalgic mood among deluded metropolitan people. Moreover, it is an ideological veil for larger business layouts whose economic ally and ultimate victim the politically dependent farmer may well become. 3. The small business front. Images of small men usually arise and persist widely only because big men find good use for them. Businessmen had not been taken as exemplars of the small individual, as were farmers, until in the 20th century the small businessman arose as a counter-image to the big businessman. Then big business began to promulgate and use the image of the small businessman. Such spokesmen have been gravely concerned about the fate of small business because, in their rhetoric, small business is the last urban representative of free competition and thus of the competitive virtues of the private enterprise system. In any well-conducted Senate hearing on economic issues, someone always says that the small entrepreneur is the backbone of the American economy, that he maintains the thousands of smaller cities, and that, especially in these cities, he is the very flower of the American way. It is the small businessman who has become so closely identified with the many hundreds of villages and cities of this land that he is the very foundation of the hometown's growth and development. Perhaps giant monopolies do exist, the image runs, but, after all, they are of the big city. It is in the small towns, the locus of real Americans, that the small businessman thrives. Quite apart from the larger interests the small town small business stratum serves and the nostalgia its existence taps, there is a solid reason why people hold so firmly to its image. In these towns the old urban middle class has been the historic carrier of what is called civic spirit, which in the American town has involved a widespread participation in local affairs on the part of those able to benefit a community by voluntary management of its public enterprises. These enterprises range from having the streets properly cleaned to improving the parks. As a matter of fact, they often seem to have something to do with real estate, in one way or another. The history of the civic spirit reveals that for the old middle class, especially the small merchants, it has meant a business-like participation in civic matters. For this role, the old middle class individual was well fitted. He often had the necessary time and money. His success in his small business has, according to the prevailing idea, trained him for initiative and responsibility. He has been thrown into fairly continual contact with the administrative and political figures of the city, and, of course, he has often stood to benefit economically from civic endeavor and improvement. It is just good business to be somebody civically, said a prosperous merchant, who was. Yet economic self-interest has not been the whole motive. Civic participation has also involved competition among small businessmen for prestige. They compete economically as businessmen, they compete civically as democratic citizens. Because of their local economic roots, they are truly local men, they wish to win standing in their city. If some are bigger businessmen than others, still the width of the stratum as a whole is not so great that those at the bottom could not see and aspire to the top. Traditionally, the lower classes have also participated in civic euphoria, but only as an adjunct of businessmen. They have identified themselves with businessmen in such a way as to feel that this identification was with the town itself. This underside of civic spirit has been possible, first, because small plants and shops tended to make informal the relations between workers and businessmen, second, because the existence of many firms, graded in sizes, made it possible for the entrepreneurial system to extend, at least psychologically, to the working class, and third, because the population of small business cities has grown rather slowly and, compared with cities subject to the booms of big business and rapid metropolitan mobility, has been the result more of natural increase than of migration. This rate and type of growth have meant that more of the people of the small city and its adjoining area grew up together, and, in smaller towns, went to the same public schools. So the very pattern of city growth has made for an easier identification between classes and therefore for greater civic identification. As the economic position and power of the small entrepreneur has declined, especially since the First World War, this old pattern of civic prestige, and hence civic spirit, has been grievously modified. In some smaller cities the mark of the big business way is a bolder mark than in others, yet in all of them the new order is modifying the prestige and power of the small business community. The place of the small businessman in the class pattern of various smaller cities differs in accordance with the degree and type of industrialization, and with the extent to which one or two big firms dominate the city's labor market. But the overall decline of small business prestige is now fairly standard. At the top of the occupational income ranking are big business people and executives. Next are small businessmen and free professionals, followed by higher salaried white-collar people, and then lower salaried office workers and foremen. At the bottom is labor of all grades. but no objective measure of stratification necessarily coincides with the social and civic prestige which various members of these strata enjoy. An examination of the images which the people of each level have of the people on all other levels reveals one major fact: small business and white-collar people occupy the most ambiguous social positions. It is as if the city's population were polarized into two groups, big business and labor, and everyone else were thrown together into a vague middle class. Wage workers, to whom small businessmen are often the most visible element of the higher UPS, do not readily distinguish between small business and the upper class in general. Wage worker families ascribe prestige and power to the small businessman without really seeing the position he holds vis-a-vis the upper classes. Shopkeepers, says a lower class woman, they go in the higher brackets. Because they are on the higher level. They don't humble themselves to the poor. The upper class person, on the other hand, places the small businessman, especially the retailer, much lower in the scale than he does the larger businessman, especially the industrialist. Both the size and the type of business are explicitly used as prestige criteria by the upper classes, among whom the socially new, larger, industrial entrepreneurs and their colleagues, the officials of absentee corporations, rank small business rather low because of the local nature of its activities. They gauge prestige mainly by the economic scope of a man's business and his social and business connections with members of nationally known firms. The old family rentier, usually rich from real estate, ranks small businessmen low because of the way he feels about their background and education, the way they live. Both of these upper-class elements more or less agree with the sentiment expressed by an old family banker: business ethics are higher, more broad-minded, more stable among industrialists, as over against retailers. We all know that small businessmen are of the generally upper ranks only in income, and then, usually, only during boom times, in terms of family origin, intermarriage, job history, and education. More of them than of any other higher income group are lower class. In these respects, a good proportion of the small businessmen have close biographical connections with the wage worker strata. In the small city there is rigidity at the bottom and at the top except as regards small businessmen who, compared with other income groups, have done a great deal of moving up the line. These facts help to explain the different images of small businessmen held by members of upper and of lower strata. The old upper class judges more by status and background, the lower class more by income and the appearances to which it readily leads. When a big business moves into a town, the distribution of social prestige and civic effort changes. As big business enlarges its economic and political power, it creates a new social world in its image. Just as the labor markets of the smaller cities have been dominated, so also have their markets for prestige. The chief local executives of the corporations, the $10,000 to $25,000 a year men, gain the top social positions, displacing the former social leaders of the city. Local men begin to realize that their social standing depends upon association with the leading officials of the absentee firms. They struggle to follow the officials' style of living, to move into their suburbs, to be invited to their social affairs, and to marry their own children into these circles. Those whose incomes do not permit full realization of what has happened to the social world, or who refuse to recognize its dynamic, either become eccentric dwarfs of the new status system, or, perhaps without recognizing it, begin to imitate in curious miniature the new ways of the giants. When the big firm comes to the small city, the wives of its officialdom become models for the local women of the old middle class. The often glamorous women of the firm's officials come and go between the metropolitan center and their exclusive suburb of the small city. In the eyes of the small businessman's wife who has not been invited, one sees the social meaning of the decline of the old middle class. No matter how much or in what way the old middle class resists, the distribution of prestige follows in due course the distribution of economic and political power in the city. The ambiguous status of small business people in this new world of prestige has to do with their power position as well as their social background. In the polarization of the small city, both prestige and power become concentrated at the top. The big business people monopolize both. Such power as the local business community has is organized in the Chamber of Commerce, to which most small businessmen belong. Yet everyone in the town who is politically literate feels that the larger firms run the town. Many small businessmen will say so in semi-private contexts. If you live in this town, a druggist says, you just know you're working for the big plants, whether you're working in their plants or not. One of the most powerful weapons the large corporations possess is the threat to leave town. This veto is in effect the power of life or death over the economic life of the town, affecting the town's bank, the Chamber of Commerce, small businessmen, labor, and city officials alike. The history of its use in many smaller cities proves how effective it can be. To show their disapproval of a city project, big corporation officials may withdraw from the activities of the sponsoring organization, absenting themselves from meetings, or withholding financial support. But these methods, although they are used and are effective, are often too direct. Increasingly, large business mobilizes small business small town sentiment, and uses it as a front. Where real power has consequences that many people do not like, there is need for the noisy appearance of power little business can provide. The old middle class is coming to serve a crucial purpose, as a concealing facade, in the psychology of civic prestige. They don't want it to appear that they control things, an assistant manager of a chamber of commerce said. Nevertheless, they do. This use of small businessmen in big business towns can paralyze the civic will of the middle classes and confuse their efforts. Small business is out in front, busily accomplishing all sorts of minor civic projects, taking praise and blame from the rank-and-file citizenry. Among those in the lower classes who for one reason or another are anti-business, the small businessmen are often the target of aggression and blame, but from the lower class individual who is pro-business or neutral, the small businessmen get high esteem because they are doing a lot for the city. The prestige often imputed to small businessmen by lower class members is based largely on ascribed power, but neither this prestige nor this power is always claimed, and certainly it is not often cashed in among the upper classes. The upper class businessman knows the actual power setup, but if he or his clique is using small businessmen for some project, he may shower them with public prestige although he does not accept them or allow them more power than he can retain in his indirect control. The political and economic composition of a well-run chamber of commerce enables it to borrow the prestige and power of the top strata. Its committees include the leaders of practically every voluntary association, including labor unions. Within its organizations and through its contacts, it is able virtually to monopolize the organization and publicity talent of the city. Thus identifying its program with the unifying myth of the community interest, big business, even in the hometown, often toys with little business as a willful courtesan treats an elderly adorer. Yet the small businessman, in small city and in metropolitan area, clings stubbornly to the identity, business is business, and his ideology rests upon his identification with business as such. The benefits derived from good relations with higher UPS, and the prestige striving oriented toward the big men, tend to strengthen this identification, and this identification is energetically organized and actively promoted by the very organizations formed and supported by small businessmen. A knowing business journal writes about the fair deal's wooing of small business. You can be pretty flexible in defining a small business. Everyone outside the big three or big four you find at the top of most industries is small in Truman's eyes. And in the name of small business, you can do things to direct and stimulate the economy that would be politically difficult under any other label. Actually, small business is by no means unified in its outlook, nor agreed upon what it wants, as is evidenced by the disunity and weakness of the small business national trade associations. There are many such organizations, but the largest probably has less than 5,000 members. Each is tied primarily to one line of business, which usually includes large as well as small firms. The small businessman sees first of all the conditions of his own industry in his local market, although the problem he has in common with all other small businessmen arises from the concentration process. To see that process for what it is requires an act of abstraction of which any significant number of small businessmen seem incapable. The small business wing of the old middle class stands in contrast to the farmer wing, whose political force is being used nationally and with great success. Nationally, the small businessman is overpowered, politically and economically, by big business. He therefore tries to ride with and benefit from the success of big business on the national political front, even as he fights the economic effects of big business on the local and state front. The local businessman is usually against only the unfair chain and the monster department store, and does not see the national movement. This is understandable. Some 70% of small businessmen are retail tradesmen. While they cannot see the big manufacturer so clearly, any new channel of distribution is right before their eyes, and evokes their resentment because they can immediately feel its competition. There is reason in the small businessman's point that business, large or small, when contrasted with the consuming public, is after all business. The problem of small business is, in the end, a family quarrel, a quarrel between the big and the small capitalist over the distribution of available profits. The small capitalist desires profits to be more equally divided within the business community. That is what the restoration of free private competition means to him. Yet, at the same time that small firms are being driven to the wall, they are being used by the big firms with whom they publicly identify themselves. This fact underlies the ideology and the frustration of the small urban capitalist. It is the reason why his aggression is directed at labor and government. Being closer to labor by social origin and business contact, small businessmen can the more easily magnify and develop resentments against labor's power. Being closer to them on economic levels, they are quick to observe any shifts in their relative economic positions. As an employer of labor, the small business stratum, Rudolf Hilferding wrote in 1910, comes into more acute contradiction to the working class. If the power of unions is not greater in small enterprises, still the exercise of that power seems more drastic. The small concern is less able than the large one to meet both the higher wages the union wins for its members and the costs of social security labor obtains from the state welfare coffers. As labor unions have organized and developed their political pressure, especially over the last 15 years, and as wages went up during World War II, the small businessman readily developed a deep resentment, which fed his anti-labor ideology. He always says the working man is a fine fellow, but these unions are bad, and their leaders are still worse. His attitude toward labor magnifies its power, and his resentment takes a personal form. Think of the tremendous wages being paid to laboring men. All out of proportion to what they should be paid. A number of them have spoken to me, saying they are ashamed to be taking the wages. And another one says, I had a young man cash a check at the store on Monday evening for $95. We would not class him as half as good as our clerks in our store. It is this feeling that makes it possible for big business to use small business as a shield. In any melee between big business and big labor, the small entrepreneurs seem to be more often on the side of business. It is as if the closer to bankruptcy they are, the more frantically they cling to their ideal. But much as they cling to big business, they do not look to it as the solver of their troubles. For this, strangely enough, they look to government. The little businessman believes, we are victims of circumstances. My only hope is in Senator Murray, who, I feel sure, will do all in his power to keep the little businessman who, he knows, has been the foundation of the country, etc. We all know no business can survive selling at a loss, which is my case today, on the new cost of green coffee. Yet, while he looks to government for economic aid and political comfort, the independent businessman is, at the same time, resentful of its regulations and taxation, and he has vague feelings that larger powers are using government against him. And his attitude toward government is blended with estimates of his own virtue, for the criterion of man is success on Main Street. Another thing that I resent very much is the fact that most of these organizations are headed by men who are not able to make a success in private life and have squeezed into WPA sick and gotten over us and are telling us what to do, and it is to me very resentful. And all these men here know of people who head these organizations, who were not able to make a living on Main Street before. Small businesses' attitude toward government, as toward labor, plays into the hands of big business ideology. In both connections, small businessmen are shock troops in the battle against labor unions and government controls. Big government, organized labor, big business, as well as immediate competitors, prepare the soil of anxiety for small business. The ideological growth of this anxiety is thus deeply rooted in fears, which, though often misplaced, are not without foundation. Big business exploits in its own interests the very anxieties it has created for small business. Many of the problems to which Nazism provided one kind of solution have by no means been solved in America. The ultimate success of National Socialism, A.R.L. Gurland, O. Kirchheimer, and F. Newman have recalled, was due to a large extent to its ability to use the frustrations of small business groups for its own purposes. Small business wanted to retain its independence and have an adequate income. But it was not allowed to do this. The Nazis directed the resentment of small businessmen against labor and against the Weimar Republic, which appeared to be, and to some extent was, the creation of the German labor movement. The frustrations of small businessmen, created primarily by the process of concentration, were not directed against the industrial and financial monopolists, but against those groups that appeared to have attained more security at the expense of small business. Thus, National Socialism was able to organize small business by promising it the coming of a golden age. While victimized by the government's tax policy and trade restrictions, small business was mortally hit by the spread of inflation which devoured its economies. This from the very beginning determined the political orientation which small business was to follow under the Republic. Assistance was expected from those parties which seemed able to resist labor and labor-influenced government. Policies that emphasized the middle-class aim of maintaining the status quo between the balance of social forces and promised legal measures to further and protect independent middle-class elements were welcomed by these elements. Small business leaders did not mistrust the Nazi Party. Did not many of the Nazi leaders come from the very social stratum to which they, the small businessmen, belonged? Had not many joined the party for the very reasons which had made life under the Republic unbearable for small businessmen? If the small businessman in America is going back on his spokesman, he cannot really be blamed, for the spokesman, without knowing it, have also been going back on the small businessman. These spokesmen would legally guarantee his chances. But once guaranteed, a chance becomes a sinecure. All the private and public virtues that self-help, manly competition, and cupidity are supposed to foster would be denied the little businessman. The government would expropriate the very basis of political freedom and of the free personality. If, as is so frequently insisted by senators, democracy can exist only in a capitalistic system in which the life of the individual is controlled by supply and demand, then democracy may be finished. It is now frequently added, however, that to save capitalism, the government must prevent small business from being shattered and destroyed. The new way of salvation replaces the old faith in supply and demand with the hope of governmental aid and legalized comfort. By trying to persuade the government to ration out the main chance, large and small business alike are helping to destroy the meaning of competition in the style of life and the free society of the old middle classes. For political persistence. The old middle classes are still the chief anchors of the old American way, and the old way is still strong. Yet American history of the last century often seems to be a series of mishaps for the independent man. Whatever occasional victories he may have won, this man has been fighting against the main drift of a new society. Even his victories have turned out to be illusory or temporary. The economic tensions that developed in the world of the small entrepreneur and took political shape as this world was being destroyed were not between classes with and without property. That conflict was distracted by another, which has determined the course of U.S. politics. Until very recently, political issues have been fought between holders of small property, mainly rural, and holders of large property, mainly industrial and financial. While all the people were not owners, there were too many who thought they soon would be to fight politically against the institution of property itself. Politics was sidetracked into a fight between various sizes and types of property, while more and more of the population had no property of any size or type, and increasingly no chance to get any. No U.S. political leader with following, with the possible exception of Debs with his 900,000 votes in 1912, has ventured even to discuss seriously the overturning of property relations. In American politics, those relations have been assumed, their strength rooted in the small entrepreneur's world, in which work created property before men's eyes, and in which pursuit of private gain seemed to be visibly in harmony with the public good. A nation consisting mainly of small capitalists and a government under their control is the outspoken ideal of American statesmen. From Jefferson and Lincoln to Roosevelt and Wilson, wrote William Walling, one of the most penetrating analysts of the progressive era. Such a society is viewed in American political rhetoric as eternal, and no society is thought to be genuinely civilized until it has obtained the social maturity of division into small holdings. The idea is that the small capitalist ought to be a privileged class and ought to rule the country, and that other classes ought to be prevented from growing too large, if possible, or at least should be kept from power. The old middle classes were perhaps at the height of their political consciousness when they made their last political stand in the progressive era. The fight against plutocracy was a fight in the name and in the interests of the small capitalist on farm and in city. Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson were its leading rhetoricians. Wilson, who represented the whole system of business, regarded it as a system in which government should abolish private monopolies and hold any large interests which are not monopolies in their places. Small businesses, he insisted, are to be provided for the whole population. Each generation should look forward to becoming not employees but heads of small, it may be, but hopeful businesses. Could Wilson imagine any U.S. government except a government of small capitalists? In Roosevelt's version, new classes, according to Walling, were to be admitted to power, but only as they become small capitalists. Ultimately we desire to use the government to aid, as far as safely can be done, the industrial tool users to become in part tool owners just as the farmers now are. The growth in the complexity of community life, said Roosevelt, means the partial substitution of collectivism for individualism, not to destroy, but to save, individualism. The two general lines of strategy taken by liberal theorists and old middle-class politicians, led by these two men, were, 1. The view as expressed by Herbert Croly and Theodore Roosevelt that large concentrations of property should be fought indirectly. By bringing them under governmental control, through taxation and governmental guidance, he hoped to make monopolies function in the interest of public welfare, to make big business honest and respectable, in the manner of little business, and to give more little businesses the chance to become big. 2. Following the traditional Jeffersonian animus, the view of Louis D. Brandeis and Woodrow Wilson, the view that favored the outright breaking up of large monopolies and the restoration of the world of small free men. However the expedient details may have differed, American liberalism has based its main hope for democracy on the hope that the small capitalist, doing his own work, or working for others only until he sets up for himself, would control the wealth of the country. Progressive political movements have thus been technologically reactionary. In the literal sense, they have been carried on by those who were defending small property by waging war against large concentrations of property. Breaks in the major parties have been breaks caused by conflicting tendencies among old middle-class politicians. In 1912, for example, when Theodore Roosevelt broke away from the Republican Party with his Bull Moose campaign, he was on the one hand fighting those who wanted to give absolutely free rein to monopolies, and on the other restraining the nomination of La Follette as a Republican candidate. As Matthew Josephson has shown, the small men who feared and hated monopolies, who wished to make secure the small property holders' way of life, gave and received support from La Follette. It was primarily for such little men that 12 years later, in 1924, the largest third-party vote in the history of the United States was cast. But through the boom and into the Depression the monopolists continued to grow. The New Deal, a shifting confusion of dominantly middle-class tendencies, did not materially lessen the concentration, and the war continued to facilitate it. Yet the small entrepreneur has not quit easily. Increasingly his weapons have become political, a tricky realm reflecting economic forces as much or more than political will. While spearheading the drive of technology, the enemies of the small entrepreneur have also fought with political as well as with economic weapons. These enemies have been winning without benefit of popular upsurges. Their strength has not been people, but technology, and money and war. Their struggle has been hidden, relentless, and successful. Middle-class radicalism in the United States has been in truth reactionary, for it could be realized and maintained only if production were kept small-scale. The small entrepreneur and his champions have accepted the basic relations of capitalism, but have hung back at an early stage, and have gained no leverage outside the system with which they might resist its unfolding. In their politics of desperation against large-scale property, small businessmen and independent farmers have demanded that the state guarantee the existence and profits of their small properties. An economy dominated by small-scale factories, shops, and farms may be integrated by a multitude of transactions between individual men on free markets. The spread of large enterprises has diminished the number and areas of those transactions. Larger areas of modern society are integrated by bureaucratic units of management, and such market freedom as persists is more or less confined to higgling and conniving among bureaucratic agents, and to areas not yet in the grip of big management. The distribution of man's independence, insofar as it is rooted in the ownership and control of his means of livelihood and his equality of power in the market, is thus drastically narrowed. The free market which coordinated the world of the small propertied producers is no longer the chief means of coordination. No longer mechanisms of an impersonal adjustment, nor sovereign guides of the productive process, prices are now the object of powerful bargainings between the political blocs of big business, big farmers, and big labor. Price changes are signals of the relative powers of these interest blocs rather than signals of demand and supply on the part of scattered producers and consumers. War, slump, and boom increase this managed balance of power as against the self-balance of the old free market society. Other means of integration are indeed now needed to prop up what old market mechanisms still work. In 3 or 4 generations the United States has passed from a loose scatter of enterprisers to an increasingly bureaucratic coordination of specialized occupational structures. Its economy has become a bureaucratic cage. Political freedom and economic security have different meanings and different bases in the social structure that has resulted from the centralization of property. When widely distributed properties are the dominant means of independent livelihood, men are free and secure within the limits of their abilities and the framework of the market. Their political freedom does not contradict their economic security, both are rooted in ownership. Political power, resting upon this ownership, is evenly enough distributed to secure political freedom. Economic security, founded upon one man's property, is not the basis for another man's insecurity. Control over the property with which one works is the keystone of a classic democratic system which, for a while, united political freedom and economic security. But the centralization of property has shifted the basis of economic security from property ownership to job holding. The power inherent in huge properties has jeopardized the old balance which gave political freedom. Now unlimited freedom to do as one wishes with one's property is at the same time freedom to do what one wishes to the freedom and the security of thousands of dependent employees. For the employees, freedom and security, both political and economic, can no longer rest upon individual independence in the old sense. To be free and to be secure is to have an effective control over that upon which one is dependent, the job within the centralized enterprise. The broad linkage of enterprise and property, the cradle condition of classic democracy, no longer exists in America. This is no society of small entrepreneurs now, they are one stratum among others. Above them is the big money, below them, the alienated employee, before them, the fate of politically dependent relics, behind them, their world. 2. White-collar worlds. 4. The new middle class, I. In the early 19th century, although there are no exact figures, probably 4/5 of the occupied population were self-employed enterprisers. By 1870, only about one-third, and in 1940, only about one-fifth, were still in this old middle class. Many of the remaining four-fifths of the people who now earn a living do so by working for the 2 or 3% of the population who now own 40 or 50% of the private property in the United States. Among these workers are the members of the new middle class, white-collar people on salary. For them, as for wage workers, America has become a nation of employees for whom independent property is out of range. Labor markets, not control of property, determine their chances to receive income, exercise power, enjoy prestige, learn and use skills. Of the three broad strata composing modern society, only the new middle class has steadily grown in proportion to the whole. 80 years ago, there were 750,000 middle-class employees. By 1940, there were over 12.5 million. In that period the old middle class increased 135%, wage workers, 255%, new middle class, 1,600%. The employees composing the new middle class do not make up one single compact stratum. They have not emerged on a single horizontal level, but have been shuffled out simultaneously on the several levels of modern society. They now form, as it were, a new pyramid within the old pyramid of society at large, rather than a horizontal layer. The great bulk of the new middle class are of the lower middle income brackets, but regardless of how social stature is measured, types of white-collar men and women range from almost the top to almost the bottom of modern society. The managerial stratum, subject to minor variations during these decades, has dropped slightly, from 14 to 10%. The salaried professionals, displaying the same minor ups and downs, have dropped from 30 to 25% of the new middle class. The major shifts in overall composition have been in the relative decline of the sales group, occurring most sharply around 1900, from 44 to 25% of the total new middle class, and the steady rise of the office workers, from 12 to 40%. Today the three largest occupational groups in the white-collar stratum are school teachers, salespeople in and out of stores, and assorted office workers. These three form the white-collar mass. White-collar occupations now engage well over half the members of the American middle class as a whole. Between 1870 and 1940, white-collar workers rose from 15 to 56% of the middle brackets, while the old middle class declined from 85 to 44%. Negatively, the transformation of the middle class is a shift from property to no property. Positively, it is a shift from property to a new axis of stratification, occupation. The nature and well-being of the old middle class can best be sought in the condition of entrepreneurial property, of the new middle class, in the economics and sociology of occupations. The numerical decline of the older, independent sectors of the middle class is an incident in the centralization of property. The numerical rise of the newer salaried employees is due to the industrial mechanics by which the occupations composing the new middle class have arisen. In modern society, occupations are specific functions within a social division of labor, as well as skills sold for income on a labor market. Contemporary divisions of labor involve a hitherto unknown specialization of skill, from arranging abstract symbols, at $1,000 an hour, to working a shovel, for $1,000 a year. The major shifts in occupations since the Civil War have assumed this industrial trend. As a proportion of the labor force, fewer individuals manipulate things, more handle people and symbols. This shift in needed skills is another way of describing the rise of the white-collar workers, for their characteristic skills involve the handling of paper and money and people. They are expert at dealing with people transiently and impersonally. They are masters of the commercial, professional, and technical relationship. The one thing they do not do is lie by making things, rather, they live off the social machineries that organize and coordinate the people who do make things. White-collar people help turn what someone else has made into profit for still another. Some of them are closer to the means of production, supervising the work of actual manufacture and recording what is done. They are the people who keep track. They man the paper routines involved in distributing what is produced. They provide technical and personal services, and they teach others the skills which they themselves practice, as well as all other skills transmitted by teaching. As the proportion of workers needed for the extraction and production of things declines, the proportion needed for servicing, distributing, and coordinating rises. In 1870, over 3/4, and in 1940, slightly less than 1/2 of the total employed were engaged in producing things. By 1940, the proportion of white-collar workers of those employed in industries primarily involved in the production of things was 11%, in service industries, 32%, in distribution, 44%, and in coordination, 60%. The white-collar industries themselves have grown, and within each industry the white-collar occupations have grown. Three trends lie back of the fact that the white-collar ranks have thus been the most rapidly growing of modern occupations: the increasing productivity of machinery used in manufacturing, the magnification of distribution, and the increasing scale of coordination. The immense productivity of mass production technique and the increased application of technologic rationality are the first open secrets of modern occupational change. Fewer men turn out more things in less time. In the middle of the 19th century, as J.F. Dewhurst and his associates have calculated, some 17.6 billion horsepower hours were expended in American industry, only 6% by mechanical energy. By the middle of the 20th century, 410.4 billion horsepower hours will be expended, 94% by mechanical energy. This industrial revolution seems to be permanent, seems to go on through war and boom and slump. Thus a decline in production results in a more than proportional decline in employment, and an increase in production results in a less than proportional increase in employment. Technology has thus narrowed the stratum of workers needed for given volumes of output. It has also altered the types and proportions of skill needed in the production process. Know-how, once an attribute of the mass of workers, is now in the machine and the engineering elite who design it. Machines displace unskilled workmen, make craft skills unnecessary, push up front the automatic motions of the machine operative. Workers composing the new lower class are predominantly semi-skilled. Their proportion in the urban wage worker stratum has risen from 31% in 1910 to 41% in 1940. The manpower economies brought about by machinery and the large-scale rationalization of labor forces, so apparent in production and extraction, have not, as yet, been applied so extensively in distribution, transportation, communication, finance, and trade. Yet without an elaboration of these means of distribution, the wide-flung operations of multi-plant producers could not be integrated nor their products distributed. Therefore, the proportion of people engaged in distribution has enormously increased so that today about 1/4 of the labor force is so engaged. Distribution has expanded more than production because of the lag in technological application in this field, and because of the persistence of individual and small-scale entrepreneurial units at the same time that the market has been enlarged and the need to market has been deepened. Behind this expansion of the distributive occupations lies the central problem of modern capitalism: to whom can the available goods be sold? As volume swells, the intensified search for markets draws more workers into the distributive occupations of trade, promotion, advertising. As far-flung and intricate markets come into being, and as the need to find and create even more markets becomes urgent, middlemen who move, store, finance, promote, and sell goods are knit into a vast network of enterprises and occupations. The physical aspect of distribution involves wide and fast transportation networks. The coordination of marketing involves communication. The search for markets and the selling of goods involves trade, including wholesale and retail outlets as well as financial agencies for commodity and capital markets. Each of these activities engage more people, but the manual jobs among them do not increase so fast as the white-collar tasks. Transportation, growing rapidly after the Civil War, began to decline in point of the numbers of people involved before 1930, but this decline took place among wage workers. The proportion of white-collar workers employed in transportation continued to rise. By 1940, some 23% of the people in transportation were white-collar employees. As a new industrial segment of the U.S. economy, the communication industry has never been run by large numbers of free enterprisers. At the outset it needed large numbers of technical and other white-collar workers. By 1940, some 77% of its people were in new middle-class occupations. Trade is now the third largest segment of the occupational structure, exceeded only by farming and manufacturing. A few years after the Civil War, less than 5 out of every 100 workers were engaged in trade. By 1940 almost 12 out of every 100 workers were so employed. But, while 70% of those in wholesaling and retailing were free enterprisers in 1870, and less than 3% were white-collar, by 1940, of the people engaged in retail trade 27% were free enterprisers, 41% are white-collar employees. Newer methods of merchandising, such as credit financing, have resulted in an even greater percentage increase in the financial than in the commercial agents of distribution. Branch banking has lowered the status of many banking employees to the clerical level, and reduced the number of executive positions. By 1940, of all employees in finance and real estate 70% were white-collar workers of the new middle class. The organizational reason for the expansion of the white-collar occupations is the rise of big business and big government, and the consequent trend of modern social structure, the steady growth of bureaucracy. In every branch of the economy, as firms merge and corporations become dominant, free entrepreneurs become employees, and the calculations of accountant, statistician, bookkeeper, and clerk in these corporations replace the free movement of prices as the coordinating agent of the economic system. The rise of thousands of big and little bureaucracies and the elaborate specialization of the system as a whole create the need for many men and women to plan, coordinate, and administer new routines for others. In moving from smaller to larger and more elaborate units of economic activity, increased proportions of employees are drawn into coordinating and managing. Managerial and professional employees and office workers of varied sorts, floor walkers, foremen, office managers are needed, people to whom subordinates report, and who in turn report to superiors, are links in chains of power and obedience, coordinating and supervising other occupational experiences, functions, and skills. And all over the economy, the proportion of clerks of all sorts has increased, from 1 or 2% in 1870 to 10 or 11% of all gainful workers in 1940. As the worlds of business undergo these changes, the increased tasks of government on all fronts draw still more people into occupations that regulate and service property and men. In response to the largeness and predatory complications of business, the crises of slump, the nationalization of the rural economy and small-town markets, the flood of immigrants, the urgencies of war and the march of technology disrupting social life, government increases its coordinating and regulating tasks. Public regulations, social services, and business taxes require more people to make mass records and to integrate people, firms, and goods, both within government and in the various segments of business and private life. All branches of government have grown, although the most startling increases are found in the executive branch of the federal government, where the needs for coordinating the economy have been most prevalent. As marketable activities, occupations change, 1. With shifts in the skills required, as technology and rationalization are unevenly applied across the economy, 2. With the enlargement and intensification of marketing operations in both the commodity and capital markets, and 3. With shifts in the organization of the division of work, as expanded organizations require coordination, management, and recording. The mechanics involved within and between these three trends have led to the numerical expansion of white-collar employees. There are other less obvious ways in which the occupational structure is shaped. High agricultural tariffs, for example, delay the decline of farming as an occupation. Were Argentine beef allowed to enter duty-free, the number of meat producers here might diminish. City ordinances and zoning laws abolish peddlers and affect the types of construction workers that prevail. Most states have bureaus of standards which limit entrance into professions and semi-professions. At the same time, members of these occupations form associations in the attempt to control entrance into their market. More successful than most trade unions, such professional associations as the American Medical Association have managed for several decades to level off the proportion of physicians and surgeons. Every phase of the slump war boom cycle influences the numerical importance of various occupations. For instance, the movement back and forth between construction worker and small contractor is geared to slumps and booms in building. The pressures from these loosely organized parts of the occupational world draw conscious managerial agencies into the picture. The effects of attempts to manage occupational change, directly and indirectly, are not yet great, except of course during wars, when government freezes men in their jobs or offers incentives and compulsions to remain in old occupations or shift to new ones. Yet, increasingly the class levels and occupational composition of the nation are managed. The occupational structure of the United States is being slowly reshaped as a gigantic corporate group. It is subject not only to the pulling of autonomous markets and the pushing of technology but to an allocation of personnel from central points of control. Occupational change thus becomes more conscious, at least to those who are coming to be in charge of it. 3. White-collar pyramids. Occupations, in terms of which we circumscribe the new middle class, involve several ways of ranking people. As specific activities, they entail various types and levels of skill, and their exercise fulfills certain functions within an industrial division of labor. These are the skills and functions we have been examining statistically. As sources of income, occupations are connected with class position, and since they normally carry an expected quota of prestige, on and off the job, they are relevant to status position. They also involve certain degrees of power over other people, directly in terms of the job, and indirectly in other social areas. Occupations are thus tied to class, status, and power as well as to skill and function. To understand the occupations composing the new middle class, we must consider them in terms of each of these dimensions. Class situation in its simplest objective sense has to do with the amount and source of income. Today, occupation rather than property is the source of income for most of those who receive any direct income. The possibilities of selling their services in the labor market, rather than of profitably buying and selling their property and its yields, now determine the life chances of most of the middle class. All things money can buy and many that men dream about are theirs by virtue of occupational income. In new middle class occupations, men work for someone else on someone else's property. This is the clue to many differences between the old and new middle classes, as well as to the contrast between the older world of the small propertied entrepreneur and the occupational structure of the new society. If the old middle class once fought big property structures in the name of small, free properties, the new middle class, like the wage workers in latter-day capitalism, has been, from the beginning, dependent upon large properties for job security. Wage workers in the factory and on the farm are on the propertyless bottom of the occupational structure, depending upon the equipment owned by others, earning wages for the time they spend at work. In terms of property, the white-collar people are not in between capital and labor, they are in exactly the same property class position as the wage workers. They have no direct financial tie to the means of production, no prime claim upon the proceeds from property. Like factory workers and day laborers, for that matter, they work for those who do own such means of livelihood. Yet if bookkeepers and coal miners, insurance agents and farm laborers, doctors in a clinic and crane operators in an open pit have this condition in common, certainly their class situations are not the same. To understand their class positions, we must go beyond the common fact of source of income and consider as well the amount of income. In 1890, the average income of white-collar occupational groups was about double that of wage workers. Before World War I, salaries were not so adversely affected by slumps as wages were, but, on the contrary, they rather steadily advanced. Since World War I, however, salaries have been reacting to turns in the economic cycles more and more like wages, although still to a lesser extent. If wars help wages more because of the greater flexibility of wages, slumps help salaries because of their greater inflexibility. Yet after each war era, salaries have never regained their previous advantage over wages. Each phase of the cycle, as well as the progressive rise of all income groups, has resulted in a narrowing of the income gap between wage workers and white-collar employees. In the middle 30s, the three urban strata, entrepreneurs, white-collar, and wage workers, formed a distinct scale with respect to median family income. The white-collar employees had a median income of $1,896, the entrepreneurs, $1,464, the urban wage workers, $1,175. Although the median income of white-collar workers was higher than that of the entrepreneurs, larger proportions of the entrepreneurs received both high-level and low-level incomes. The distribution of their income was spread more than that of the white-collar. The wartime boom in incomes, in fact, spread the incomes of all occupational groups, but not evenly. The spread occurred mainly among urban entrepreneurs. As an income level, the old middle class in the city is becoming less an evenly graded income group, and more a collection of different strata, with a large proportion of lumpen bourgeoisie who receive very low incomes, and a small, prosperous bourgeoisie with very high incomes. In the late 40s, 1948, median family income, the income of all white-collar workers was $4,000, that of all urban wage workers, $3,300. These averages, however, should not obscure the overlap of specific groups within each stratum. The lower white-collar people, sales employees and office workers, earned almost the same as skilled workers and foremen, but more than semi-skilled urban wage workers. In terms of property, white-collar people are in the same position as wage workers. In terms of occupational income, they are somewhere in the middle. Once they were considerably above the wage workers, they have become less so. In the middle of the century they still have an edge, but the overall rise in incomes is making the new middle class a more homogeneous income group. As with income, so with prestige, white-collar groups are differentiated socially, perhaps more decisively than wage workers and entrepreneurs. Wage earners certainly do form an income pyramid and a prestige gradation, as do entrepreneurs and rentiers, but the new middle class, in terms of income and prestige, is a superimposed pyramid, reaching from almost the bottom of the first to almost the top of the second. People in white-collar occupations claim higher prestige than wage workers, and, as a general rule, can cash in their claims with wage workers as well as with the anonymous public. This fact has been seized upon, with much justification, as the defining characteristic of the white-collar strata, and although there are definite indications in the United States of a decline in their prestige, still, on a nationwide basis, the majority of even the lower white-collar employees, office workers and salespeople enjoy a middling prestige. The historic basis of the white-collar employees' prestige, apart from superior income, have included the similarity of their place and type of work to those of the old middle classes, which has permitted them to borrow prestige. As their relations with entrepreneur and with esteemed customer have become more impersonal, they have borrowed prestige from the firm itself. The stylization of their appearance, in particular the fact that most white-collar jobs have permitted the wearing of street clothes on the job, has also figured in their prestige claims, as have the skills required in most white-collar jobs, and in many of them the variety of operations performed and the degree of autonomy exercised in deciding work procedures. Furthermore, the time taken to learn these skills and the way in which they have been acquired by formal education and by close contact with the higher UPS in charge has been important. White-collar employees have monopolized high school education. Even in 1940 they had completed 12 grades to the 8 grades for wage workers and entrepreneurs. They have also enjoyed status by descent. In terms of race, Negro white-collar employees exist only in isolated instances and, more importantly, in terms of nativity, in 1930 only about 9% of white-collar workers, but 16% of free enterprisers and 21% of wage workers, were foreign-born. Finally, as an underlying fact, the limited size of the white-collar group, compared to wage workers, has led to successful claims to greater prestige. The power position of groups and of individuals typically depends upon factors of class, status, and occupation, often in intricate interrelation. Given occupations involve specific powers over other people in the actual course of work, but also outside the job area, by virtue of their relations to institutions of property as well as the typical income they afford, occupations lend power. Some white-collar occupations require the direct exercise of supervision over other white-collar and wage workers, and many more are closely attached to this managerial cadre. White-collar employees are the assistants of authority. The power they exercise is a derived power, but they do exercise it. Moreover, within the white-collar pyramids there is a characteristic pattern of authority involving age and sex. The white-collar ranks contain a good many women, some 41% of all white-collar employees, as compared with 10% of free enterprisers, and 21% of wage workers, are women. As with sex, so with age, free enterprisers average, median, about 45 years of age, white-collar and wage workers, about 34, but among free enterprisers and wage workers, men are about 2 or 3 years older than women. Among white-collar workers, there is a 6 or 7 year difference. In the white-collar pyramids, authority is roughly graded by age and sex. Younger women tend to be subordinated to older men. The occupational groups forming the white-collar pyramids, different as they may be from one another, have certain common characteristics, which are central to the character of the new middle class as a general pyramid overlapping the entrepreneurs and wage workers. White-collar people cannot be adequately defined along any one possible dimension of stratification: skill, function, class, status, or power. They are generally in the middle ranges on each of these dimensions and on every descriptive attribute. Their position is more definable in terms of their relative differences from other strata than in any absolute terms. On all points of definition, it must be remembered that white-collar people are not one compact horizontal stratum. They do not fulfill one central, positive function that can define them, although in general their functions are similar to those of the old middle class. They deal with symbols and with other people, coordinating, recording, and distributing, but they fulfill these functions as dependent employees, and the skills they thus employ are sometimes similar in form and required mentality to those of many wage workers. In terms of property, they are equal to wage workers and different from the old middle class. Originating as propertyless dependents, they have no serious expectations of propertied independence. In terms of income, their class position is, on the average, somewhat higher than that of wage workers. The overlap is large and the trend has been definitely toward less difference, but even today the differences are significant. Perhaps of more psychological importance is the fact that white-collar groups have successfully claimed more prestige than wage workers and still generally continue to do so. The basis of their prestige may not be solid today, and certainly they show no signs of being permanent, but, however vague and fragile, they continue to mark off white-collar people from wage workers. Members of white-collar occupations exercise a derived authority in the course of their work. Moreover, compared to older hierarchies, the white-collar pyramids are youthful and feminine bureaucracies, within which youth, education, and American birth are emphasized at the wide base, where millions of office workers most clearly typify these differences between the new middle class and other occupational groups. White-collar masses, in turn, are managed by people who are more like the old middle class, having many of the social characteristics, if not the independence, of free enterprisers. 5. The managerial demiurge. As the means of administration are enlarged and centralized, there are more managers in every sphere of modern society, and the managerial type of man becomes more important in the total social structure. These new men at the top, products of 100-year shift in the upper brackets, operate within the new bureaucracies, which select them for their positions and then shape their characters. Their role within these bureaucracies, and the role of the bureaucracies within the social structure, set the scope and pace of the managerial demiurge. So pervasive and weighty are these bureaucratic forms of life that, in due course, older types of upper bracket men shift their character and performance to join the managerial trend, or sink beneath the upper bracket men. In their common attempt to deal with the underlying population, the managers of business and government have become interlaced by committee and pressure group, by political party and trade association. Very slowly, reluctantly, the labor leader in his curious way, during certain phases of the business cycle and union history, joins them. The managerial demiurge means more than an increased proportion of people who work and live by the rules of business, government, and labor bureaucracy. It means that, at the top, society becomes an uneasy interlocking of private and public hierarchies, and at the bottom, more and more areas become objects of management and manipulation. Bureaucratization in the United States is by no means total, its spread is partial and segmental, and the individual is caught up in several structures at once. Yet, overall, the loose-jointed integration of liberal society is being replaced, especially in its war phases, by the more managed integration of a corporate-like society. 1. The bureaucracies. As an epithet for governmental waste and red tape, the word bureaucracy is a carryover from the heroic age of capitalism, when the middle-class entrepreneur was in revolt against mercantile company and monarchist dynasty. That time is now long past, but the epithet persists in the service of different aims. In its present common meaning, bureaucracy is inaccurate and misleading for three major reasons. 1. When the corporation official objects to bureaucracy, he means of course the programs of the federal government, and then only insofar as they seem to be against the interests of his own private business bureaucracy. 2. Most of the waste and inefficiency associated in popular imagery with bureaucracy is, in fact, a lack of strict and complete bureaucratization. The mess, and certainly the graft, of the U.S. Army, are more often a result of a persistence of the entrepreneurial outlook among its personnel than of any bureaucratic tendencies as such. Descriptively, bureaucracy refers to a hierarchy of offices or bureaus, each with an assigned area of operation, each employing a staff having specialized qualifications. So defined, bureaucracy is the most efficient type of social organization yet devised. 3. Government bureaucracies are, in large part, a public consequence of private bureaucratic developments, which by centralizing property and equipment have been the pace-setter of the bureaucratic trend. The very size of modern business, housing the technological motors and financial say-so, compels the rise of centralizing organizations of formal rule and rational subdivisions in all sectors of society, most especially in government. In business, as the manufacturing plant expands in size, it draws more people into its administrative scope. A smaller proportion of plants employ a larger proportion of manufacturing wage earners. Even before World War II, concentration, 1% of all the plants employed over half the workers. These enlarged plants are knit together in central office or multi-plant enterprises. Less than 6,000 such enterprises control the plants that employ about half of the workers. They have an output valued 760% or higher, and a production per wage worker 19.5% higher, than independent plants. Multi-plant as well as independent plant enterprises merge together in various forms of corporation. By the time of the Great Depression, the 200 largest industrial corporations owned about half of the total industrial wealth of the country. These large corporations are linked by their directorships and by trade associations. Administrative decisions merge into the check and balance of the interlocking directorships. In the middle 30s, some 400 men held a full third of the 3,544 top seats of the 250 largest corporations. Supracorporate trade associations, as Robert Brady has observed, become funnels for the new monopoly, stabilizing and rationalizing competing managements economically, and serving as the political apparatus for the whole managerial demiurge of private wealth. The slump war boom rhythm makes business bureaucracy grow. During the crises, the single business concern becomes tied to an intercorporate world which manages the relations of large business and government. The larger and more bureaucratic business becomes, the more the federal government elaborates itself for purposes of attempted control, and the more business responds with more rational organization. The bureaucracies of business tend to duplicate the regulatory agencies of the federal hierarchy, to place their members within the governmental commissions and agencies, to hire officials away from government, and to develop elaborate mazes within which are hidden the official secrets of business operations. Across the bargaining tables of power, the bureaucracies of business and government face one another, and under the tables their myriad feet are interlocked in wonderfully complex ways. The American governing apparatus has been enlarged, centralized, and professionalized both in its means of administration and the staff required. Presidents and governors, mayors, and city managers have gathered into their hands the means of administration and the power to appoint and supervise. These officials, no longer simply political figures who deal mainly with legislatures, have become general managerial chieftains who deal mainly with the subordinates of a bureaucratic hierarchy. The executive branch of modern government has become dynamic, increasing its functions and enlarging its staff at the expense of the legislative and the judicial. In 1929, of all civilian governmental employees 18% were employed in the executive branch of the federal government. In 1947, after the peak of World War II, the proportion was 37%. Who are the managers behind the managerial demiurge? Seen from below, the management is not a who but a series of theys and even its. Management is something one reports to in some office, maybe in all offices including that of the union. It is a printed instruction and a sign on a bulletin board, it is the voice coming through the loudspeakers, it is the name in the newspaper, it is the signature you can never make out, except it is printed underneath, it is a system that issues orders superior to anybody you know close up, it blueprints, specifying in detail, your work life and the boss life of your foreman. Management is the centralized say-so. Seen from the middle ranks, management is one part people who give you the nod, one part system, one part yourself. White-collar people may be part of management, like they say, but management is a lot of things, not all of them managing. You carry authority, but you are not its source. As one of the managed, you are on view from above, and perhaps you are seen as a threat. As one of the managers, you are seen from below, perhaps as a tool. You are the cog and the belt line of the bureaucratic machinery itself, you are a link in the chains of commands, persuasions, notices, bills, which bind together the men who make decisions and the men who make things. Without you the managerial demiurge could not be. But your authority is confined strictly within a prescribed orbit of occupational actions, and such power as you wield is a borrowed thing. Yours is the subordinate's mark, yours the canned talk. The money you handle is somebody else's money, the papers you sort and shuffle already bear somebody else's marks. You are the servant of decision, the assistant of authority, the minion of management. You are closer to management than the wage workers are, but yours is seldom the last decision. Seen from close to the top, management is the ethos of the higher circle. Concentrate power, but enlarge your staff. Down the line, make them feel a part of what you are a part. Set up a school for managers and manage what managers learn, open a channel of two-way communication, commands go down, information comes up. Keep a firm grip but don't boss them, boss their experience, don't let them learn what you don't tell them. Between decision and execution, between command and obedience, let there be reflex. Be calm, judicious, rational, groom your personality and control your appearance, make business a profession. Develop yourself. Write a memo, hold a conference with men like you. And in all this be yourself and be human, nod gravely to the girls in the office, say hello to the men, and always listen carefully to the ones above. Over last weekend, I gave much thought to the information you kindly tendered me on Friday, especially 2 from the top to the bottom. According to Edwin G. Norse, recently head of the President's Council of Economic Advisers, responsibility for determining the direction of the nation's economic life today and of furnishing both opportunity and incentive to the masses centers upon some 1 or 2% of the gainfully employed. The managers, as the cadre of the enterprise, form a hierarchy, graded according to their authority to initiate tasks, to plan and execute their own work and freely to plan and order the work of others. Each level in the cadre's hierarchy is beholden to the levels above. Manager talks with manager and each manager talks with his assistant managers and to the employees, that is, those who do not plan work or make decisions, but perform assigned work. Contact with non-managerial employees probably increases down the managerial hierarchy. The top men rarely talk to anyone but secretaries and other managers. The bottom men may have 90% of their contacts with managed employees. In employee parlance, the boss is frequently the man who actually gives orders. The top men are the higher-ups who are typically unapproachable except by the narrow circle directly around them. Down the line, managers are typically split into two types, those who have to do with business decisions and those who have to do with the industrial run of work. Both are further subdivided into various grades of importance, often according to the number of people under them. Both have assigned duties and fixed requirements, both as groups have been rationalized. The business managers range from top executives who hold power of attorney for the entire firm and act in its behalf, to the department managers and their assistants under whom the clerks and machine operators and others work. The industrial managers range from the production engineer and designer at the top to the foreman immediately above the workman at the bottom. The engineering manager and technician are typically subordinated to the business and financial manager. Insofar as technical and human skills are used in the modern corporation, they serve the needs of the business side of the corporation as judged by the business manager. The engineering manager, recruited from upper middle income groups, via the universities, is assisted by lower middle income people with some technical training and long experience. The men at the top of the managerial cadre in business are formally responsible to stockholders, in government, to the elected politicians and through them to the people. But neither are responsible to any other officials or managers. That is what being at the managerial top means. Often they are the least specialized men among the bosses. The general manager is well named. Many a business firm is run by men whose knowledge is financial, and who could not hold down a job as factory superintendent, much less chief engineer. Going from problem to problem and always deciding, like Tolstoy's generals, when there really is no basis for decision but only the machine's need for command, the need for no subordinate even to dream the chief is in doubt. That is different from working out some problem alone to its completion. For one thing, an appointment schedule, set more or less by the operation of the machine, determines the content and rhythm of the manager's time, and in fact of his life. For another, he hires and so must feel that the brains of others belong to him, because he knows how to use them. So Monroe Starr, Scott Fitzgerald's hero in The Last Tycoon, first wanted to be chief clerk of the works, the one who knows where everything was, but when he was chief, found out that no one knew where anything was. Relations between men in charge of the administrative branches of government and men who run the expanded corporations and unions are often close. Their collaboration may occur while each is an official of his respective hierarchy, or by means of personal shiftings of positions. The labor leader accepts a government job or becomes the personnel man of a corporation. The big business official becomes a $a-year man. The government expert accepts a position with the corporation his agency is attempting to regulate. Just how close the resemblance between governmental and business officials may be is shown by the ease and frequency with which men pass from one hierarchy to another. While such changes may seem mere incidents in an individual career, the meaning of such interpenetration of managerial elite goes beyond this, modifying the meaning of the upper brackets and the objective functions of the several big organizations. Higher government officials, as Reinhard Bendix has suggested, probably come mostly from rural areas and medium-sized towns, from middle-class and lower middle-class families. They have worked their way through college and often to higher educational degrees. Their occupational experience prior to government work is usually law, business, journalism, or college teaching. In line with general occupational shifts, the tendency over the last generation has been for fewer officials to come from farms and more from professional circles. Except perhaps on the very highest levels, these men do not suffer from lack of incentive, as compared with business officials. They do, however, tend to suffer from lack of those privileges of income, prestige, and security, which many of them believe comparable officials in large businesses enjoy. The officials of business corporations are somewhat older than comparable government officials. The big companies do not yet have what experts in efficient bureaucracy would call an adequate system of recruiting for management. There may be even more politics in appointments in the corporate hierarchies than in federal government bureaus. Among bureau heads in Washington, for instance, by 1938 only about 10% were simple political appointees. Seniority, of course, often plays a large part in promotions to managerial posts in both hierarchies. The tenure of one representative group of business bureaucrats was about 20 years. Turnover among top executives of large corporations is typically small. But the average tenure for bureau heads in the federal service, as A. W. McMahon and J. D. Millett have observed, is about 11 years. On the next level up the federal hierarchies, of course, the secretaries and undersecretaries of departments average only from 3 to 5 years. The upper management of U.S. business may be recruited from among 1. Insiders in the administrative hierarchy, 2. Insiders in the firm's financial or clique structure, 3. Outsiders who have proved themselves able at managing smaller firms and are thus viewed as promising men on the management market, or 4. Younger outsiders, fresh from technical or business training, who are usually taken in at lower levels with the expectation that their promotion will be unencumbered and rapid. To the extent that the last three methods of recruitment are followed, the advancement chances of the upper middle brackets of the cadre are diminished, thus they typically desire the first alternative as a policy, in which they are joined by most personnel advisors. The upper middle brackets would further individual security and advancement in a collective way, by fair and equal chances being guaranteed, which is to say by the strict bureaucratization of the management field. Symptomatic of the shift from entrepreneurship to bureaucratic enterprise in business is the manner of executive compensation. In the world of the small entrepreneur, where owner and manager were one, net profit was the mode of compensation. In the white-collar worlds, the top manager is a salaried employee receiving $25,000 to $500,000 a year. With increasing bureaucratization, annuities, pensions, and retirement plans come into the picture and bonuses based on profit shares fade out. In between the entrepreneurial and the bureaucratic mode of payment there are various intermediary forms, many of them designed to maximize incentive and to beat the federal tax. Over the last quarter of a century taxes have become big. In 1947, for instance, the $25,000 a year man took home about $17,000, the $50,000 a year man about $26,000, the $150,000 a year man about $45,000, this from salary, not counting returns from property. Above certain levels, money as such loses incentive value, its prestige value and the experience of success for which it is a token gain as incentives. The more one makes the more one needs, and if one did not continue to make money, one would experience failure. There is no limit to the game, and there is no way out. And its insecurities are unlimited. So heightened can they become on the upper income levels that one management consultant, after diligent research, has plainly stated that the high-paid executive, like the wage worker and salaried employee, has security at the center of his dream life. To the manager, according to an Elmo Roper survey, security means, 1. A position with dignity, 2. A rich and prompt recognition of accomplishments, 3. A free hand to do as he wants with his job and company, and 4. Plenty of leisure. These are the security contents of the big money, which combine, as is appropriate in the transition era of corporate business, entrepreneurial freedom with risk-less bureaucratic tenure. The recruitment of a loyal managerial staff is now a major concern of the larger businesses, which tend toward the development of civil service systems for single large corporations and even for large parts of entire industries. The lag in putting such bureaucratic procedures into effect occasions much urging from more progressive corporation officials. The big management shortage, the consequent load of managerial work during the Second World War, and the boom led to many formal recruitment and training plans. Selected men are sent to courses in management at graduate schools of business administration. Rotation training systems for key managerial personnel are also frequently employed, by allowing managers to take up various tasks for scheduled brief periods of time. The system fits them for overall as well as delimited spheres of management. In this way the managerial cadre rationally enlarges its opportunity for a secure chance by seeing the whole operation in detail, by definite schedules. The experience of individual members of the cadre can be guided and the grooming of men for advancement controlled. The management cadre itself is being rationalized into military-like shape. In fact, some of the very best ideas for business management have come from men of high military experience, the bureaucrats about whom businessmen complained so during the war. Yet this increased bureaucratic training, recruitment, and promotion does not extend to the very bottom or to the very top of the business hierarchies. At the top, especially, those who run corporations and governments are the least bureaucratic of personnel, for above a certain point political, property, and character qualifications set in and determine who shapes policy for the entire hierarchy. It is in the middle brackets of managers that bureaucratic procedures and styles are most in evidence. These middle managers can plan only limited spheres of work, they transmit orders from above, executing some with their staffs and passing on others to those below them for execution. Although the middle management often contains the most technically specialized men in the enterprise, their skills have become less and less material techniques and more the management of people. This is true even though supervision has been both intensified and diversified, and has lost many of its tasks to newer specialists in personnel work. While engineers take over the maintenance of the plant's new machinery, the middle managers and foremen take on more personnel controls over the workers, looking more often to the personnel office than to the engineering headquarters. The existence of middle managers indicates a further separation of worker from owner or top manager. But even as their functions have been created, the middle managers have had their authority stripped from them. It is lost, from the one side, as management itself becomes rationalized and, from the other side, as lower management men, such as foremen, take over more specialized, less authoritative roles. The middle managers do not count for very much in the larger world beyond their individual bureaucracies. Insofar as power in connection with social and economic change is concerned, the important group within the managerial strata is the top managers. Insofar as numbers are concerned, the important group is the foremen, who are about half of all managers, although less than 1% of the total labor force. As with any middle group, what happens to the middle managers is largely dependent upon what happens to those above and below them, to top executives and to foremen. The pace and character of work in the middle management are coming increasingly to resemble those in the lower ranks of the management hierarchy. 3. The case of the foreman. Once the foreman, representing the bottom stratum of management, was everything to the worker, the holder of his life and future. Industrial disputes often seemed disputes between disgruntled workmen and rawhiding foremen, and yet the foreman's position was aspired to by the workmen. The close relations, favored by the smaller plant and town, helped make for contentment, even though the foreman held the first line of defense for management. Having a monopoly on job gratification, he often took for himself any feeling of achievement to which his gang's labor might lead. He solved problems and overcame obstacles for the men laboring below him. He was the master craftsman, he knew more about the work processes than any of the men he bossed. Before mass production, the foreman was works manager and supervisor, production planner and personnel executive, all in one. He is still all of that in many small plants and in certain industries that have no technical staff and few office workers. But such plants may be seen historically as lags and their foremen as precursors of modern technical and supervisory personnel. Of all occupational strata, in fact, none has been so grievously affected by the rationalization of equipment and organization as the industrial foreman. With the coming of the big industry, the foreman's functions have been diminished from above by the new technical and human agents and dictates of higher management. From below, his authority has been undermined by the growth of powerful labor unions. Along with the host of supervisory assistants and new kinds of superiors, there has been developed in many industries semi-automatic machinery that may require the service of highly trained technicians, but not master craftsmen. With such machinery, Hans Speer has observed, the foreman's sphere of technical competence diminishes and his skills become more those of the personnel agent and human whip than of the master craftsman and work guide. As engineers and college-trained technicians slowly took over, the foreman, up from the ranks, had to learn to take orders in technical matters. In many industries, the man who could nurse semi-automatic machines, rather than boss gangs of workmen, became the big man in the shop. The experience originally earned and carried by the foreman's stratum is systematized, then centralized, and rationally redistributed. The old functions of the foreman are no longer embodied in any one man's experience but in a team and in a rule book. Each staff innovation, a personnel specialist, safety expert, time study engineer, diminishes the foreman's authority and weakens the respect and discipline of his subordinates. The foreman is no longer the only link between worker and higher management, although, in the eyes of both, he is still the most apparent link in the elaborate hierarchy of command and technique between front office and workshop. Authority, Ernest Dale remarks, can now be exercised by many foremen only in consultation with numerous other authorities, and the resulting interrelationships are often ill-defined and disturbing. The foremen exercise authority at the point of production, but they are not its final source. Often they exercise an authority of social dominance without superior technical competence. Their sharing of authority, and thus being shorn of it, has gone far. In only 10% of the companies in one sample study do foremen have the complete right to discharge, in only 14% the absolute right to make promotions within their departments, in only 10% the complete right to discipline. Only 20% of the companies hold foremen's meetings or practice any form of active consultation. The foreman, concludes the Schlichter panel of the National War Labor Board, is more managed than managing, more and more an executor of other men's decisions, less and less a maker of decisions himself. From below, the foreman has lost authority with the men, who are themselves often powerful in their union. Men who used to go to their foreman with grievances now go to their union. Foremen complain about union stewards, who frequently accomplish more for the subordinate than the foreman can. Stewards are said by foremen to be independent. We are unable to make the stewards do anything. They challenge even our limited authority. The unions can do something about the rank and file's problems. In fact, the unions have in some shops got benefits for the men once enjoyed only by foremen, including increased security of the job. Originating typically in the working ranks, the foreman is no longer of them, socially or politically. He may be jealous of union picnics and parties, and he is socially isolated from higher management. The foreman's anxiety springs from the fact that the union looks after the workman. The employer is able to look after himself, but who will look after the foreman? Having arisen from the ranks of labor, he often cannot expect to go higher because he is not college trained. By 1910 it was being pointed out in management literature that if the manager, in his search for dependable subordinates, turns to a former subordinate or fellow worker, he finds that they are attached too much to the old regime and can't do the job well. In this dilemma, he will turn to the technically educated young man. The employer not technically educated sneers at and yet respects this man. Today, only 21% of the foremen under 40 years of age, and 17% are over 40, believe they will ever get above the foreman level. No longer belonging to labor, not one of the boys in the union, the foreman is not secure in management either, not of it socially and educationally. The snobbery of executive management is his pet peeve and the chief cause of his complaining. Foremen are older than the run-of-the-mill workers under them, they are more often settled and have larger families. These facts limit their mobility and perhaps to some extent their courage. Hans Speer has even asserted, on the basis of such factors, that political opportunism is the outstanding characteristic of the foreman. During the late 30s and the war, standing thus in the middle, a traffic cop of industrial relations, with each side expecting him to give its signals, the foreman became the object of both union and management propaganda. Even though foremen are no longer master craftsmen and work guides as of old, they are still seen by management as key men, not so much in their technical roles in the work process as in their roles in the social organization of the factory. It is in keeping with the managerial demiurge and the changed nature of the foreman's role that he is led into the ways of manipulation. He is to develop discipline and loyalty among the workers by using his own personality as the main tool of persuasion. He must be trained as a loyal leader embodying managerially approved opinions. Under present-day techniques, the foreman is chosen for his skillfulness in handling personnel rather than because of length of service or mastery of the particular operation in his charge. Getting along with people is 80% of the modern foreman's job. Recruitment officers and personnel directors are advised to consider the prospective foreman's family and social life along with his formal education and shop ability. The prime requisite is a rounded, well-adjusted personality. Foremen must always be the same in their relations with people, which means leaving your personal troubles at home, and being just as approachable and amiable on a bad day as on a good one. All manner of personal traits and behaviors are blandly suggested to foremen as indispensable. The essential quality of friendliness is sincerity. They should memorize, from the personnel records, the following about all the members of their department: first name, if married, whether husband or wife works in the plant, approximate ages and school grades of children, etc. From local newspapers he will learn such valuable items as accidents, births, deaths, children's activities, participation in Red Cross, YMCA, wedding anniversaries, parties, recitals. The orientation of new recruits offers a real opportunity to win the friendship and loyalty of the new worker. The manner of speech of the foreman during even a minor conversation is perhaps more important than what he says. Good listening habits are a must. He should find himself 10 cents for every fall from grace. He needs a pleasant, clear voice. Test recordings are recommended. The words definitely and absolutely are taboo. His own prejudices must be parked outside the plant. Higher managers who cannot yet grasp the point should recognize that such human engineering is capable of reducing the hourly cost of 1.2 hours of direct labor cost per pound of fabricated aircraft to 0.7 hour per pound within an 18-month period. To secure the foreman's allegiance, management has showered attention upon him. In return, management has written into its rule book for foremen, solidarity with his class, which is of course the middle management group, is owed to his fellows by every foreman. What needs to be demonstrated is that executive and supervisory management are one. Their interests must not be divided, and their only difference is that of function within management. Realizing management's exploitation of their developing insecurities, younger union-conscious foremen have attempted to rejoin the men, have tried to form unions. The unions that began under the Wagner Act, in the 40s, soon found themselves caught between the antagonism of organized labor and the indifference of management. Probably not more than 100,000 foremen were directly committed to unions under the Wagner Act. During the Second World War, foreman unionization took on impetus, for foremen who had to train some 8 million green workers began to feel their mettle and to search for a means of asserting it. Yet out of an estimated 1 to 1.5 million foremen in the United States, the Foremen's Association, founded in Detroit in 1941, had at its peak only 50,000 or 5%. Even these small beginnings were beset by legal confusion, and have certainly proved no solution. For the new entrepreneur, Balzac called bureaucracy the giant power wielded by pygmies, but actually not all the men who wield bureaucratic control are appropriately so termed. Modern observers without first-hand or sensitive experience in bureaucracies tend, first, to infer types of bureaucrats from the ideal type definition of bureaucracy, rather than to examine the various executive adaptations to the enlarged enterprise and centralized bureau, and, second, to assume that big businesses are strictly bureaucratic in form. Such businesses are, in fact, usually mixtures, especially as regards personnel, of bureaucratic, patrimonial, and entrepreneurial forms of organization. This means, in brief, that polities, as well as administration, is very much at work in selecting and forming types of managers. There are in the modern enterprise men who fulfill the bureaucratic formula. In brief, here is how they look and act. They follow clearly defined lines of authority, each of which is related to other lines, and all related to the understood purposes of the enterprise as a going concern. Their activities and feelings are within delimited spheres of action, set by the obligations and requirements of their own expertise. Their power is neatly seated in the office they occupy and derived only from that office. All their relations within the enterprise are thus impersonal and set by the formal hierarchical structure. Their expectations are on a thoroughly calculable basis, and are enforced by the going rules and explicit sanctions. Their appointment is by examination, or, at least, on the basis of trained for competencies, and they are vocationally secure, with expected life tenure, and a regularized promotion scheme. Such a description is, of course, a rational caricature, although useful as a guide to observation. There are, in fact, two sorts of managers whose personal adaptations most closely approximate the bureaucratic type. At the top of some hierarchies, one often notices personalities who are calm and sober and unhurried, but who betray a lack of confidence. They are often glum men who display a great importance of manner, seemingly have little to do, and act with slow deliberation. They reduce the hazards of personal decision by carefully following the rules, and are heavily burdened by anxiety if decisions not covered by previous rule are forced upon them. They are carefully protected from the world to be impressed by subordinates and secretaries who are working around them. They are men who have things done for them. Liking the accoutrements of authority, they are always in line with the aims of the employer or other higher-ups. The ends of the organization become their private ends. For they are selected by an act for the owners or the political boss, as safe and sound men with moderate ambitions, carefully held within the feasible and calculable lines of the laid-out career. That is why they are at the top, and that is the point to be made about them. They are cautiously selected to represent the formal interest of the enterprise and its organizational integrity. They serve that organization and, in doing so, they serve their own personal interests. Among all the apparatus, they sit cautiously, and after giving the appearance of weighty pondering usually say no. Often identical with this bureaucratic type, but usually lower down the hierarchy of safety, are the old veterans. They are men who say they started in the business when it was small, or in some other small business now a division of the big one. They follow instructions, feeling insecure outside the bounds of explicit orders, keeping out of the limelight and passing the buck. Usually they feel a disproportion between their abilities and their experience, and having come to feel that competition is without yield, often become pedantic in order to get a much-craved deference. Carefully attending to formalities with their co-workers and with the public, they strive for additional deference by obedience to rule. They sentimentalize the formal aspects of their office and feel that their personal security is threatened by anything that would detach them from their present setting. But there are other types of managers who are adapted to bureaucratic life, but who are by no means bureaucrats in the accepted image. The bureaucratic ethos is not the only content of managerial personalities. In particular, bureaucracies today in America are vanguard forms of life in a culture still dominated by a more entrepreneurial ethos and ideology. Among the younger managers, two types display a blend of entrepreneurial and bureaucratic traits. One is the live wire who usually comes up from the sales or promotion side of the business, and who represents a threat to those above him in the hierarchy, especially the old veterans, although sometimes also to the glum men. It may be that in due course the live wire will settle down. Occasionally one does settle down, becomes somebody's bright boy, somebody else's live wire who is then liked and favored by those whom he serves. If his loyalty is unquestionable, and he is careful not to arouse anxieties by his brightness, he is on the road to the top. Some live wires, however, do not readily become somebody's bright boy, they become what we may call new entrepreneurs, a type that deserves detailed discussion. The dominating fact of the new business setting is the business bureaucracy and the managerial supplementation, or even replacement, of the owner-operator. But bureaucratization has not completely replaced the spirit of competition. While the agents of the new style of competition are not exactly old-fashioned heroes, neither are conditions old-fashioned. Initiative is being put to an unexampled test. In a society so recently emerged from the small entrepreneur epoch, still influenced by models of success congruent with that epoch's ideology, it is not likely that the sober bureaucratic type can readily become dominant. Yet the structure of the society will not permit the traditional way of amassing personal wealth. The 19th century scene of competition was one of relatively equal powers, and the competition was between individual businessmen or firms. The 20th century scene contains huge and powerful units which compete not so much with one another but as a totality with the consuming public and sometimes with certain segments of the government. The new entrepreneur represents the old go-getting competition in the new setting. The general milieu of this new species of entrepreneur is those areas that are still uncertain and unroutinized. The new entrepreneur is very much at home in the less tangible of the business services, commercial research and public relations, advertising agencies, labor relations, and the mass communication and entertainment industries. His titles are likely to be Special Assistant to the President, Counsel for the General Manager, Management Counselor and Engineering Advisor. For the bright, young, educated man, these fields offer limitless opportunities, if he only has the initiative and the know-how, and if only the anxieties of the bureaucratic chieftains hold up. The new entrepreneur may in time routinize these fields, but, in the process of doing so, he operates in them. The areas open to the new entrepreneur, usually overlapping in various ways, are those of great uncertainties and new beginnings. 1. Adjustments between various business bureaucracies, and between business and government. 2. Public relations, the interpretative justification of the new powers to the underlying outsiders, and 3. New industries that have arisen in the last quarter century, especially those, for example, advertising, which involve selling somewhat intangible services. The old entrepreneur succeeded by founding a new concern and expanding it. The bureaucrat gets a forward-looking job and climbs up the ladder within a prearranged hierarchy. The new entrepreneur makes a zigzag pattern upward within and between established bureaucracies. In contrast to the classic small businessman, who operated in a world opening up like a row of oysters under steam, the new entrepreneur must operate in a world in which all the pearls have already been grabbed up and are carefully guarded. The only way in which he can express his initiative is by servicing the powers that be, in the hope of getting his cut. He serves them by fixing things, between one big business and another, and between business as a whole and the public. He gets ahead because, 1. Men in power do not expect that things can be done legitimately, 2. These men know fear and guilt, and 3. They are often personally not very bright. It is often hard to say, with any sureness, whether the new entrepreneur lives on his own wits, or upon the lack of wits in others. As for anxiety, however, it is certain that, although he may be prodded by his own, he could get nowhere without its ample presence in his powerful clients. Like Balzac's de l'Épée, thrown up by the tide of political events in France in the first quarter of the 19th century, who had discovered that authority stood in need of a charwoman, the American new entrepreneur is an adroit climber. To his professions of useful help and go-between he added a third. He gave gratuitous advice on the internal diseases of power. He bore the brunt of the first explosion of despair or anger, he laughed and mourned with his chief. It was his duty to flatter and advise, to give advice in the guise of flattery, and flattery in the form of advice. The talent and intelligence that go with the new entrepreneurship are often dangerous in the new society. He who has them but lacks power must act as if those in power have the same capacities. He must give credit for good ideas to his superiors and take the rap himself for bad ones. The split between the executive who judges and the intelligence that creates is sharp and finds a ready justification, so I write a show? Or produce one, asks an account executive in one of the recent tales of unhappiness among the new entrepreneurs. And I take it down to the sponsor. And he asks me, in your judgment, should I spend $1 million a year on this show you've created? See, Artie. Actually, I'd have no judgment. I wouldn't be in a position to criticize. In short, I wouldn't be an executive. As a competitor, the new entrepreneur is an agent of the bureaucracy he serves, and what he competes for is the goodwill and favor of those who run the system. His chance exists because there are several bureaucracies, private and public, in complicated entanglements. Unlike the little white-collar man, he does not often stay within any one corporate bureaucracy. His path is within and between bureaucracies, in a kind of uneasy but calculated rhythm. He makes a well-worn path between big business and the regulatory agencies of the federal government, especially its military establishment and political parties. On the higher managerial levels there is a delicate balance of power, security, and advancement resting upon a sensitive blend of loyalty to one's firm and knowledge of its intimately valuable secrets which other firms or governments would like to know. Not secrets in any hush-hush sense, although there have been simple sellouts, but secrets in the sense of what is inaccessible to those who have not operated in the context. In a bureaucratic world, the individual's experience is usually controlled. The clever executive squashes entrepreneurial tendencies by using his formal power position to monopolize contacts with important clients. It is a characteristic of the new entrepreneur that he manages to gain experience without being controlled. There are many instances of men who learn the secrets and procedures of a regulatory agency of government to which they are not loyal in a career sense. Their loyalties are rather to the business hierarchy to which they intend to return. This is the structure of one type of 20th century opportunity. The curriculum of such businessmen in government is familiar. They have been in and out of Washington since the Nehru days, serving on advisory boards, in Commerce Department committees and war production boards, retaining contact with a middle or large-scale business enterprise. In this interlinked world, there has been genuine opportunity for big success over the last 15 years. The openings have been on all levels. On the lower levels, a chief clerk of an OPA board may set up a business service, an OPA buffer for firms dealing with OPA, and slowly grow into a management counseling service. At the center, however, operations have gone on in a big way during and after the war. Surplus property disposal, for example, became so complicated that the government wasn't sure just what it was doing. The surface has only been scratched, but evidence has been published of millions being made from investments of thousands, of expediters buying surplus tools from the government and selling them back again, of buying from the Navy and immediately selling to the Army, etc. A few smaller fry have been caught. The big fixers probably never will be, for they were only carrying on business as usual during wartime and with the government. Perhaps the number one figure in the short history of the new entrepreneur has been Thomas Gardner, Tommy the Corcoran, who for 2 terms was one of President Roosevelt's principal advisors and troubleshooters. He possessed that rare asset, either inside or outside of the federal government, of knowing the whole, intricate mechanism of the Washington establishment. A free-ranging talent scout for the administration, he was, as John H. Kreider of the New York Times puts it, personally responsible for putting literally scores of men in key positions throughout the federal organization. He has more pipelines into the government than probably any other individual on the outside. He always operated for the president behind the scenes, having had several titles during his government employment, including counsel, assistant, special assistant. Leaving the government service, which paid him only $10,000 a year, he earned as lawyer and expediter $100,000 plus. For the fixer, who lives on the expectation that in the bureaucratic world things cannot be accomplished quickly through legitimate channels, bargaining power and sources of income consist of intangible contacts and pipelines rather than tangible assets. Yet he is no less an entrepreneur in spirit and style of operation than the man of small property. He is using his own initiative, wile, and cunning to create something where nothing was before. Of course, he does not have the security that property ownership once provided. That is one thing that makes Sammy run. Yet, for the successful, the risks are not incommensurate with the returns. Sometimes, of course, the new entrepreneur does become a member of the propertied rich. He can scatter his property in various stocks in a sensible attempt to spread risks and concentrate chances of success. If he does not invest capital, his success is all the greater measure of his inherent worth, for this means that he is genuinely creative. Like the more heroic businessmen of old, he manages to get something for very little or nothing. And like them, he is a man who never misses a bet. The power of the old captain of industry purportedly rested upon his engineering ability and his financial sharp dealing. The power of the ideal bureaucrat is derived from the authority vested in the office he occupies. The power of the managerial chieftain rests upon his control of the wealth piled up by the old captain and is increased by a rational system of guaranteed tributes. The power of the new entrepreneur, in the first instance at least, rests upon his personality and upon his skill in using it to manipulate the anxieties of the chieftain. The concentration of power has thus modified the character and the larger meaning of competition. The new entrepreneur's success or failure is decided not so much by the supply and demand of the impersonal market as by the personal anxieties and decisions of intimately known chieftains of monopoly. The careers of both the new entrepreneur and the ordinary white-collar worker are administered by powerful others. But there is this difference: the toadying of the white-collar employee is small-scale and unimaginative. He is a member of the stable core of the bureaucracy, and initiative is regimented out of his life. The new ulcered entrepreneur operates on the guileful edges of the several bureaucracies. With his lavish expense account, the new entrepreneur sometimes gets into the public eye as a fixer along with the respectable businessman whose work he does, or even as an upstart and a crook, for the same public that idolizes initiative becomes incensed when it finds a grand model of success based simply and purely upon it. For one Murray Garson caught, how many others were there? The Garsons ran a letterhead corporation title into a profit of $78 million out of war contracts, and the same public that honors pluck and success and the Horatio Alger story became angry. In an expanding system, profits seem to coincide with the welfare of all. In a system already closed, profits are made by doing somebody in. The line between the legitimate and the illegitimate is difficult to draw because no one has set up the rules for the new situation. Moreover, such moral questions are decisively influenced by the size of the business and the firmness and reliability of contacts. Part of the new entrepreneur's frenzy perhaps is due to apprehension that his function may disappear. Many of the jobs he has been doing for the chieftains are now a standardized part of business enterprise, no longer requiring the entrepreneurial flair, and can be handled by cheaper and more dependable white-collar men. Increasingly, big firms hire their own talent for those fields in which the new entrepreneurs pioneered. Insofar as this is so, the new entrepreneurs become bright boys and, as salaried employees, are stable members of the managerial cadre. In the more strictly bureaucratic setting, the value of contacts a given manager has and the secrets he learns are definitely lessened. Rationalization of the managerial hierarchy decreases the chance for any one man down the line to get a view of the whole. It is the Tommy Corcoran without a definite bureaucratic role who learns the whole, and serves his chief and in due course himself by telling selected others about it. In the General Somerville type of managership, the executive's control section monopolizes the chance to see things whole, and tells what it will once each month to all executives. Rationalization prohibits a total view. By rationalizing the organization via rotation systems and control sections, top bureaucrats can guide the vision of underlings. The entrepreneurial type who does not play ball can be excluded from inside information. Like the commodity market before it, the top level of the personality market may well become an object to be administered, rather than a play of free forces of crafty wile and unexampled initiative. 5. The power of the managers. There is no doubt that managers of big business have replaced captains of industry as the ostensibly central figures in modern capitalism. They are the economic elite of the new society, they are the men who have the most of whatever there is to have, the men in charge of things and of other men, who make the large-scale plans. They are the high bosses, the big money, the great say-so. But, in fact, the top of modern business is complicated. Alongside top corporation executives are scattered throngs of owners and, below them, the upper hierarchies of managerial employees. As modern businesses have become larger, the ownership of any given enterprise has expanded and the power of the owners in direct operation has declined. The power of property within plant, firm, and political economy has often become indirect, and works through a host of new agents. The owners of property do not themselves give commands to their workmen, there are too many workmen and not enough concentrated owners. Moreover, even if personal command were technically possible, it is more convenient to hire others for this purpose. Adam Smith, writing even before the proprietor's liability was limited, asserted, "The greater part of the proprietors seldom pretend to understand anything of the business of the company. Give themselves no trouble about it, but received contentedly each half-yearly or yearly dividend as the directors think proper to make them." The facts of the split of manager and owner, and the indirect power of the owner, have long been known. Such facts, however, since at least the beginning of this century, have been widely and erroneously taken to mean that a managerial revolution has been and is underway and that big management, replacing big property, is slated to be the next ruling class. While owner and manager are no longer the same person, the manager has not expropriated the owner, nor has the power of the propertied enterprise over workers and markets declined. Power has not been split from property, rather the power of property is more concentrated than is its ownership. If this seems undemocratic, the lack of democracy is within the propertied classes. If the Van Sweringen brothers controlled 8 railroads worth $2 billion with only $20 million, still there was the $20 million, and the power they exercised was power made possible by the $2 billion. The powers of property ownership are depersonalized, intermediate, and concealed. But they have not been minimized nor have they declined. Much less has any revolution occurred, managerial or otherwise, involving the legitimations of the institution of private property. Under the owners of property a huge and complex bureaucracy of business and industry has come into existence. But the right to this chain of command, the legitimate access to the position of authority from which these bureaucracies are directed, is the right of property ownership. The stockholder is neither willing nor able to exercise operating control of his ownership. That is true. And the power of the managers is not dependent upon their own personal ownership. That is also true. But it cannot be concluded that there is no functional relation between ownership and control of large corporations. Such an inference focuses upon personnel issues instead of legitimations and institutions. Property as a going concern means that the owner may, if necessary, employ violent coercion against those who do not own but would use. With legal ownership, one may borrow the police force to oust and to punish anyone, including former owners and all their managers as well as non-owners, who tries to seize control of property. Even if it were true that the power of the owners had been expropriated by the managers, this would not mean that their property has been expropriated. Any owner who can prove any case of expropriation of property by any manager can have the managers prosecuted and put in jail. Such changes in the distribution of power as have occurred between owners and their managers have certainly neither destroyed the propertied class nor diminished its power. All the structural changes upon which the notion of a managerial revolution presumably rests are more accurately understood, 1. As a modification of the distribution of operating power within the propertied class as a whole, and, 2. As a general bureaucratization of property relations. Changes have occurred within the industrial propertied class in such a way that the actual wielding of power is delegated to hierarchies, the entrepreneurial function has been bureaucratized. But the top man in the bureaucracy is a powerful member of the propertied class. he derives his right to act from the institution of property. He does act in so far as he possibly can in a manner he believes is to the interests of the private property system. He does feel in unity, politically and status-wise as well as economically, with his class and its source of wealth. Observers who are shocked by recognition of the fact that the immediate power which property gives may be delegated or, under certain circumstances, usurped by higher employees and cliques of minority owners, often overlook the source of power and the meaning of property, while looking at the huge and intricate form of bureaucratic big business. The division between ownership and control of property does not diminish the power of property, on the contrary, it may even increase it. It does, however, change the personnel, the apparatus, and the property status of the more immediate wielders of that power. If the powerful officials of U.S. corporations do not act as old-fashioned owners within the plants and do not derive their power from personal ownership, their power is nevertheless contingent upon their control of property. They are managers of private properties, and if private property were abolished, their power, if any, would rest upon some other basis, and they would have to look to other sources of authority. Many of these same men might continue as managers of factories and mines, but that is a new political question. To say that managers are managers of private property means, first, that the principles they attempt to follow are not the budgetary considerations of those who manage public property, but rather that they use their power in the interest of maximizing profits. Secondly, it means that property institutions determine whom the managers are responsible to. They are responsible to the effective clique of owners, conclude TNEC economists, and to the large property class in general. Managers have not been known to act intentionally against the property interests of the large owners. Their actions are in the interests of property as they see them. This is the case whether they act in relation to the workmen in the plant, toward competing firms, toward the government, or toward the consumers of their company's product. Of course, many men who own stocks and bonds and other promises do now own enough productive facilities to make a difference in the distribution of power. But this only means that the managers are agents of big property owners and not of small ones. Managers of corporations are the agents of those owners who own the concentrated most. They derive such power as they have from the organizations which are based upon property as a going system. The managers are often thought of as scientific technologists or administrative experts having some autonomous aim. But they are not experts in charge of technology, they are executors of property. Their chief attention is to finance and profits, which are the major interests of owners. The managers who are supposed to have usurped the owner's function actually fulfill it with as much or more devotion as any owner could. The personal relations between big owners and their big managers are of course not necessarily authoritative, except in so far as the owners and their boards of directors are interested in the profitable balance sheet, and accordingly judge their managers as, in fact, the managers judge themselves. External authority is not necessary when the agent has internalized it. That the activities of the manager of industry and finance are in line with property interests, rather than with independent aims, is revealed by the motives for the merging and building up of huge businesses. By the end of the 19th century, industrial consolidation in the United States had in many lines gone far enough to realize the major technical advantages of large-scale production. The pre-World War I trust movement was not primarily motivated by a desire for technical efficiency, but by financial and strategic advantages. Creating size in business has often permitted the manipulation of funds and power by business insiders and financial outsiders for their own enrichment and, of course, the suppression of competition and the gaining of promotional and underwriting profits. The kind of combinations of functions in industry which increases productivity occurs primarily within a physical plant, rather than between various plants. The question is whether or not the managers fulfill the entrepreneurial function in such a way as to modify the way in which the owners would fulfill it. But how could they do so, when the institution of private property, the power of property, and the function of the entrepreneur remain? The manager, as Edwin Norse observes, is still rated on evidence of the profitableness of the company's operations while under his management. It is true that managers do not personally own the property they manage. But we may not jump from this fact to the assertion that they are not personally of the propertied class. On the contrary, compared to the population at large, they definitely form a segment of the small, much propertied circle. At least 2/3 of the $75,000 a year and up incomes of corporation managers are derived from property holdings. Top-level managers, presumably the most powerful, are socially and politically in tune with other large property holders. Their image of ascent involves moving further into the big propertied circles. The old road to property was starting a firm and building it up, rising in class position with its expansion. That road is now closed to nearly all. The way into propertied circles, via management posts and or suitable marriages, is more likely to be within the large propertied bureaucracies. Intercorporate investments and multiple directorships among managers give further unity to the propertied classes as a stratum. The handful of officers and directors of the AT&T who hold 171 directorships or offices in other enterprises are not simply holding honorary degrees, where the corporations whose directors interlock also have interlocking business. These men pay attention. In such ways a community of property interest, a resolution of sharp competitive conflicts, can arise. Consolidations have given further unity to the ownership, but not to the productive processes of subsidiary plants. The aim has been further monopoly of national markets and the profitable consolidation of property. The image of the big businessman as master builder and profit maker, as already noted of the old captain of industry, no longer holds. The top manager's relation to productive work and engineering is a financial one. His relations with the industrial manager, in terms of power, are not unlike those of the politician with the government official, or the elected labor leader with his appointed staff expert. The corporation official has the final say-so, for in the bureaucratization of the powers of property, he represents the big money and in his relations with major owners is treated as a status equal, belonging to their clubs, and acting in their behalf. In the political sphere, no American manager has taken a stand that is against the interests of private property as an institution. As its chief defender, rhetorically and practically, the manager has a political mind similar to that of any large owner, from whom he derives his power, and in his present form he will last no longer than property as an institution. Thus, although the bureaucratization of property involves a distribution of power among large subordinate staffs, the executives of the modern corporation in America form an utterly reliable committee for managing the affairs and pushing for the common interests of the entire big property class. So far as men may do as they will with the property that they own or that they manage for owners, they have power over other men. Changes in the size and the distribution of property have brought with them an increased power for some and a corresponding powerlessness for many. The shift is from widespread entrepreneurial property to narrowed class property. The ownership of property now means much more than power over the things that are owned, it means power over men who do not own these things. It selects those who may command and those who must obey. 6. Trends. The managerial demiurge has come to contain 3 trends which increasingly give it meaning and shape. As it spreads, its higher functions, as well as those lower in the hierarchy, are rationalized. As this occurs, 2. The enterprise and the bureau become fetishes, and 3. The forms of power that are wielded, all up and down the line, shift from explicit authority to manipulation. The rationalization of the corporate structure, even at the top, may not be lodged in the head of a single living man, but buried in an accounting system served by dozens of managers, clerks, and specialists, no one of whom knows what it is all about or what it may mean. The man who started the enterprise, if there ever was such a man, may long be gone. Franz Kafka has written of a peculiar characteristic of our administrative apparatus. Along with its precision, it's extremely sensitive as well. Suddenly in a flash the decision comes in some unforeseen place, that moreover, can't be found any longer later on, a decision that settles the matter, if in most cases justly, yet all the same, arbitrarily. It's as if the administrative apparatus were unable any longer to bear the tension, the year-long irritation caused by the same affair probably trivial in itself and had hit upon the decision by itself, without the assistance of the officials. Of course, a miracle didn't happen and certainly it was some clerk who hit upon the solution or the unwritten decision, but in any case it couldn't be discovered by us, at least, by us here, or even by the head bureau, which clerk had decided in this case and on what grounds. We will never learn it, besides by this time it would scarcely interest anybody. It seems increasingly that all managers are middle managers, who are not organized in such a manner as to allow them to assume collective responsibility. They form, as Edmund Wilson has observed of capitalistic society in America, a vast system for passing the buck. In trade, the department manager, floorman, and salesperson replace the merchant. In industry, the plant engineers and staffs of foremen replace the manufacturing proprietor, and in practically all brackets of the economy, middle managers become the routinized general staff without final responsibility and decision. Social and technical divisions of labor among executives cut the nerve of independent initiative. As decisions are split and shared and as the whole function of management expands, the filing case and its attendants come between the decision maker and his means of execution. An inventory control is set up for the management cadre and, as the U.S. Naval Institute has it, there is a detailed man-by-man analysis of all the people in a company who hold supervisory jobs, classifying each man as promotable, satisfactory, unsatisfactory on the basis of interviews with him, his superior, and his subordinates, and perhaps some scientific testing, working out a concrete time schedule for each promotable man and another for getting rid of the deadwood. Since top managers cannot serve the market properly and at the same time manage their giant bureaucracy, they rationalize the top, divide themselves into boards, commissions, authorities, committees, departments. The organization expert thus becomes a key person in the managerial cadre, as it shifts from the open occupational market to managed selection and control. This administrative official, a sort of manager of managers, as well as of other personnel, is in turn rationalized and acquires a staff of industrial psychologists and researchers into human relations, whose domain includes personal traits and mannerisms, as well as technical skills. These officials and technicians embody the true meaning of the personal equation in the mass life of modern organization, the rationalization of all its higher functions. 2. In the managerial demiurge, the capitalist spirit itself has been bureaucratized and the enterprise fetishized. There is, Henry Ford said, something sacred about a big business. The object of the businessman's work, Walter Rathenau wrote in 1908, of his worries, his pride, and his aspirations is just his enterprise. The enterprise seems to take on form and substance, and to be ever with him, having, as it were, by virtue of his bookkeeping, his organization, and his branches, an independent economic existence. The businessman is wholly devoted to making his business a flourishing, healthy, living organism. This is the inner, fetish-like meaning of his activity. The giant enterprise, Werner Sombart has shown, impersonally takes unto itself those sober virtues that in earlier phases of capitalism were personally cultivated by the entrepreneur. Thrift, frugality, honesty have ceased to be necessary to the managerial entrepreneur. Once these virtues were in the sphere wherein personal willpower was exercised, now they have become part of the mechanism of business, they have been transferred to the business concern. They were characteristics of human beings, now they are objective principles of business methods. When the industrious tradesman went through his day's work in conscious self-mastery, it was necessary to implant a solid foundation of duties in the consciousness of men. But now the businessman works at high pressure because the stress of economic activities carries him along in spite of himself. When the private and business housekeeping of the entrepreneur were identical, frugality was needed, but now the housekeeping is rigidly separated, and the frugal enterprise makes possible the lavish corporate manager, if he wants to be lavish. And so, the conduct of the entrepreneur as a man may differ widely from his conduct as a tradesman. The name of the firm is all that matters, and this name does not rest upon the personal quality of the entrepreneurial flair of its head, it rests upon business routine and the careful administration of appropriate publicity. No matter what the motives of individual owners and managers, clerks, and workers may be, the enterprise itself comes in time to seem autonomous, with a motive of its own, to manipulate the world in order to make a profit. But this motive is embodied in the rationalized enterprise, which is out for the secure and steady return rather than the deal with chance. Just as the working man no longer owns the machine but is controlled by it, so the middle-class man no longer owns the enterprise but is controlled by it. The vices as well as the virtues of the old entrepreneur have been transferred to the business concern. The aggressive business types, seen by Herman Melville as greedy, crooked creatures on the edges of an expanding 19th century society, are replaced in 20th century society by white-collar managers and clerks who may be neither greedy nor aggressive as persons, but who man the machines that often operate in a greedy and aggressive manner. The men are cogs in a business machinery that has routinized greed and made aggression an impersonal principle of organization. The bureaucratic enterprise itself sets the pace of decision and obedience for the business and governmental officialdom and the world of clerks and bookkeepers, even as the motions of the worker are geared to the jump of the machine and the command of the foreman. Since the aims of each of its activities must be related to master purposes within it, the purposes of the enterprise in time become men's motives, and vice versa. The manner of their action, held within rules, is the manner of the enterprise. Since their authority inheres not in their persons, but in its offices, their authority belongs to the enterprise. Their status, and hence their relations to others in the hierarchy, inhere in the titles on their doors. The enterprise with its board of directors is the source of all honor and authority. Their safety from those above and their authority over those below derive from its rules and regulations. In due course, their very self-images, what they do and what they are derived from the enterprise. They know some of its secrets, although not all of them, and their career proceeds according to its rule and within its graded channels. Only within those rules are they supposed, impersonally, to compete with others. 3. Coercion, the ultimate type of power, involves the use of physical force by the power holder. Those who cannot be otherwise influenced are handled physically or in some way used against their will. Authority involves the more or less voluntary obedience of the less powerful. The problem of authority is to find out who obeys whom, when, and for what reasons. Manipulation is a secret or impersonal exercise of power. The one who is influenced is not explicitly told what to do but is nevertheless subject to the will of another. In modern society, coercion, monopolized by the democratic state, is rarely needed in any continuous way. But those who hold power have often come to exercise it in hidden ways. They have moved and they are moving from authority to manipulation. Not only the great bureaucratic structures of modern society, themselves means of manipulation as well as authority, but also the means of mass communication are involved in the shift. The managerial demiurge extends to opinion and emotion and even to the mood and atmosphere of given acts. Under the system of explicit authority, in the round, solid 19th century, the victim knew he was being victimized. The misery and discontent of the powerless were explicit. In the amorphous 20th century world, where manipulation replaces authority, the victim does not recognize his status. The formal aim, implemented by the latest psychological equipment, is to have men internalize what the managerial codders would have them do, without their knowing their own motives, but nevertheless having them. Many whips are inside men, who do not know how they got there, or indeed that they are there. In the movement from authority to manipulation, power shifts from the visible to the invisible, from the known to the anonymous. And with rising material standards, exploitation becomes less material and more psychological. No longer can the problem of power be set forth as the simple one of changing the processes of coercion into those of consent. The engineering of consent to authority has moved into the realm of manipulation where the powerful are anonymous. Impersonal manipulation is more insidious than coercion precisely because it is hidden. One cannot locate the enemy and declare war upon him. Targets for aggression are unavailable, and certainty is taken from men. In a world dominated by a vast system of abstractions, managers may become cold with principle and do what local and immediate masters of men could never do. Their social insulation results in deadened feelings in the face of the impoverishment of life in the lower orders and its stultification in the upper circles. We do not mean merely that there are managers of bureaucracies and of communication agencies who scheme, although, in fact, there are, and their explicit ideology is one of manipulation, but more, we mean that the social control of the system is such that irresponsibility is organized into it. Organized irresponsibility, in this impersonal sense, is a leading characteristic of modern industrial societies everywhere. On every hand the individual is confronted with seemingly remote organizations, he feels dwarfed and helpless before the managerial codders and their manipulated and manipulative minions. That the power of property has been bureaucratized in the corporation does not diminish that power, indeed, bureaucracy increases the use and the protection of property power. The state purportedly contains a balance of power, but one must examine the recruitment of its leading personnel, and above all the actual effects of its policies on various classes, in order to understand the source of the power it wields. Bureaucracies not only rest upon classes, they organize the power struggle of classes. Within the business firm, personnel administration regulates the terms of employment, just as would the labor union, should a union exist. These bureaucracies fight over who works at what and for how much. Their fight is increasingly picked up by governmental bureaus. More generally, government manages whole class levels by taxation, price, and wage control, administrating who gets what, when, and how. Rather than the traditional inheritance of son from father, or the free liberal choice of occupation on an open market, educational institutions and vocational guidance experts would train and fit individuals of various abilities and class levels into the levels of the pre-existing hierarchies. Within the firm, again, and as part of the bureaucratic management of mass democracy, the graded hierarchy fragments class situations, just as minute gradations replace more homogeneous masses at the base of the pyramids. The traditional and often patriarchal ties of the old enterprise are replaced by rational and planned linkages in the new, and the rational systems hide their power so that no one sees their sources of authority or understands their calculations. For the bureaucracy, Marx wrote in 1842, the world is an object to be manipulated. 6. Old professions and new skills. The professional strata are the seat of such intellectual powers as are used for income in the United States. In and around these occupations, which require specialized, systematic, and often lengthy training, the highest skills of the arts and sciences are socially organized and applied. They most clearly exemplify the rationalist ethos that has been held to be the characteristic mark and the essential glory of Western civilization itself. So any changes in their social basis and composition would, in one way or another, be reflected in Western society's level of technique, art, and intellectual sensibility. In no sphere of 20th century society has the shift from the old to the new middle class condition been so apparent, and its ramifications so wide and deep, as in the professions. Most professionals are now salaried employees. Much professional work has become divided and standardized and fitted into the new hierarchical organizations of educated skill and service. Intensive and narrow specialization has replaced self-cultivation and wide knowledge. Assistants and sub-professionals perform routine, although often intricate, tasks, while successful professional men become more and more the managerial type. So decisive have such shifts been, in some areas, that it is as if rationality itself had been expropriated from the individual and been located, as a new form of brain power, in the ingenious bureaucracy itself. Yet, the old professional middle class strongly persists. While many salaried professionals exemplify most sharply the bureaucratic manner of existence, many other professionals who remain free, especially in medicine and law, have in a curious way become a new seat of private enterprise practice. These two coexisting themes of bureaucracy and of commercialization guide our understanding of the U.S. professional world today. 1. The professions and bureaucracy. Most of the old professionals have long been free practitioners, most of the new ones have from their beginnings been salaried employees. But the old professions, such as medicine and law, have also been invaded by the managerial demiurge and surrounded by sub-professionals and assistants. The old practitioner's office is thus supplanted by the medical clinic and the law factory, while newer professions and skills, such as engineering and advertising, are directly involved in the new social organizations of salaried brainpower. Free professionals of the old middle class have not been so much replaced in the new society as surrounded and supplemented by the new groups. In fact, over the last 2 generations, free practitioners have remained a relatively constant proportion, about 1% of the labor force as a whole, and about 2% of the middle-class American Samoa a whole. In the meantime, however, salaried professionals have expanded from 1 to 6% of all the people at work, and from about 4 to 14% of the middle class. The expansion of the professional strata has definitely been an expansion of its new middle class wing. Even in the old middle class world of 1870, salaried professionals, mainly nurses and school teachers, made up a dominant section of the professional strata. Only 35% were free professionals. By 1940, however, only 16% were. The proliferation of new professional skills has been a result of the technological revolution and the involvement of science in wider areas of economic life. It has been a result of the demand for specialists to handle the complicated institutional machinery developed to cope with the complication of the technical environment. The new professional skills that have grown up thus center on the one hand around the machineries of business administration and the mass media of communication, manipulation, and entertainment, and on the other hand, around the industrial process, the engineering firm, and the scientific laboratory. On both the technical and the human side, the rise of TV, the motion picture, radio, mass circulation magazine, and of research organizations that marshal facts about every nook and cranny of the social and technical organism has caused the rise of many new professions and many more sub-professions. The old professional middle class never needed to possess property, but whether its members owned their means of livelihood or not, their working unit has been small and personally manageable, and their working lives have involved a high degree of independence in day-to-day decisions. They themselves set their fees or other remuneration, regulate their own hours and conditions of work according to market conditions and personal inclinations. As the old professions and the new skills have become involved in new middle-class conditions, professional men and women have become dependent upon the new technical machinery and upon the great institutions within whose routines the machines are located. They work in some department, under some kind of manager, while their salaries are often high. They are salaries, and the conditions of their work are laid down by rule. What they work on is determined by others, even as they determine how a host of sub-professional assistants will work. Thus they themselves become part of the managerial demiurge. As professional people of both old and new middle classes become attached to institutions, they acquire staffs of assistants, who, in contrast to the old professional apprentices, are not necessarily or even usually in training to become autonomous professionals themselves. Thus physicians hand over some of their work to trained nurses, laboratory technicians, physical therapists. Ministers lose, sometimes willingly and sometimes not, several of their old functions to social workers and psychiatric welfare workers and teachers. Law partners give their less challenging tasks to clerks and salaried associates. Individual scholars in the universities become directors of research, with staffs doing specialized functions, while the remaining individual scholar takes over some of the awe and receptiveness toward the expert who manages his specialized and narrow domain. Alongside the graduate student apprentice there is now the research technician, who may have no thought of becoming an individual scholar. Take her away from the machine and the organization and she ceases to work. Between the individual composer of music and his audience there is the big symphony orchestra, the radio chain, the proprietors of the art world who manage the increasingly expensive means of execution and display. In practically every profession, the managerial demiurge works to build ingenious bureaucracies of intellectual skills. Bureaucratic institutions invade all professions, and many professionals now operate as part of the managerial demiurge. But this does not mean that professionals are no longer entrepreneurs. In fact, many among the new skill groups resemble new entrepreneurs more than bureaucratic managers, and many who work in the old free professions are still free practitioners. The bureaucratic manner has not replaced the entrepreneurial, rather the professional strata today represent various combinations of the two. At the bottom extreme, the staffs of lesser skilled, newer members of the strata begin and remain bureaucratized. At the top, the free and the salaried professionals make their own curious adaptation to the new conditions prevailing in their work. To the medical world. The white-collar world of medicine is still presided over by the physician as entrepreneur, and, as L. W. Jones has observed, his ideology remains dominant. Yet the self-sufficiency of the entrepreneurial physician has been undermined in all but its economic and ideological aspects by his dependence, on the one hand, upon technical equipment that is formally centralized, and, on the other, upon informal organizations that secure and maintain his practice. Medical technology has of necessity been centralized in hospital and clinic. The private practitioner must depend upon expensive equipment as well as upon specialists and technicians for diagnosis and treatment. He must also depend upon relations with other doctors, variously located in the medical hierarchy, to get started in practice and to keep up his clientele. For as medicine has become technically specialized, some way of getting those who are ill in contact with those who can help them is needed. In the absence of a formal means of referral, informal cliques of doctors, in and out of hospitals, have come to perform this function. Tendencies toward bureaucratization in the world of medicine have expressed themselves in expansive and devious ways, but there is already something to be said for the idea that today the old general practitioner is either an old-fashioned family doctor in a small city, or a young doctor who has not yet got the money, skill, or connections for specializing successfully. The glorification of the old country doctor in the mass media suggests a nostalgic mood. This type, as well as all types of individual general practitioner, has been left behind by the progress of scientific medicine, in which the specialist also remains an entrepreneur in an institutional context he hasn't learned to accept and which he exploits economically. The centralization in medicine does not concern individual partnerships or group practice among physicians, but rather hospitals, to which there is a definite shift as the center of medical practice. Physicians and surgeons, who now comprise only 1/5 of medical and health workers, have come to represent a new sort of entrepreneur. For they are attached, as privileged entrepreneurs, to the otherwise bureaucratic hospital. Below the physician the shift to salaried positions of lesser skill is very marked. The sub-professions in medicine are attached to the institution. The hospital, as Bernhard Stern and others have made clear, is now the strategic factor in medical care and education. Scientific and technological developments are making it more so. Here the specialists have access to the funded equipment for diagnosis and experiment and to contacts with other specialists, so important for scientific advancement and learning. Economically, the coming of the hospital into a focal position has increased the medical bill of the population and put adequate medical care, as now organized, beyond the reach of the low-income groups. The old general practitioner, whom scientific advances and teamwork in hospital and clinic have made technologically obsolete, fights the hospital as any old middle-class entrepreneur fights large-scale technical superiority. The new specialist, if he is in, exploits his position economically, or, if he is out, often has a trained incapacity to practice general medicine. In the medical world as a whole, an increased proportion of physicians are specialists who enjoy greater prestige and income than the general practitioner and are necessarily relied upon by him. These specialists are concentrated in the cities and tend to work among the wealthy classes, making about twice as much money as general practitioners. They form, in most cities, what Oswald Hall has aptly called the inner fraternity of the medical profession and, as Professor Hall has indicated, they control appointments to medical institutions, discipline intruders, distribute patients among themselves and other doctors. In short, seek to control competition and the medical career at each of its stages. They form a tightly organized in-group, with a technical division of labor and a firmly instituted way of organizing the sick market. As young doctors see the way the pyramid is shaped, they tend to bypass the experience of the old general practitioner altogether. But specialized or not, the proportion of physicians has narrowed, while that of all other medical personnel has expanded, and all medical personnel other than doctors tend to become salaried employees of one sort or another, whereas most physicians are still independent practitioners. The proportionately narrowed stratum of physicians has, in fact, been made possible precisely by the enormous increase of specialized and general assistants. In 1900 there were 11 physicians to every 1 graduate nurse, in 1940 there were 2 graduate nurses for every physician. Above the general practitioner is the specialist, informally organized with reference to the inner fraternity. Below him are the increasing number of assistants and sub-professionals, at the first call of the inner fraternity and usually attached to the hospital. The nurse is most curiously involved in this complicated institution. Most training schools are owned and operated by hospitals. In return for classroom education, apprenticeship training in hospital, room, board, laundry, and free medical attention, the student nurse is expected to give her services willingly to the hospital. In many of these hospital schools, it has been asserted, most recently by Eli Ginsberg, director of the New York State Hospital Study, the primary purpose is not so much education as simply a means of getting cheap labor, for they find it less expensive to train students than to hire graduate nurses. The persistence of its independent practitioners is one of the most decisive facts about the medical world today. Of all professions, those of physicians, surgeons, osteopaths, and dentists contain the highest proportion of independent practitioners, from 80 to 90%. They are still a scatter of individual practices, but they are clustered around the large-scale institutional developments. Only 46% of the pharmacists and only 8% of the nurses, the largest single group in medicine, are free practitioners, and the many fledgling sub-professionals and technicians of medicine are without notable exception in salaried positions. The sub-professions and assistants are concentrated in institutional centers, which the physicians use as individual practitioners. A hospital is a bureaucracy with many traditional hangovers from its less bureaucratic past. It is a bureaucracy that trains many of its own staff and, while it may set some free again, they still depend upon it. As hospitals replace the doctor's office as the center of the medical world, the young doctor himself is no longer apprenticed to another physician, as was the case up to the 1840s, but becomes an intern, an apprentice to the institution of the hospital. Later, as a private practitioner, if he is fortunate, he uses its facilities for his patients. Moreover, throughout his career, his appointments to hospital posts are crucial to his medical practice. The more important hospital posts, Oswald Hall has concluded, are associated with the highly specialized practices and usually with the most lucrative types. The two form an interrelated system. This system narrows the general practitioner's market and implies, correctly, that he is incompetent to handle many types of illness. The large-scale medical institution, with its specialization and salaried staff, is controlled by an inner core of physicians cooperating with one another as entrepreneurs. In this situation, a selection of those with managerial abilities, who are in with the clique, undoubtedly goes on. Who becomes the hospital head, the clinic chieftain, the head of a medical office of a great industry? The medical bureaucrat and the scientific laboratory-oriented specialist, and above all, the man with entrepreneurial talent working through medical bureaucracies, now surround the old general practitioner who once was all these things on a small scale. But what seems important about the specialization of medicine is that it has not occurred in a strictly bureaucratic way. These trends, as well as others, have all been limited and even shaped by commercial motives. The relative lack of expansion of the medical profession, despite 2 world wars with their enormous medical demands and a general increase in medical needs, is one of the most remarkable facts of U.S. occupational structure. In 1900 there was one licensed physician for every 578 persons in the United States, in 1940 there was one for every 750 persons. Moreover, not all licensed physicians were practicing. In 1940 there was one active physician to every 935 persons. This closing up of the medical ranks has been made possible by 1. The expansion of medical assistants and sub-professions in medical organizations, to which the entrepreneurial physician has had access. 2. The increased difficulty of ascent possible through expensive educational processes. 3. The deliberate policies of the American Medical Association and the heads of some of the leading medical schools. The AMA, the trade association of the physician as a small businessman, represents him to federal and state governments, medical schools, and hospital boards, as well as to the lay public. It has great weight within the leading medical schools. Physicians may differ about the public problems of medicine and health, many individuals among them may even be confused, but the point of view of the AMA is that of the norm applied to medicine in a complicated and needful world. It cries aloud against the evils of regimentation and national health bills. While the fact, agreed to by the majority of scholars in the field, is that where the need is greatest, their satisfaction is least, the principle expounded by the AMA is liberty for all physicians, which, profession or no profession, means exactly what it means for all old middle-class elements. The profession as a whole is politically uninterested or ignorant, its members are easy victims and ready exponents of the U.S. businessman's psychology of individualism, in which liberty means no state interference, except a rigid state licensing system. The professional ethics in which this interest group clothes its business drive is an obsolete mythology, but it has been of great use to those who would adapt themselves to predatory ways, attempting to close the ranks and to freeze the inequality of status among physicians and the inequality of medical care among the population at large. Even in the middle of the Second World War, the dean of a leading medical school held the supply of doctors adequate and bewailed the alarm over the alleged shortage of doctors. Other occupations in medicine have followed the AMA lead. The entrepreneurial policy of business unionism in medicine has been implemented by the fact that medical education has become increasingly expensive at a time when upward mobility has been generally tightening up. It has been correctly charged that there are quotas for minorities in medical schools. In addition to skin color, religion, and national origin, the quota system rests on the class and professional status of the would-be doctors' parents. Once through the medical school, the young doctors face the hospital, which they find also contains departments, hierarchies, and grades. One hospital administrator in an eastern city told Oswald Hall how interns are selected: "The main qualification as far as I can see is personality." Now that is an intangible sort of thing. It means partly the ability to mix well, to be humble to older doctors in the correct degree, and to be able to assume the proper degree of superiority toward the patient. Since all medical schools now are grade A, there is no point in holding competitive examinations. Another reason for not holding competitive examinations for internships is that there are a lot of Jews in medicine. Did you know that? Another hospital administrator said, "There are good specialists among the older doctors who cannot pass examinations, but they deserve to be protected in their positions in the hospitals." After discussing various changes that have lengthened the period of training and prohibited the poor from working their way into medicine, this physician spoke of the ethics of his profession. It means that the specialists are selected from the old established families in the community, and family and community bonds are pretty important in making a person abide by a code. The inner core that abides by this code not only controls the key posts in the hospital, but virtually the practice of medicine in a city, much more effectively it often seems than boilermakers or auto workers control the work and pay in their fields. It is with reference to these highly cooperative enterprises that the individual practitioner must find his medical role and practice it. He cannot now successfully do so as a freelance man in an old middle-class world, in which the talented, openly competitive, come to the top. 3 lawyers. Both Tocqueville, near the beginning of the 19th century, and Bryce, near the end, thought the American lawyer's prestige was very high. In fact, they believed lawyers, as Willard Hurst puts it, to be a sort of ersatz aristocracy. Yet there has always been an ambiguity about the popular image of lawyers. They are honorable, but they are also sharp. A code of professional ethics, it should be recalled, was not adopted by the American Bar Association until 1908, and even then did not really deal with the bar's social responsibility. Before the ascendancy of the large corporation, skill and eloquence in advocacy selected 19th-century leaders of the bar, reputations and wealth were created and maintained in the courts, of which the lawyer was an officer. He was an agent of the law, handling the general interests of society, as fixed and allowed in the law. His day's tasks were as varied as human activity and experience itself. An opinion leader, a man whose recommendations to the community counted, who handled obligations and rights of intimate family and life problems, the liberty and property of all who had them. The lawyer personally pointed out the course of the law and counseled his client against the pitfalls of illegality. Deferred to by his client, he carefully displayed the dignity he claimed to embody. Rewarded for apparent honesty, carrying an ethical halo, held to be fit material for high statesmanship, the lawyer upheld public service and was professionally above business motives. But the skills and character of a profession shift, externally, as the function of the profession changes with the nature of its clients' interests, and internally, as the rewards of the profession are given to new kinds of success. The function of the law has been to shape the legal framework for the new economy of the big corporation, with the split of ownership and control and the increased monopoly of economic power. The framework for this new business system has been shaped out of a legal system rooted in the landed property of the small entrepreneur, and has been adapted to commercial, industrial, and then investment economies. In the shift, the public has become for the lawyer what the public has been for the lawyer's chief client, an object of profit rather than of obligation. There is one lawyer for approximately every 750 persons in the United States, but this lawyer does not serve equally each of these 750. In rural districts and small cities, there is one lawyer for approximately every 1,200, in big cities one for every 400 or 500. More directly, people with little or no money are largely unable to hire lawyers. Not persons, not unorganized publics of small investors, propertyless workers, consumers, but a thin upper crust and financial interests are what lawyers serve. Their income, a better income today than that received by any other professional group except doctors, comes from a very small upper income level of the population and from institutions. In fulfilling his function, the successful lawyer has created his office in the image of the corporations he has come to serve and defend. Because of the increased load of the law business and the concentration of successful practice, the law office has grown in size beyond anything dreamed of by the 19th century solicitor. Such centralization of legal talent, in order that it may bear more closely upon the central functions of the law, means that many individual practitioners are kept on the fringes, while others become salaried agents of those who are at the top. As the new business system becomes specialized, with distinct sections and particular legal problems of its own, so do lawyers become experts in distinct sections and particular problems, pushing the interests of these sections rather than standing outside the business system and serving a law which coordinates the parts of a society. In the shadow of the large corporation, the leading lawyer is selected for skill in the sure fix and the easy out-of-court settlement. He has become a groomed personality whose professional success is linked to a law office, the success of which in turn is linked to the troubles of the big corporation and contact with those outside the office. He is a high legal strategist for high finance and its profitable reorganizations, handling the affairs of a cluster of banks and the companies in their sphere in the cheapest way possible, making the most of his outside opportunities as an aide to big management that whistles him up by telephone, impersonally teaching the financiers how to do what they want within the law, advising on the chances they are taking and how best to cover themselves. The complications of modern corporate business and its dominance in modern society, A. Burley Jr. has brilliantly shown, have made the lawyer an intellectual jobber and contractor in business matters, of all sorts. More than a consultant and counselor to large business, the lawyer is its servant, its champion, its ready apologist, and is full of its sensitivity. Around the modern corporation, the lawyer has erected the legal framework for the managerial demiurge. As big capitalist enterprise came into social and economic dominance, the chance to climb to the top ranks without initial large capital declined. But the law remained one of the careers through which a man could attain influence and wealth even without having capital at the start. With law as background, the lawyer has often become a businessman himself, a proprietor of high acumen, good training, many contacts, and sound judgment. In his own right, he has also become the proprietor and general manager of a factory of law, with 40 lawyers trained by Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and 200 clerks, secretaries, and investigators to assist him. He competes with other law factories in pecuniary skills and impersonal loyalties, in turning out the standardized document and the subtle fix on a mass production basis. Such offices must carry a huge overhead, they must, therefore, obtain a steady flow of business, they therefore become adjuncts to the great commercial and investment banks. They appear less in court than as financial experts and draftsmen of financial papers. The big money in law goes to some 300 or 400 metropolitan law factories specializing in corporation law and constituting the brains of the corporate system. These law factories, as Ferdinand Lundberg has called them, are bureaucracies of middle size. Perhaps the largest has about 75 lawyers, with an appropriate staff of office workers. The top men are chosen as are film stars, for their glamour. Behind them, the front men, stand men with technical abilities, as in Hollywood, looking out for the main chance and sometimes finding it, but working for a small salary. Below the partners are associates who are salaried lawyers, each usually working in a specialized department, general practice, litigation, trusts, probate, real estate, taxation. Below them are the clerk apprentices in the law, then the investigators, bookkeepers, stenographers, and clerks. In special instances there are certified accountants and investment consultants, tax experts, engineers, lobbyists, also ranged in rank. For every partner there may be 2 salaried lawyer assistants, for every lawyer 2 or 3 office workers. A partnership of 20 lawyers may thus have some 40 associates and 120 office workers. Such offices, geared to quantity and speed of advice, must be highly organized and impersonally administered. High overhead including oriental rugs and antique desks, paneled walls, and huge leather libraries often accounts for 30% of the fees charged. The office must earn steadily, and the work be systematically ordered in the way of the managerial demiurge everywhere. Under the supervision of one of the partners, the office manager, sometimes a lawyer who seldom practices law, must see that production lines and organization run smoothly. Efficiency experts are called in to check up on the most effective operations for given tasks. In some offices each salaried lawyer, like a mechanic in a big auto repair shop, is required to account for his time, in order that fees may be assigned to given cases and the practice kept moving. Each department, in turn, has its subdivisions. Specialization is often intense. Teams of 3 lawyers or so, usually including one partner, work for only one important client or on one type of problem. Some lawyers spend all their time writing briefs, others answer only constitutional questions, some deal in Federal Trade Commission actions, others only with the rulings of the Interstate Commerce Commission. Much of the work is impersonal, vitiating the professional precept that lawyer and client should maintain a personal relationship. Personal intercourse between the members of the profession and between lawyers and clients, calls upon each other on matters of business, have been replaced by hurried telephone conversations, limited to the business at hand, entirely eliminating the personal quality. An opponent may be absolutely unknown, except over the telephone, you know the sound of his voice, but if you were to meet him on the street, you would be unable to recognize him. In the earlier days, a comparatively intimate acquaintance might have been formed even with an opponent. Once a meeting in a lawyer's office with a client not only was agreeable, but had a tendency to begin and cement a personal relationship. It now frequently happens that, although a lawyer may be actively employed for a client, personal intercourse does not occur. Under this specialization, the young salaried lawyer does not by his experience round out into a man adept at all branches of law. Indeed, his experience may specifically unfit him for general practice. The big office, it is said within the bar, often draws its ideas from the young men fresh from the preferred law schools, whom the big offices rush, like fraternity men seeking pledges. Certainly the mass of the work is done by these able young men, while their product goes out under the names of the senior partners. The young lawyer, just out of law school, fresh from matching wits with law professors and bar examiners, lacks one thing important for successful practice contacts. Not only knowledge of trade secrets, but the number of contacts, is the fruit of what is called experience in modern business professions. The young men may labor and provide many of the ideas for the produce that goes out under the older man's name, but the older man is the business getter. Through his contacts, Carl Llewellyn has observed, he can attract more orders than he or 20 like him can supply. The measure of such a man is the volume of business he can produce. He creates the job for the young salaried lawyers, then puts his label on the product. He accumulates his reputation outside the office from the success of the young men, themselves striving for admittance to partnership, which comes after each has picked up enough contacts that are too large and dangerous to allow him to be kept within the salaried brackets. In the meantime he sweats, and in the meantime, the new law school graduates are available every year, making a market with depressed salaries, further shut out by those new young men who have already inherited through their families a name that is of front office caliber. The powerful connection, the strategic marriage, the gilt-edged social life, these are the obvious means of success. Not only does the law factory serve the corporate system, but the lawyers of the factory infiltrate that system. At the top they sit on the boards of directors of banks and railroads, manufacturing concerns, and leading educational institutions. The firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, one of the largest law factories, holds 65 directorships. Below the directors, staff lawyers may be vice presidents of the corporation. Other lawyers may be on annual retainers, giving the corporation a proprietary right to the lawyer as a moral agent. Of the corporation, for the corporation, by the corporation. Listening in on every major directors' meeting, phrasing public statements on all problems, the omnipresent legal mind, an officer of the court, assists the corporation, protects it, cares for its interests. As annexed to the big finance, the law factory is in politics on a national scale, but its interest in politics is usually only a means of realizing its clients' economic interests. Yet the lawyer who is successful in politics in his own right is all the more important and useful to his former clients, to whose fold he often returns after a political interlude. In corporation law firms one finds former senators and representatives, cabinet officers, federal prosecutors, state and federal tax officials, ambassadors and ministers, and others who have been acquainted with the inside workings of the upper levels of the government. High government officials, cabinet officers, ambassadors, and judges are often drawn directly from the corporation law offices, the partners of which welcome the opportunity to be of national service. Since the Civil War, the corporation law firms have contributed many justices to the United States Supreme Court. At present the majority of its members are former corporation lawyers. Lawyers have been in politics since the constitutional period, but today the lawyers from law factories work less as political heroes in the sunlight than as fixers and lobbyists in the shade. When the TNEC investigations were going on, lawyers for the big corporations took up one entire hotel in Washington, D.C. There are also, of course, political law firms, smaller than the law factories, which draw their clients from the political world and regularly enter that world themselves. For it is through politics that the lawyer may attain a position on the bench. Usually these political law offices have only local political interests. Whereas corporate law factories are usually headed by men of Anglo-Scotch stock, these political offices, mainly in the Northeast and in big cities, where politics often centers on immigrant levels, are frequently staffed by Irish, Polish, Jewish, Italian Americans. The opportunism of these smaller firms may make them appear tolerant and liberal, and certainly many of the partners in them are up from the ranks. The lawyer uses political office as a link in a legal career, and the politician uses legal training and law practice as links in a political career. Skills of pleading and bargaining are transferable to politics. Moreover, in exercising them as a lawyer, there is a chance to obtain politically relevant publicity. The lawyer is occupationally and financially mobile, more easily than most men. He can earn a living and still give time to politics. So it is not surprising that 42% of the members of Congress in 1914, 1920, and 1926 and of state governors in 1920 and 1924 had been prosecuting attorneys, and of these, Raymond Moley has calculated, 94% had held this office first or second in their political careers. Between 1790 and 1930, Willard Hearst has computed, 2/3 of the presidents and of the U.S. Senate, and about half of the House of Representatives were lawyers. Below the corporation law offices and the political firms are middle-sized law offices, containing from 3 to 20 partners and few, if any, associates. These offices, especially in small towns, are rooted in the local affairs of their business communities, dividing their time between local politics and the practice of local litigations. Finally, at the bottom of the legal pyramid is the genuine entrepreneur of law, the individual practitioner who handles the legal affairs of individuals and small businesses. At the lower fringe of this stratum, in the big cities especially, are those lawyers who live dangerously close to the criminal class. The hierarchical structure of the legal profession is thus not confined inside the big offices, it is characteristic of the profession as a whole, within various cities as well as nationally. In most cities, the legal work of banks and local industries, of large estates and well-to-do families, is divided among a few leading law firms, whose members sit on the boards of local banks and companies, who lead church, college, and charity affairs. They perpetuate themselves by carefully selecting the most likely young men available and by nepotism, sons of relatives, of partners, and of big clients being given marked preference over strangers, local graduates of local law schools over outside ones. In St. Paul, Minnesota, for example, graduates of Princeton or Yale often take their law work in St. Paul Law School, rather than in the University of Minnesota, in order to become acquainted with members of the local bar who act as instructors. Below these leading firms, the small firms and individual practitioners get the business that is left over, occasional cases for well-to-do citizens, the plaintiff's damage suit, criminal defense cases, divorce work. Below all these groups are the lumpen bourgeoisie of the law profession. Usually products of local schools, they haunt the courts for pickups, large in number, small in income, living in the interstices of the legal business system, besieging the larger office for jobs, competing among themselves, from time to time making irritating inroads into the middle-sized firms, lowering the dignity of the profession's higher members by competing for retainers instead of conferring a favor by accepting a case. Even as top men toady to big corporation chieftains, men on the bottom assiduously chase ambulances and cajole the injured. Among the difficulties that have arisen for lawyers since 1929 is the fact that laymen are invading many fields that were long considered the lawyer's domain. Drafting of deeds and mortgages has been taken over by real estate men. Various service organizations have taken over taxation difficulties, automobile accidents, and conditional sales. Workmen's compensation now takes care of many industrial accidents. There has also been a declining use of courts and litigation methods of settling controversies, caused by the public desire for speedy settlements. Traditional litigation is giving way to a system of administrative adjudication in which the lawyer has an equal footing with the layman. Members of the legal profession are slowly losing their monopoly of political careers, as men trained in such disciplines as economics increasingly find their way into higher government offices. Yet, despite the displacement of individual practitioner by legal factory, law has remained enticing to many young men. Thousands every year graduate from law schools. The war temporarily solved the problem of crowding, For the first time since the early 20s, law schools were capable of finding jobs for each graduate as enrollment was severely cut down by the draft. But the bases of the problem for young, unconnected lawyers, and for American society, still remain. For the professors, school teachers, especially those in grammar and high schools, are the economic proletarians of the professions. These outlying servants of learning form the largest occupational group of the professional pyramid. Some 31% of all professional people are school teachers of one sort or another. Like other white-collar groups, their number has expanded enormously. They have, in addition, been instrumental, through education, in the birth and growth of many other white-collar groups. The increase in enrollment and the consequent mass production methods of instruction have made the position of the college professor less distinctive than it once was. Although its prestige, especially in the larger centers, is considerably higher than that of the public school teacher, it does not usually attract sons of cultivated upper-class families. The type of man who is recruited for college teaching and shaped for this end by graduate school training is very likely to have a strong plebeian strain. His culture is typically narrow, his imagination often limited. Men can achieve position in this field although they are recruited from the lower middle class, a milieu not remarkable for grace of mind, flexibility, or breadth of culture, or scope of imagination. The profession thus includes many persons who have experienced a definite rise in class and status position, and who in making the climb are more likely, as Logan Wilson has put it, to have acquired the intellectual than the social graces. It also includes people of typically plebeian cultural interests outside the field of specialization, and a generally Philistine style of life. Men of brilliance, energy, and imagination are not often attracted to college teaching. The arts and sciences graduate schools, as the president of Harvard has indicated, do not receive their fair share of the best brains and well-developed, forceful personalities. Law and medical schools have done much better. It is easier to become a professor, and it is easier to continue out of inertia. Professions such as law and medicine offer few financial aids by way of fellowships, while that of teaching the higher learning offers many. The graduate school is often organized as a feudal system. The student trades his loyalty to one professor for protection against other professors. The personable young man, willing to learn quickly the thought ways of others, may succeed as readily or even more readily than the truly original mind in intensive contact with the world of learning. The man who is willing to be apprenticed to some professor is more useful to him. Under the mass demand for higher degrees, the graduate schools have expanded enormously, often developing a mechanically given doctoral degree. Departmental barriers are accentuated as given departments become larger in personnel and budget. Given over mainly to preparing college teachers, the graduate schools equip their students to fulfill one special niche. This is part of the whole vocationalizing of education, the preparation of people to fulfill technical requirements and skills for immediate adjustment to a job. The specialization that is required for successful operation as a college professor is often deadening to the mind that would grasp for higher culture in the modern world. There now is, as Whitehead has indicated, a celibacy of the intellect. Often the only generalization the professor permits himself is the textbook he writes in the field of his work. Such serious thought as he engages in is thought within one specialty, one groove. The remainder of life is treated superficially. The professor of social science, for example, is not very likely to have as balanced an intellect as a top-flight journalist, and it is usually considered poor taste, inside the academies, to write a book outside of one's own field. The professionalization of knowledge has thus narrowed the grasp of the individual professor. The means of his success further this trend, and in the social studies and the humanities, the attempt to imitate exact science narrows the mind to microscopic fields of inquiry, rather than expanding it to embrace man and society as a whole. To make his mark he must specialize, or so he is encouraged to believe. So a college faculty of 150 members is split into 30 or 40 departments, each autonomous, each guarded by the established or, even worse, the almost established man who fears encroachment or consolidation of his specialty. After he is established in a college, it is unlikely that the professor's milieu and resources are the kind that will facilitate, much less create, independence of mind. He is a member of a petty hierarchy, almost completely closed in by its middle-class environment and its segregation of intellectual from social life. In such a hierarchy, mediocrity makes its own rules and sets its own image of success. And the path of ascent itself is as likely to be administrative duty as creative work. But the shaping of the professor by forces inside the academy is only part of the story. The U.S. educational system is not autonomous. What happens in it is quite dependent upon changes in other areas of society. Schools are often less centers of initiative than adaptive organisms, teachers are often less independent minds than low-paid employees. External circumstances and demands have affected the enrollment and curriculum of high schools and colleges, as well as the types of teachers, and the roles they play within and out of the academy. By making an analogy between the world of knowledge and the economic system, we can get a fuller picture of the types of academic men who people U.S. centers of higher learning. The producer is the man who creates ideas, first sets them forth, possibly tests them, or at any rate makes them available in writing to those portions of the market capable of understanding them. Among producers there are individual entrepreneurs, still the predominant type, and corporation executives in research institutions of various kinds who are in fact administrators over production units. Then there are the wholesalers, who while they do not produce ideas do distribute them in textbooks to other academic men, who in turn sell them directly to student consumers. Insofar as men teach, and only teach, they are retailers of ideas and materials, the better of them being serviced by original producers, the lesser, by wholesalers. All academic men, regardless of type, are also consumers of the products of others, of producers and wholesalers through books, and of retailers to some extent through personal conversation on local markets. But it is possible for some to specialize in consumption. These become great comprehenders, rather than users, of books, and they are great on bibliographies. In most colleges and universities, all these types are represented, all may flourish, but the producer, perhaps along with the textbook wholesaler, has been honored the most. The general hierarchy of academic standing runs from the full professor in a graduate school, who teaches very little and does much research, to the instructor of undergraduates, who teaches a great deal and does little or no research. Getting ahead academically means attracting students, but at the same time pursuing research work, and in the end, especially for the younger man, publication may weigh more heavily than teaching success. The normal academic career has involved a hierarchy within an institution, but success within this institution draws heavily upon outside success. There is a close interaction between local teaching, research publication, and offers from other institutions. In the 20th century, academic life in America has by and large failed to make ambitious men contented with simple academic careers. The profession carries little status in relation to the pecuniary sacrifices often involved, the pay and hence the style of life is often relatively meager, and the discontent of some scholars is heightened by their awareness that their intelligence far exceeds that of men who have attained power and prestige in other fields. For such unhappy professors, new developments in research and administration offer gratifying opportunities to become, so to speak, executives without having to become deans. As internal academic forces turn some professors into retailers or administrators, external forces draw others, especially in the big universities, toward careers of a new entrepreneurial type. War experience has indicated that the professor can be useful in government programs, as well as in the armed forces. But it is research that is most likely to get him out of the academy and into other life situations. It is also in connection with research, and the money it entails, that professors become more directly an appendage of the larger managerial demiurge, which their professional positions allow them to sanctify as well as to serve in more technical ways. Since knowledge is a commodity that may be sold directly, perhaps it is inevitable that some professors specialize in selling knowledge after others have created it, and that still others shape their intellectual work to meet the market directly. Like the pharmacist who sells packaged drugs with more authority than the ordinary storekeeper, the professor sells packaged knowledge with better effect than laymen. He brings to the market the prestige of his university position and of the ancient academic tradition of disinterestedness. This halo of disinterestedness has more than once been turned to the interests of companies who purchase the professor's knowledge and the name of his university. It has long been known, of course, that economics has been the Swiss guard of the vested interests, but usually from some distance. Now, however, many top professional economists are direct agents of business. Engineers and lawyers, the most frequent professionals found in the service of advising business, are being joined by academicians, who associate with management in the solution of policy problems, who gauge the market for products, and who essay opinions about the firm or about business in general. These needs have increased as business and trade associations have become larger and have taken up the role of economic statesmen for the entire economy. For these organizations have felt the need of spokesmen for their new roles, and as public relations has become a top management concern, simple hot air has lost ground to research, carefully prepared for internal and external uses. This has meant that researchers of some talent have to be retained, as well as professors from various universities, who set the seal of their universities upon the research findings. The new academic practicality, in the social studies, for instance, is not concerned with the broken-up human results of the social process, the bad boy, the loose woman, the un-Americanized immigrant. On the contrary, it is tied in with the top levels of society, in particular with enlightened circles of business executives. For the first time in the history of their discipline, for example, sociologists have become linked by professional tasks and social contacts with private and public powers well above the level of the social work agency. Now, alongside the old, there are the new practitioners who study workers who are restless and lack morale, and managers who do not understand the art of managing human relations. Among social science and business professors in 3 or 4 large universities, the new entrepreneurial pattern of success is well underway. One often hears in these centers that the professor does everything but teach. He is a consultant to large corporations, real estate bodies, labor management committees. He has built his own research shop, from which he sells research services and the prestige of his university's traditional impartiality. He becomes a man with a staff and with overhead. It is high overhead with a system of fees for given jobs that causes his business-like frenzy. The fact that such an academic entrepreneur is not usually out after money often gives the outsider the impression that the professor is play-acting at business, gaining prestige because of his own eccentricity and low personal income. But regardless of motives or consequences, some academic careers are becoming dependent upon the traits of the go-getter in business and the manager in the corporation. It must be understood that all this is still exceptional, certainly so in terms of the number of professors involved. It may well be seen as an interlude, for on the one side, as the professorial entrepreneur succeeds, his university takes over what he has built, turning it into a department of the endowed plant, and using its reputation to get more respectable, steady money. And on the other side, the orientation and technical skills taught to apprentices enable them to enter the corporations and government bureaus as professional employees. In contrast with businessmen and other laymen, the professors are probably not primarily concerned with the pecuniary, the managerial, or the political uses of their practicality. Such results are to them primarily means to other ends which center around their careers. It is true that professors certainly welcome the small increases to their salaries that may come with research activity. They may or may not feel gratified to be helping managers administer their plant more profitably and with less trouble. They may or may not be powerfully lifted by building new and more intellectually acceptable ideologies for established powers. But insofar as they remain scholars, their extra-intellectual aims center around furthering their careers. From this point of view, the professor's participation in the new ideological and practical studies is, in part, a response to the new job opportunities arising from the increased scale and intensified bureaucratic character of modern business and government, and from the institutionalization of the relations between business corporations and the rest of the community. Bureaucratization brings with it an increased demand for experts and the formation of new career patterns. Social scientists responding to this demand, more or less happily, become business and government officials, on higher or lower levels. The centers of higher learning themselves reflect this outside demand for scholars by tending increasingly to produce supposedly apolitical technicians, as against free intellectuals. Thus college-trained labor relations scholars become experts and serve on the War Labor Board, rather than write and fight for radical and or conservative publics and for the public dissemination of theoretical ideas. In this connection, modern war is the health of the expert and, particularly, the expert in the rhetoric of liberal justification. For those who remain in academic life, the career of the new entrepreneur has become available. This type of man is able to further his career in the university by securing prestige and small-scale powers outside of it. Above all, he is able to set up on the campus a respectably financed institute that brings the academic community into contact with men of affairs, thus often becoming the envy of his more cloistered colleagues and looked to by them for leadership in university affairs. Yet there is evidence, here and there, even among the youngest men in the greatest hurry, that these new careers, while lifting them out of the academic rut, may have dropped them into something which in its way is at least as unsatisfactory. At any rate, the new academic entrepreneurs often seem unaware just what their goals may be. Indeed, they do not seem to have firmly in mind even the terms in which possible success may be defined. As a group, American professors have seldom if ever been politically engaged. The trend toward a technician's role has, by strengthening their apolitical professional ideology, reduced whatever political involvement they may have had and often, by sheer atrophy, their ability even to grasp political problems. That is why one often encounters middle-rank journalists who are more politically alert than top sociologists, economists, or political scientists. The American university system seldom provides political training, that is, how to gauge what is going on in the general struggle for power in modern society. Social scientists have had little or no real contact with such insurgent sections of the community as exist. There is no left-wing press with which the average academic man in the course of his career would come into live contact. There is no movement which would support or give prestige, not to speak of jobs, to the political intellectual. The academic community has few roots in labor circles. This vacuum means that the American scholar's situation allows him to take up the new practicality in effect to become a political tool without any shift of political ideology and with little political guilt. 5. Business and the professions. United States society esteems the exercise of educated skill, and honors those who are professionally trained. It also esteems money as fact and as symbol, and honors those who have a lot of it. Many professional men are thus at the intersection of these two systems of value, and many businessmen strive to add the professional to the pecuniary. When we speak of the commercialization of the professions, or of the professionalization of business, we point to the conflict or the merging of skill and money. Out of this merging, professions have become more like businesses, and businesses have become more like professions. The line between them has in many places become obscured, especially as businesses have become big and have hired men of the established professions. Yet, in so far as both business and the professions are organized in bureaucratic structures, the present differences between their individual practitioners are not great. The managerial demiurge involves both business and the professions, and, as it does so, individuals perform duties within specific offices, making money for the organization perhaps, but themselves receiving a salary. For the salaried agent, the consequences of a business-like decision react not directly upon his own bank account, but upon the profit position of the firm for which he works. If more and more businesses and occupations in America are called professions, or their practitioners try to behave like professionals, this is certainly not, as has been claimed by Harold Lasky, because of any equalitarian urge, either on the part of the country as a whole or on the part of the established professions. It is most crucially a result of the fact that as business has become enlarged and complicated, the skills needed to operate it become more difficult to acquire through an apprenticeship. People have had to be more highly trained, and often very specialized. Business has thus become a market for educated labor, including both the established as well as the newer professions. It has itself come to educate in the process of its own work. When, as is happening today, special training for selected managers of business is instituted, and when such training becomes a prerequisite to being hired, then we can speak of business as a profession, like medicine or law. Today the situation is quite mixed, but large businesses are moving in this direction. Increasingly both business and the professions are being rationally organized, so that the science of business arises in the schools even as do courses in business practice for doctors and lawyers. Both businessmen and professionals strive for rationality of the social machineries in which they work, and are honored if they achieve it. Both strive to become looked upon as experts and to be so judged, within a narrowed area of specific competence. Both are masters of abstracted human relations, whether as in business they see a customer, or in the professions a client or case. The main trend is for the bureaucratic organization of businessmen and of professionals to turn both into bureaucrats, professionalized occupants of specified offices and specialized tasks. It is certainly not in terms of pecuniary versus service, or in any terms of motivation, that business and the professions can be distinguished. The businessman, it has been thought, egotistically pursues his self-interest, whereas the professional man altruistically serves the interest of others. Such distinctions do prevail, but, as Talcott Parsons has correctly observed, the difference is not between egotistic self-interest and altruism. It is, rather, a difference in the entrance requirement, as this bears upon specialized training, a difference in the way the professional and business groups are socially organized and controlled, and a difference in the rules that govern the internal and external relations of the members of each group. If professional men are not expected to advertise, although some of them do, if they are expected, as in medicine or law, to take cases in need regardless of credit rating, although there is wide variation on this point, if they are forbidden to compete with one another for clients in terms of costs, although some do, this is not because they are less self-interested than businessmen, it is because they are organized, in a guild-like system, so as best to promote long-run self-interest. It does not matter whether as individuals they are aware of this as a social fact or understand it only as an ethical matter. So effective is the professional ideology of altruistic service that businessmen, especially certain types of small traders, are eagerly engaged in setting up the same practices of non-competition and guild-like closure. Even among businessmen who are not directly involved in the technicalities of modern business bureaucracy, there is the urge to seem professional and to enjoy professional privileges. This, first of all, rests upon their aspirations for status. The professional wears a badge of prestige. Any position that is responsible and steady and, above all, that carries prestige may become known, or at least promoted by its members, as a profession. Real estate men become realtors, undertakers become morticians, advertising men and public relations counsels, radio commentators and gag men, interior decorators and special effects experts all try to look and act professional. This trend is allowed and encouraged, if not implemented, by the fact that business functions, and so businessmen, are often accorded so high a status that they can borrow the status adhering to other pursuits. If the professions are honorific, the businessman reasons, then business should be a profession. One method of achieving this status, as well as of increasing income and warding off competition, is to close up the ranks without forming labor unions, to form professional associations which limit entrance to the fields of profits and fees. It was not until the 70s that the first state bar examinations were installed and medical licensing was begun. Accountants, architects, and engineers were licensed at the beginning of the 20th century. But by the 1930s, according to Willard Hurst's count in 18 representative states, some 210 occupations or businesses had come under some sort of legal closure. The chief stock in trade, for example, of pharmacists as small businessmen is their status, however anomalous, as professional men. Their professional claims and prestige encourage the consumer's confidence in the goods they sell, and, As one business journal asserts, their legal franchise as professional dispensers of health products enables them to stay open and sell non-drug products at odd times, Sundays, holidays, at night when other stores are closed. The professional basis of pharmacists, however, has been slipping, because packaged drug sales have increased, while prescription sales have declined. The economic meaning of the pharmacist's claims to professional status lies in the fact that they will lose many drug sales unless restrictive laws limit such sales to registered pharmacists. In part at least, the professional cry of the pharmacist is the economic cry of a small businessman against drug manufacturers who desire broader outlets. Small druggists often consider it highly unethical, even as do doctors, to compete in terms of the prices of retail price-maintained goods. They, too, would like a professional closure and professional standing. In the extreme case, ostracism and expulsion are used to uphold the rules of the guild in a society dominated by the acquisition and guarantee of profit. The balance between wise restraint and commercial advantage is uneasy, the line between them difficult to draw. The merging type of professional and businessman seeks to be and often is an entrepreneur who can exploit special privileges. Among these is the use of both business and professional bureaucracies. The professor sells the prestige of his university to secure market research jobs in order to build a research unit. He is privileged over commercial agencies because of his connection with the university. The doctor who is connected with the hospital secures patients as well as the use of equipment because of his connection. The lawyer, in his shuttles between one business and another, and between business and government, borrows prestige from both. Like other privileged groups, the professional entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial professionals seek to monopolize their positions by closing up their ranks. They seek to do so by law and by stringent rules of education and entrance. Whenever there is a feeling of declining opportunity, occupational groups will seek such closure. That strategy is now back of many of the rules and policies adopted by professional associations as well as by businessmen who seek to claim professional status. The ingenious bureaucracies among professionals, the increased volumes of work demanded of them, the coincidence of the managerial demiurge with commercial zeal, and all the policies and attempts on the part of professional and business groups to close up their ranks, these developments are alienating the individual, free intelligence from many white-collared professionals. Individual reflection is being centralized, sometimes at the top, more often just next to the top, as there are jobs requiring and monopolizing more of it, and, down the white-collar line, jobs requiring or allowing less of it. The centralization of planful reflection and the consequent expropriation of individual rationality parallel the rationalization of the white-collar hierarchy as a whole. What a single individual used to do is now broken up into functions of decision and research, direction and checking up, each performed by a separate group of individuals. Many executive functions are thus becoming less autonomous and permitting less initiative. The centralization of reflection entails for many the deprivation of initiative. For them, decision becomes the application of fixed rules. Yet these developments do not necessarily mean that the top men have less intellectual tasks to perform, they mean rather, as Henry de Man has observed, that the less intellectual tasks are broken up and transferred down the hierarchy to the semi-skilled white-collar employees, while the managerial top becomes even more intellectualized, and the unit of its intellectuality becomes a set of specialized staffs. The more those down the line are deprived of intellectual content in their work, the more those on top need to be intellectualized, or at least the more dependent they become upon the intellectually skilled. If in this process some professionals are forced down the line, more of those who take on the new subaltern intellectual tasks come from lower down the social scale. For the centralization of professional skills and the industrialization of many intellectual functions have not narrowed the full professional stratum so much as proliferated the semi-professions and the quasi-intellectual, and between these and the fully professional, created a more marked separation. So great has the expansion been that children of the wage worker and the clerk are often raised into semi-professional status, while top men of the professional world merge with business and become professional entrepreneurs of the managerial demiurge. 7. Brains Incorporated. Of all middle-class groups, intellectuals are the most far-flung and heterogeneous. Unlike small businessmen, factory workers, or filing clerks, intellectuals have been relatively classless. They have no common origin and share no common social destiny. They differ widely in income and in status. Some live, residentially and intellectually, in suburban slums, others, in propaganda bureaus of continent-wide nations. Many intellectuals are members of the old middle class. They work a specialized market made up of editors and business managers, as entrepreneurs using their education and their verbal skills as capital. Others are primarily new middle class. Their styles of life and of work are set by their position as salaried employees in various white-collar pyramids. Many professional people, by virtue of their education and leisure, have a good chance to become intellectuals, and many intellectuals earn their living by practicing some profession. Moreover, people of professional skills form a substantial proportion of the intellectuals' public. So what happens to professional and technical groups also affects the intellectuals' conditions of work and life. Intellectuals cannot be defined as a single social unit, but rather as a scattered set of grouplets. They must be defined in terms of their function and their subjective characteristics rather than in terms of their social position. As people who specialize in symbols, the intellectuals produce, distribute, and preserve distinct forms of consciousness. They are the immediate carriers of art and of ideas. They may have no direct responsibility for any practice, or, being engaged in institutional roles, they may be firmly attached to going institutions. They may be onlookers and outsiders, or overseers and insiders, but however that may be, as intellectuals they are people who live for and not off ideas. Seeking to cultivate a sense of individual mind, they have been, in their self-images, detached from popular values and stereotypes, and they have not been consciously beholden to anyone for the fixing of their beliefs. A remark William Phillips made of modern literature applies equally well to intellectuals. They have been in recoil from the practices and values of society toward some form of self-sufficiency, be it moral, or physical, or merely historical, with repeated fresh starts from the bohemian underground as each new movement runs itself out. They are thus in a kind of permanent mutiny against the regime of utility and conformity. All these elements of freedom hold for political as well as artistic intellectuals. All intellectual work is, in fact, relevant insofar as it is focused upon symbols that justify, debunk, or divert attention from authority and its exercise. Political intellectuals are specialized dealers in such symbols and states of political consciousness. They create, facilitate, and criticize the beliefs and ideas that support or attack ruling classes, institutions and policies, or they divert attention from these structures of power and from those who command and benefit from them as going concerns. For a brief liberal period in Western history, many intellectuals were free in the sense mentioned. They were in a somewhat unique historical situation, even as the situation of the small entrepreneur was unique, one historic phase sandwiched between two more highly organized phases. The 18th century intellectual stood on common ground with the bourgeois entrepreneur. Both were fighting, each in his own way, against the remnants of feudal control, the writer seeking to free himself from the highly placed patron, the businessman breaking the bonds of the chartered enterprise. Both were fighting for a new kind of freedom, the writer for an anonymous public, the businessman for an anonymous and unbounded market. It was their victory which Philip Robb describes when he says that during the greater part of the bourgeois epoch, the artist preferred alienation from the community to alienation from himself. But no longer are such conditions of freedom available for the entrepreneur or the intellectual, and nowhere has its collapse for intellectuals been more apparent than in 20th century America. 4 phases. The practice of a free intellectual life has in the course of the century undergone several transformations and come up against several rather distinct sets of circumstance. To follow these changes it is necessary to examine shifting models of thought and mood and to track down intangible influences. Throughout this century there has arisen a new kind of patronage system for free intellectuals, which at mid-century seems to have effected a loss of political will and even of moral hope. An oversimplified history of free, political intellectuals in the United States falls into four broad phases, outlined according to their major areas of attention and their pivotal values. Before World War I, the liberalism of pragmatic thought was widespread among muckrakies, who individually sought out the facts of injustice and corruption and reported them to the middle class. In the first decade and a half of the century, these intellectuals as muckrakers had a firm base in a mass public. In magazines like McClure's they could operate as freelance journalists, focusing on specific cities and specific businesses. In that expanding society, with new routines and groups arising, these intellectuals were sometimes overwhelmed by the need for sheer description, but they were critical journalists, having a vested interest in attack on established corruption, in a kind of ethical bookkeeping for the old middle-class world. In fact, muckraking attacks were thought or were feared to be so effective that, in reflex fashion, men of power hired publicity agents to defend their authority and their public images. Some of these publicity agents were at least in the beginning intellectuals. It is, in fact, characteristic of intellectuals that they are able to attach themselves to the defense and elaboration of almost any social interest. By World War I, many who had been muckrakers took up the defense of a new synthetic faith that was being created for the vested interests. The very magazines for which the muckrakers wrote, William Miller has shown, were in due course transformed into carefully guarded advertising media of enormous circulation. The muckrakers did not, of course, monopolize the intellectual scene. Centered in Henry Adams' house in Washington, D.C., and in the circles of strenuous idea men like Theodore Roosevelt, there was a conservative elite who also were critical of crass capitalism, but in a gentlemanly manner, from the standpoint of the patrician rentier. The muckrakers and conservatives did not long remain free or retain any unity, precisely because of their multiplicity of origin and interests, and their social heterogeneity. It was not difficult for them to take the different directions and join the different classes or parties that they did. The range of styles for intellectuals available in the 20s, as they attempted to reconcile themselves to the broker's world, has been well described by Edmund Wilson. The attitude of the Mancunian gentleman, ironic, beer-loving and civilized, living principally on the satisfaction of feeling superior to the broker and enjoying the debauchement of American life as a burlesque show, the attitude of the old American stock smugness. The liberal attitude that American capitalism was going to show a new wonder to the world by gradually and comfortably socializing itself and that we should just have to respect and like it in the meantime, taking a great interest in Dwight Morrow and Owen D. Young, the attitude of trying to get a kick out of the sheer energy and size of American enterprises, irrespective of what they were aiming at, the attitude of proudly withdrawing and cultivating a refined sensibility, the attitude of letting oneself be carried along by the mad hilarity and tragedy of jazz, of living only for the excitement of the night. What all these attitudes have in common is an apolitical tone, or a cultivated relaxation into a soft kind of liberalism, which relieved political tension and dulled political perception. The intellectuals diverted public attention from major political symbols, even as they broke cultural and social idols. Many rejected Middle Western America for the Eastern cities and, in fact, all America for Europe, but their revolt was aesthetic and literary rather than explicitly political. It was an enthusiastic revolt against provincial regional hankerings, against social and ideological proprieties, against gentility in all forms. For a while, during the 30s, there was a widespread model of the intellectual as political agent. Some of the most talented free intellectuals played at being Leninist men. They joined or traveled with splinter parties, with first the Third and then the Fourth International. They wrote in support of the general ideas and policies current in these circles. For the first several decades of this century, pragmatism was the nerve of leftward thinking. By the 1930s, as pragmatism as such began to decline as a common denominator of liberalism, its major theme was given new life by a fashionable Marxism. One idea ran through both ideologies, the optimistic faith in man's rationality. In pragmatism this rationality was formally located in the individual, in Marxism in a class of men, but in both it was a motif so dominant as to set the general mood. In Marx's theory of historical change, as modified by Lenin, the intellectual supplemented the proletariat. Only if these gadflies, bearing the idea, joined the movement as its heroic vanguard would the workers make a new world, or at least so did many U.S. intellectuals interpret Leninism. Some few joined the organizing staffs of unions, becoming journalists and publicity agents, to gauge when the time was ripe, although none became firmly attached to the labor movement without ceasing to be intellectuals. But also novelists, critics, and poets, historians, both academic and freelance. The leading intellectuals became political, went left. If they broke away from the Communist Party as members or as fellow travelers, still they remained radical, as Trotskyist intellectuals or as independent leftists. For a time, all live intellectual work was derived from leftward circles or spent its energy defending itself against left views. For with the war came a period of deliberation. Intellectuals broke with the old radicalism and became in one way or another liberals and patriots, or gave up politics altogether. Dwight MacDonald has observed how religious obscurantists, who returned to pre-capitalist values, and totalitarian liberals, who accepted the process of rationalization, trying to make of it a positive thing, came forth, bringing with them a strong effort to depoliticize the war in every respect. And, as James Farrell has pointed out, a metaphysics of the war was necessary. In the name of the American past, such men as Brooks, McLeish, and Mumford, official spokesmen of the war ideology, provided it. Intellectuals who remained free, who scorned the new metaphysics, were still much affected by it because it had the initiative, even as big business gained the initiative inside the war agencies. WPA became WPB for many businessmen and for many intellectuals. In the effort to discuss but not face up to the irresponsibilities and sustaining deceptions of modern society at war, the publicists called upon images of the future. But even the production of utopia seemed to be controlled, monopolized by adjuncts of big business, who set the technological trap by dangling baubles before the public without telling how those goods might be widely distributed. Political writers focused attention away from the present and into the several planful models of the future, drawn up as sources of unity and morale. Post-war planning, with emphasis upon the coming technological marvels, was the chief intellectual form of war propaganda in America. Few intellectuals arose to protest against the war on political or moral grounds, and the prosperity after the war, in which intellectuals shared, was for them a time of moral slump. They have not returned to politics, much less turned left again, and no new generation has yet moved into their old stations. With this disintegration has gone political will, in its place there is hopelessness. Among U.S. intelligentsia, as all over the world, Lionel Trilling has remarked, the political mind lies passive before action and the event. We are in the hands of the commentator. Since the war years, the optimistic, rational faith has obviously been losing out in competition with more tragic views of political and personal life. Many who not long ago read Dewey or Marx with apparent satisfaction have become more vitally interested in such analysts of personal tragedy as Søren Kierkegaard or such mirrors of hopeless bafflement as Kafka. Attempts to reinstate the old emphasis on the power of man's intelligence to control his destiny have not been taken up by American intellectuals, spurred as they are by new worries, seeking as they are for new gods. Suffering the tremors of men who face defeat, they are worried and distraught, some only half aware of their condition, others so painfully aware that they must obscure their knowledge by rationalistic busy work and many forms of self-deception. No longer can they read, without smirking or without bitterness, Dewey's brave words, "Every thinker puts some portion of an apparently stable world in peril," or Bertrand Russell's thought looks into the face of hell and is not afraid, much less Marx's notion that the role of the philosopher was not to interpret but to change the world. Now they hear Charles P. Guy, "No need to conceal this from ourselves, we are defeated. For 10 years, for 15 years, we have done nothing but lose ground. Today, in the decline, in the decay of political and private morals, literally we are beleaguered. We are in a place which is in a state of siege and more than blockaded, and all the flat country is in the hands of the enemy. What has happened is that the terms of acceptance of American life have been made bleak and superficial at the same time that the terms of revolt have been made vulgar and irrelevant. The malaise of the American intellectual is thus the malaise of a spiritual void. The political failure of intellectual nerve is no simple retreat from reason. The ideas current among intellectuals are not merely fads of an epoch of world wars and slumps. The creation and diffusion of ideas and moods must be understood as social and historical phenomena. What is happening is not entirely explained, however, by the political defeat and internal decay of radical parties. The loss of will and even of ideas among intellectuals must in the first instance be seen in terms of their self-images, which have in turn been anchored in social movements and political trends. To understand what has been happening to American intellectual life, we have to go beyond the decline of radical movements and of Marxism as a packaged intellectual option, and realize the effects upon the carriers of intellectual life of certain deep-lying, long-term trends of modern social and ideological organization. 2. The bureaucratic context. Bureaucracy increasingly sets the conditions of intellectual life and controls the major market for its products. The new bureaucracies of state and business, of party and voluntary association, become the major employers of intellectuals and the main customers for their work. So strong has this demand for technical and ideological intelligentsia of all sorts become that it might even be said that a new patronage system of a complicated and sometimes indirect kind has arisen. Not only the New Deal, Hollywood, and the loose enterprises, but business concerns of the most varied types, as well as that curious set of institutions clustering around Stalinism, have come to play an important role in the cultural and marketing life of the intellectual. The Young and Rubicam mentality is not confined to Young and Rubicam, there are wider groupings which have become adjuncts of the marketeers and which display the managing mentality and style of those who sell systematically. The opinion-molding profession, Eliot Cohen has observed, is a tight little community, inhabiting a small territory 4 blocks wide and 10 or so blocks long, centering around Radio City, with business suburbs of the same narrow geographical dimensions in Hollywood and Chicago. But its reach is wide. At the top, the communications intellectuals, idea men, technicians, administrators, blend with the managerial demiurge in more concrete businesses. Indeed, the styles of work and life of intellectuals and managers, as well as their dominating interests, coincide at many points. In and around these managed structures are intellectuals who, given the modern dominance, must now be considered as holdouts. And between the two there is much traffic. For the intellectual who would remain free yet still seek a public, this general trend is sharpened by the fact that, in a bureaucratic world of organized irresponsibility, the difficulty of speaking one's mind in dissent has increased. Between the intellectual and his potential public stand technical, economic, and social structures which are owned and operated by others. The medium of pamphlets offered to Tom Paine a direct channel to readers that the world of mass advertising-supported publications clearly cannot afford to provide the dissenter. If the intellectual becomes the hired man of an information industry, his general aims must, of course, be set by the decisions of others rather than by his own integrity. If he is working for such industries on a putting-out basis, he is of course only one short step from the hired man status, although in his case manipulation rather than authority may be exercised. The freedom of the freelance is minimized when he goes to market, and if he does go, his freedom is without public value. Even craftsmanship, so central to intellectual and artistic gratification, is thwarted for an increasing number of intellectual workers who find themselves in the predicament of the Hollywood writer. Unlike the Broadway playwright who retains at least some command over his play when the manager, director, and cast take it over, the Hollywood script writer has no assurance that what he writes will be produced in even recognizable form. His work is bent to the ends of mass effects to sell a mass market, and his major complaint, as Robert E. Sherwood has said, is not that he is underpaid, but that while he has responsibility for his work he has no real authority over it. The themes of mass literature and entertainment, of pulps and slicks, of radio drama and television script, are thus set by the editor or director. The writer merely fills an order, and often he will not write at all until he has an order specifying content, slant, and space limits. Even the editor of the mass magazine, the director of the radio drama, has not escaped the depersonalization of publishing and entertainment. He is also the employee of a business enterprise, not a personality in his own right. Mass magazines and radio shows are not so much edited by a personality as regulated by an adroit formula. With the general speed up of the literary industry and the advent of go-getters in publishing, the character of book publishing has changed. Writers have always been somewhat limited by the taste and mentality of their readers, but the variety and levels to which the publishing industry was geared made possible a large amount of freedom. Recent changes in the mass distribution of books may very well require, as do the production and distribution of films, a more cautious, standardized product. It is likely that fewer and fewer publishers will handle more and more of those manuscripts which reach mass publics through large-scale channels of distribution. The rationalization of literature and the commercialization of the arts began in the sphere of distribution. Now it reaches deeper and deeper into the productive aspects. "We seldom stop to think," wrote Henry Seidel Canby, in 1933, "how strange it is that literature has become an industry. Everything is taken care of in the widely ramified organizations of the publishing houses and the agencies. The author's name is down, and the diplomacy department dispatches bright young envoys to them at brisk intervals. They are part of the organization now. So also the book editors, who increasingly become members of a semi-anonymous staff governed by formula, rather than devoted, professional men. Editors seek out prominent names, and men with such names crave even more prominence. Given go-getting editors and craving notables, it is inevitable in our specialized age that reliance on the expert should bring about a large expansion of ghost writing. The chance is probably 50-50 that the book of a prominent but non-literary man is actually written by someone else. Yet perhaps the ghost writer is among the honest literary men. In him alienation from work reaches the final point of complete lack of public responsibility. Although the large universities are still relatively free places in which to work, the trends that limit independence of intellect are not absent there. The professor is, after all, an employee, subject to what this fact involves, and institutional factors select men and have some influence upon how, when, and upon what they will work. Yet the deepest problem of freedom for teachers is not the occasional ousting of a professor, but a vague general fear sometimes called discretion and good judgment which leads to self-intimidation and finally becomes so habitual that the scholar is unaware of it. The real restraints are not so much external prohibitions as manipulative control of the insurgent by the agreements of academic gentlemen. Such control is, of course, furthered by hatch acts, by political and business attacks upon professors, by the restraints necessarily involved in army programs for colleges, and by the setting up of committees by trade associations, which attempt to standardize the content and effects of teaching in given disciplines. Research in social science is increasingly dependent upon funds from foundations, which are notably averse to scholars who develop unpopular, unconstructive, theses. The United States' growing international entanglements have still other, subtle effects upon American intellectuals. For the young man who teaches and writes on Latin America, Asia, or Europe, and who does not deviate from acceptable facts and policies, these entanglements lead to a kind of voluntary censorship. He hopes for opportunities of research, travel, and foundation subsidies. Tacitly, by his silence, or explicitly in his work, the academic intellectual often sanctions illusions that uphold authority, rather than speak out against them. In his teaching, he may censor himself by carefully selecting safe problems in the name of pure science, or by selling such prestige as his scholarship may have for ends other than his own. More and more people, and among them the intellectuals, are becoming dependent salaried workers who spend the most alert hours of their lives being told what to do. In our time, dominated by the need for swift action, the individual, including the free intellectual, feels dangerously lost. Such are the general frustrations of contemporary life. But they are reflected very acutely, in direct and many indirect ways, into the world of the intellectual. For he lives by communication, and the means of effective communication are being expropriated from the intellectual worker. Knowledge that is not communicated has a way of turning the mind sour, of being obscured, and finally of being forgotten. For the sake of the integrity of the discoverer, his discovery must be effectively communicated. Such communication is also a necessary element in the very search for clear understanding, including the understanding of oneself. Only through social confirmation by others whom he believes adequately equipped can a man earn the right of feeling secure in his knowledge. The basis of integrity can be gained or renewed only by activity, including communication, in which there is a minimum of repression. When a man sells the lies of others, he is also selling himself. To sell himself is to turn himself into a commodity. A commodity does not control the market, its nominal worth is determined by what the market will offer. 3. The ideological demand. The market, though it is undoubtedly a buyer's market, has been paying off well. The demand of the bureaucracies has been not only for intellectual personnel to run the new technical, editorial, and communication machinery, but for the creation and diffusion of new symbolic fortifications for the new and largely private powers these bureaucracies represent. In our time, every interest, hatred, or passion is likely to be intellectually organized, no matter how low the level of that organization may be. There is a great increase of conscious formulation, Lionel Trilling remarks, and an increase of a certain kind of consciousness by formulation. Around each interest a system is made up, a system founded on science. A research cartel must be engaged or, if none yet exists, created, in which careful researchers must turn out elaborate studies and accurately timed releases, buttressing the interest, competing with other hatreds, turning pieties into theologies, passions into ideologies. In all these attempts to secure attention and credulity, in all this justifying and denying, intellectuals are required. The great demand for new justifications has been facilitated by 4 interrelated and cumulative processes. Traditional sanctifications have in the course of modern times been broken up, no longer are underlying meanings tacitly accepted. With the new, diverse, and enlarged means of communication, traditional symbols have been uprooted and exposed to competition. In this breakup, the intellectual has played a major role, and as urban society has demanded new heroes and meanings, it has been the intellectual who has found them and spread them to mass publics. 2. As every interest has come to have its ideological apparatus, and new means of communication have become available, symbols of justification and diversion have multiplied and competed with one another for the attention of various publics. Continuously in demand as new devices to attract attention and hold it, symbols become banalized shortly after their release, and the turnover of appealing symbols must be speeded up. An elaborate study is outdated when a new one is made the next month. Thus the continual demand for new ideas, that is, acceptable ideas, attractive modes of statement of interests, passions, and hatreds. 3. The very size of the private powers that have emerged has made it necessary to work out new justifications for their exercise. Clearly the power of the modern corporation is not easily justifiable in terms of the simple democratic theory of sovereignty inherited from the 18th and 19th centuries. Many an intellectual earns a good income because of that fact. The whole growth of ideological work is based on the need for the vested interests lodged in the new power centers to be softened, whitened, blurred, misinterpreted to those who serve the interests of the bureaucracies inside, and to those in its sphere outside. Because of the funded wealth and centralized power, opinions must be funded and centralized into goodwill, which must be continually managed and sustained. The men at the helm of the managerial apparatus derive their self-esteem from their bureaucracies and hence need intellectuals to compose suitable myths about them and it. In their relation to managers, new entrepreneurs of various types have had their main chance. Among these are many former intellectuals who have seen and taken that chance. In the world of the small entrepreneur, power was decentralized and anonymous, it did not require a systematic ideological cement. In the new managed society, Power is centralized and only anonymous when it is manipulative. One of the major tasks of its managers is ideological. Their problem is not easy, their search for new and compelling justifications might well be frenzied. For along with the breakup of traditional sanctions, the speed up in the competition of symbols, and the rise of new unsanctified powers, from the recurrent crises of war and slump which have beset modern society, deep fears and anxieties have spread. These have put new urgency into the search for adequate explanations for everyone directly involved. The middle classes, both old and new, seen as a bulwark of the new powers, are filled with anxieties and the need for new opinions of the new world in which they find themselves, or for diversion from it. It has been the intellectuals' part to divert these intermediary strata and to keep them oriented in an appropriate manner despite their anxieties. When irresponsible decisions prevail and values are not proportionately distributed, universal deception must be practiced by and for those who make the decisions and who have the most of what values there are to have. An increasing number of intellectually equipped men and women work within powerful bureaucracies and for the relatively few who do the deciding. If the intellectual is not directly hired by such an organization, he seeks by little steps and in self-deceptive as well as conscious ways, to have his published opinions conform to the limits set by the organizations and by those who are directly hired. In either case, the intellectual becomes a mouthpiece. There often seems to be no areas left between outright rebellion and groveling sycophancy. Perhaps, in due course, intellectuals have at all times been drawn into line with either popular mentality or ruling class, and away from the urge to be detached, but now in the middle of the 20th century, the recoil from detachment and the falling into line seem more organized, more solidly rooted in the centralization of power and its rationalization of modern society as a whole. If, as never before, intellectuals find it difficult to locate their masters in the impersonal machineries of authority in which they work, this, despite the anxieties it may at times cause them, makes more possible the postures of objectivity and integrity they continue to fancy. For the rise of the technician. The social developments centered upon the rise of bureaucracies and the ideological developments centered upon the continual demands for new justifications have coincided. Together they increasingly determine the social position and ideological posture of the intellectual. Busy with the ideological speed-up, the intellectual has readily taken on the responsibilities of the citizen. In many cases, having ceased to be in any sense a free intellectual, he has joined the expanding world of those who live off ideas, as administrator, idea man, and goodwill technician. In class, status, and self-image, he has become more solidly middle class, a man at a desk, married, with children, living in a respectable suburb, his career pivoting on the selling of ideas, his life a tight little routine, substituting middle brow and mass culture for direct experience of his life and his world, and, above all, becoming a man with a job in a society where money is supreme. In such an atmosphere, intellectual activity that does not have relevance to established money and power is not likely to be highly valued. In the capitalization of the spirit, as George Lukács has remarked, talent and ideology become commodities. The writing of memoranda, telling others what to do, replaces the writing of books, telling others how it is. Cultural and intellectual products may be valued as ornaments but do not bring even ornamental value to their producers. The new pattern sets the anxious standards of economic value and social honor, making it increasingly difficult for such a man to escape the routine ideological panic of the managerial demiurge. The scope and energy of these new developments, the spread of managed communications, and the clutch of bureaucracies have changed the social position of many intellectuals in America. Unlike some European countries, especially Central and Eastern Europe, the United States has not produced a sizable stratum of intellectuals, or even professionals, who have been unemployed long enough or under such conditions as to cause frustration among them. Unemployment among American intellectuals has been experienced as a cyclical phenomenon, not, as in some parts of Europe, as a seemingly permanent condition. The administrative expansion of the liberal state and the enormous growth of private interest and communications bureaucracies have in fact multiplied opportunities for careers. It cannot be said that the intellectuals have cause for economic alarm, as yet. In fact, amazing careers have become legends among them. Having little or none of that resentment and hostility that arose in many European intellectual circles between the wars, American intellectuals have not, as an articulate group, become leaders for such discontented mass strata as may have become politically aware of their discontent. Perhaps they have become disoriented and estranged, from time to time, but they have not felt disinherited. The ascendancy of the technician over the intellectual in America is becoming more and more apparent, and seems to be taking place without many jolts. The U.S. novelist, artist, political writer is very good indeed at the jobs for which he is hired. What is fatal to the American writer, Edmund Wilson has written, is to be brilliant at disgraceful or second-rate jobs. With the kind of American writer who has had no education to speak of, you are unable to talk at all once Hollywood or loose has got him. No longer, in Matthew Josephson's language, detached from the spirit of immediate gain, no longer having a sense of being disinterested, the intellectual is becoming a technician, an idea man, rather than one who resists the environment, preserves the individual type, and defends himself from death by adaptation. The intellectual who remains free may continue to learn more and more about modern society, but he finds the centers of political initiative less and less accessible. This generates a malady that is particularly acute in the intellectual who believed his thinking would make a difference. In the world of today, the more his knowledge of affairs grows, the less impact his thinking seems to have. If he grows more frustrated as his knowledge increases, it seems that knowledge leads to powerlessness. He comes to feel helpless in the fundamental sense that he cannot control what he is able to foresee. This is not only true of his own attempts to act, it is true of the acts of powerful men whom he observes. Such frustration arises, of course, only in the man who feels compelled to act. The detached spectator does not feel his helplessness because he never tries to surmount it. But the political man is always aware that while events are not in his hands, he must bear their consequences. He finds it increasingly difficult even to express himself. If he states public issues as he sees them, he cannot take seriously the slogans and confusions used by parties with a chance to win power. He therefore feels politically irrelevant. Yet if he approaches public issues realistically, that is, in terms of the major parties, he inevitably so compromises their initial statement that he is not able to sustain any enthusiasm for political action and thought. The political failure of nerve thus has a personal counterpart in the development of a tragic sense of life, which may be experienced as a personal discovery and a personal burden, but is also a reflection of objective circumstances. It arises from the fact that at the fountainheads of public decision there are powerful men who do not themselves suffer the violent results of their own decisions. In a world of big organizations, the lines between powerful decisions and grassroots democratic controls become blurred and tenuous, and seemingly irresponsible actions by individuals at the top are encouraged. The need for action prompts them to take decisions into their own hands, while the fact that they act as parts of large corporations or other organizations blurs the identification of personal responsibility. Their public views and political actions are, in this objective meaning of the word, irresponsible. The social corollary of their irresponsibility is the fact that others are dependent upon them and must suffer the consequence of their ignorance and mistakes, their self-deceptions and biased motives. The sense of tragedy in the intellectual who watches the scene is a personal reaction to the politics and economics of collective irresponsibility. The shaping of the society he lives in and the manner in which he lives in it are increasingly political. That shaping has come to include the realms of intellect and of personal morality, which are now also subject to organization. Because of the expanded reach of politics, it is his own personal style of life and reflections he is thinking about when he thinks about politics. The independent artist and intellectual are among the few remaining personalities presumably equipped to resist and to fight the stereotyping and consequent death of genuinely lively things. Fresh perception now involves the capacity to unmask and smash the stereotypes of vision and intellect with which modern communications swamp us. The worlds of mass art and mass thought are increasingly geared to the demands of power. That is why it is in politics that some intellectuals feel the need for solidarity and for a fulcrum. If the thinker does not relate himself to the value of truth in political struggle, he cannot responsibly cope with the whole of live experience. As the channels of communication become more and more monopolized, and party machines and economic pressures, based on vested shams, continue to monopolize the chances of effective political organization, the opportunities to act and to communicate politically are minimized. The political intellectual is, increasingly, an employee living off the communication machineries which are based on the very opposite of what he would like to stand for. Just as the bright young technicians and editors cannot face politics except as news and entertainment, so the remaining free intellectuals increasingly withdraw. The simple fact is that they lack the will. The external and internal forces that move them away from politics are too strong. They are pulled into the technical machinery, the explicit rationalization of intellect, or they go the way of personal lament. Today there are many forms of escape for the free intellectuals from the essential facts of defeat and powerlessness, among them the cult of alienation and the fetish of objectivity. Both hide the fact of powerlessness and at the same time attempt to make that fact more palatable. Alienation, as used in middlebrow circles, is not the old detachment of the intellectual from the popular tone of life and its structure of domination. It does not mean estrangement from the ruling powers, nor is it a phase necessary to the pursuit of truth. It is a lament and a form of collapse into self-indulgence. It is a personal excuse for lack of political will. It is a fashionable way of being overwhelmed. In function, it is the literary counterpart to the cult of objectivity in the social sciences. Objectivity or scientism is often an academic cult of the narrowed attention, the pose of the technician, or the aspiring technician, who assumes as given the big framework and the political meaning of his operation within it. Often an unimaginative use of already plotted routines of life and work, objectivity may satisfy those who are not interested in politics, but it is a specialized form of retreat rather than the intellectual orientation of a political man. Both alienation and objectivity fall in line with the victory of the technician over the intellectual. They are fit moods and ideologies for intellectuals caught up in and overwhelmed by the managerial demiurge in an age of organized irresponsibility, signals that the job, as sanction and as censorship, has come to embrace the intellectual, and that the political psychology of the scared employee has become relevant to understanding his work. Simply to understand, or to lament alienation, these are the ideals of the technician who is powerless and estranged but not disinherited. These are the ideals of men who have the capacity to know the truth but not the chance, the skill, or the fortitude, as the case may be, to communicate it with political effectiveness. The defeat of the free intellectuals and the rationalization of the free intellect have been at the hands of an enemy who cannot be clearly defined. Even given the power, the free intellectuals could not easily find the way to work their will upon their situation, nor could they succeed in destroying its effect upon what they are, what they do, and what they want to become. They find it harder to locate their external enemies than to grapple with their internal conditions. Their seemingly impersonal defeat has spun a personally tragic plot and they are betrayed by what is false within them. 8. The Great Sales Room. In the world of the small entrepreneur, selling was one activity among many, limited in scope, technique, and manner. In the new society, selling is a pervasive activity, unlimited in scope and ruthless in its choice of technique and manner. The salesman's world has now become everybody's world, and, in some part, everybody has become a salesman. The enlarged market has become at once more impersonal and more intimate. What is there that does not pass through the market? Science and love, virtue and conscience, friendliness, carefully nurtured skills and animosities. This is a time of venality. The market now reaches into every institution and every relation. The bargaining manner, the huckstering animus, the memorized theology of Pep, the commercialized evaluation of personal traits, they are all around us, in public and in private there is the tang and feel of salesmanship. 1. Types of salesmen. The American salesman has gone through several major phases, each of which corresponds to a phase in the organization of the business system. This system is a vast and intricate network of institutions, each strand of which is a salesman of one sort or another. Any change in this system and of its relations to society as a whole will be reflected in the development of types of salesmen and of the kind of salesmanship that prevails. When demand was generally greater than production, selling occurred largely in a seller's market, and was in the main a more or less effortless matter of being in a certain place at a certain time in order to take an order. When demands balanced supplies, the salesman as a means of distribution merely provided information. But when the pressure from the producer to sell became much greater than the capacity of the consumer to buy, the role of the salesman shifted into high gear. In the 20th century, as surpluses piled up, the need has been for distribution to national markets, and with the spread of national advertising, coextensive sales organizations have been needed to cash in on its effects. When business firms were able to increase their output in an enlarging market, they could conveniently underbid one another, but in a contracted or closed market, they prefer not to compete in terms of price. It may be that lower prices, as many economists hold, are more effective than the methods of aggressive and cost-increasing salesmanship. But in its way, high-pressure selling is a substitute stimulator of demand, not by lowering prices but by creating new wants and more urgent desires. The business, wrote Veblen, reduces itself to a traffic in salesmanship, running wholly on the comparative merit of the rival salesman. Salesmanship in the United States has been made into a virtually autonomous force dependent only upon will, which keeps the economy in high gear operation. In the older world of the small entrepreneur there were storekeepers but few salesmen. After the Revolutionary War, there began to be traveling peddlers, whose markets were thin but widespread. By the middle of the 19th century the wholesaler, then the dominant type of entrepreneur, began to hire drummers or greeters, whose job it was to meet retailers and jobbers in hotels or saloons in the market centers of the city. Later, these men began to travel to the local markets. Then, as manufacturers replaced wholesalers as dominant powers in the world of business, their traveling agents joined the wholesalers. Goods produced in the factory are transported to urban centers of consumption, there they pile up, and are unpiled into the market radius of the city. Without mass production, commodities cannot be accumulated to fill great stores. Without big cities there are no markets large enough and concentrated enough to support such stores. Without a transportation net, the goods produced cannot be picked up at scattered points and placed in the middle of the urban mass. Each of these is a center of the modern webwork of business and society. On the other hand, the same conditions also make possible the smaller specialty shops that sell only gloves or ties. In the history of modern trade, N.S.B. Graw observes, there seems to be a sort of oscillation between specialization and integration. An enterprise may specialize in terms of the lines of commodities that it handles, or in terms of the junctures of the economic circuit that it serves. It may handle many lines of merchandise or few, it may retail, wholesale, and manufacture, or it may perform only one of these functions. The oscillation of modern enterprise between specialization and integration involves lines of merchandise as well as economic functions. With some simplification, the historical rhythm of enterprise, as it involves the American store, may be outlined in this way. 1. In the 18th century, the market was small-scale and the ways of reaching it were primitive. There was little specialization and the small general store prevailed. 2. In the first half of the 19th century, specialization proceeded. By the mid-years of the century the cities were full of specialty shops, each focusing on a narrow area of the enlarging market. They were mainly retail, and were advised, in the business lore of the time, to stick each to its own economic function. 3. For the last 100 years, the amalgamating, integrating tendency, of which the department store is a prime exemplar, has been on the upswing. There are still trading posts in outlying areas, and general merchandise stores. Single-line or specialty shops still numerically dominate U.S. retailing. But the department store, the chain store, the mail-order house, all principally types of this century, are most in tune with the new society. Dependent as the economy is upon replacement markets and rapid turnover, obsolescence must be planned into the commodities produced, speeded up by the technique of marketing. The needs of salesmanship are thus geared even to the design of commodities. The chief concern of the industrial designers, the great packagers, is the appearance of commodities, changing colors, shapes, and names. The whole of fashion, not only in clothing, automobiles, and furniture, but in virtually all commodities, is deliberately managed to the end of greater sales volume. Fashion has become a rational attempt to exploit the status market for a greater turnover of goods. Behind the $126.3 billion worth of goods U.S. consumers bought in 1948 there lie not only the economic facts of need and exchange, but the social fact that U.S. society has in crucial aspects become a continuous fashion show. The shift in economic emphasis from production to distribution has meant both the persistence of the old urban middle class, which is now located in distribution, and the expansion of considerable portions of the new middle class. Of the old middle class, 19% are directly involved in retail and wholesale selling. They are not captains of industry, but corporals of retailing. In the meantime, the era of big retailing has brought forth over 3 million white-collar people who are now directly involved in selling. In 1940, they were 6% of the labor force, 14% of the total middle class, 25% of all white-collar people. In terms of skills involved, sales personnel range from the salesmen who create and satisfy new desires, through salespeople who do not create desires or customers but wait for them, to the order fillers who merely receive payment, make change, and wrap up what is bought. Some salesmen must know the technical details of complex commodities and their maintenance, others need know nothing about the simple commodities they sell. In terms of social level, at the top of the sales hierarchy are the prima donna vice presidents of corporations, who boast that they are merely salesmen, and at the bottom, the 5 and 10-cent store girls who work for half days several months before they leave the job market for marriage. Near the top of the hierarchy are the distribution executives who design, organize, and direct the selling techniques of sales forces. Close to them are the absentee salesmen who create the slogans and images that spur sales from a distance by mass media. In terms of where the sale is made, salespeople may be classified as stationary, mobile, or absentee. Stationary salespeople, now about 60% of the white-collar people involved in selling, sell in stores, behind the counters. Mobile salesmen, now about 38%, make the rounds to the houses and offices of the customers. They range from peddlers walking from door to door, to commercial travelers who fly to their formal appointments expertly made weeks in advance. Absentee salesmen, ADMen, now 2% of all salespeople, manage the machineries of promotion and advertising and are not personally present at the point of the sale, but act as all-pervasive adjuncts to those who are. The national market has become an object upon which many white-collar skills focus. The professional market researcher examines it intensively and extensively. The personnel man selects and trains salesmen of 1,000 different types for its exploitation. The manager studies the fine art of prompting men to go get 'em. As competition for restricted markets builds up, and buyers' markets become more frequent, the pressure mounts in the salesman's immediate domain. Psychologists bend their minds to improving the technique of persuading people to commercial decisions. Before high-pressure salesmanship, emphasis was upon the salesman's knowledge of the product, a sales knowledge grounded in apprenticeship. After it, the focus is upon hypnotizing the prospect, an art provided by psychology. The salesmen link up one unit of business society with another. Salesmanship is coextensive with the cash nexus of the modern world. It is not only a marketing device, it is a pervasive apparatus of persuasion that sets a people's style of life. For all types of marketing entrepreneurs and white-collar salespeople, in and out of stores, on the roads and in the air, are only the concentration points in the cotter of salesmanship. So deeply have they infiltrated, so potent is their influence, that they may be seen as a sort of official personnel of an all-pervasive atmosphere. That is why we cannot understand salesmanship by studying only salesmen. The American premium, we learn in Babbitt, is not upon selling anything in particular for or to anybody in particular, but pure selling. Now, salesmanship has become an abstracted value, a science, an ideology, and a style of life for a society that has turned itself into a fabulous sales room and become the biggest bazaar in the world. The biggest bazaar in the world. 50 years ago, the big bazaar moved uptown to become one of the hubs of the megalopolis. When it moved, 32 buildings, housing smaller and less independent establishments, had to be knocked down. Everybody said it was the biggest and the best bazaar in the world. Its 23 acres of floor, each a square block, were built for ups and downs as well as for cross-floor movement. The escalators alone could lift and sink 40,000 people every hour. And all day long, folded money and slips of paper were shot through 18 miles of brass tubing to end in the cartelized brain, the office center of the big bazaar. Then, alongside the first square block, they built again and still again, the additions rearing up to dwarf the old beginning. Now there are almost 50 acres of floor, and off the island of Manhattan, there are 30 more acres where men and commodities wait to move in on the biggest bazaar in the world. Now there are 58 escalators, 29 elevators, and 105 conveyor belts, 26 freight lifts whisk loaded trucks from floor to floor, 75 miles of tubing carry the records of who bought it, who sold it, what it was, how much was paid, when did all this happen. Still it cannot be contained, it reaches out to Ohio and San Francisco, to Alabama, Chicago, Rochester, it is a chain of chains of departments. And deep in its heart, they have a professional staff and 10 clerks who sit every day figuring out the portentous question, where will the next one be planted? 180 incoming telephones keep 100 operators politely tired. If you can't come, phone, we also deliver. Out from the bazaar for 50 miles, our 410 vans carry the bazaar into your very home, leaving a little part of itself, making it a part of you. Do you think the family is important to society? But the big bazaar feeds, clothes, amuses, it replaces families, in every respect but the single one of biological reproduction. From womb to grave, it watches over you, supplying the necessities and creating the unmet need. Back in the 90s, the bazaar had begun to speak as the universal provider, follow the crowd and it will always take /you to the big bazaar. The all-around store. Ride our bicycle /read our books, cook in our saucepan /dine off our china, wear our silk /get under our blankets, smoke our cigars /drink our wines. And life will cost you less and yield you more than you dreamed possible. Do you think factories are something to know about? But the bazaar is a factory, it has taken unto itself the several phases of the economic circuit, and now contains them all. And it is also a factory of smiles and visions, of faces and dreams of life, surrounding people with the commodities for which they live, holding out to them the goals for which they struggle. What factory is geared so deep and direct with what people want and what they are becoming? Measured by space or measured by money, it is the greatest emporium in the world, it is a world dedicated to commodities, run by committees and paced by floor walkers. It is hard to say who owns the bazaar. It began when a petty capitalist left whaling ships for retail trade. Then it became a family business, some partners appeared, and they took over, now it is a corporation, and nobody owns more than 10%. From a single proprietor to what, in the curious lingo of finance, is called the public. The eldest son of an eldest son has a lot of say-so about its workings, but if he went away, nobody doubts that it would go on, it is self-creative and self-perpetuating and nobody owns it. But who runs it? Someone has to run it. At first one person knew all about it and owned it and ran it. Once a week this merchant stood in the middle of his store and read impressively and out loud the name of the clerk who had sold the most during the past week. From where he stood, he could see all the operations in each department of his store. But now there is no merchant and no place for such a merchant to stand. Now 100 people do what that man did. What one of them does is often secret to the others. It has become so impersonal at the top and bottom that a major problem is how to make it personal again, and still smooth running and continuous. There are managers of this and managers of that, and there are managers of managers, but when any one of them dies or disappears, it doesn't make any difference. The store goes on. It was created by people who did not know what they were creating, and now it creates people, who in turn do not know what they are creating. Every hour of the day it creates and destroys and recreates itself, nobody knowing about it all but somebody knowing about every single part of it. So the chaos you see is only apparent, nothing haphazard happens here. Things are under control, everything is accounted for, it is all in the files, and the committees know about the files, and other committees know about those committees. In the cathedral, worship is organized. This is the cathedral of commodities, whispering and shouting for its 394,000 assorted gods, not including colors and sizes. In organizing the congregation, the Big Bazaar has been training it for faster and more efficient worship. Its most effective prayers have been formed in the ritual of the Great Repetition, a curious blending of piety and the barking of the circus. The gods men worship determine how they live. Gods have always changed, but never before has their change been so well or so widely organized, never before has their worship been so universal and so devout. In organizing the fetishism of commodities, the Big Bazaar has made gods out of flux itself. Fashion used to be something for uptown aristocrats, and had mainly to do with deities of dress. But the Big Bazaar has democratized the idea of fashion to all orders of commodities and for all classes of worshippers. Fashion means faster turnover, because if you worship the new, you will be ashamed of the old. In its benevolence, the Big Bazaar has built the rhythmic worship of fashion into the habits and looks and feelings of the urban mass, it has organized the imagination itself. In dressing people up and changing the scenery of their lives, on the street and in the bedroom, it has cultivated a great faith in the religion of appearance. Before the age of the Big Bazaar, these gods had no large-scale evangelist. The old fair and the little shop sat passive and still. Before there were quiet little notices, like those for birth or death, in close lines, somberly announcing what was available. But the Big Bazaar is the continuous evangelist for 394,000 commodities. Every day it tempts 137,000 women, while 11,000 employees fill their ears with incantations, their innermost eyes with visions. 3 buyers and floor walkers. The department store is not a continuation of the old general store, but a synthesis of general store and specialty shop. Fairs in the medieval West and bazaars in the Orient were many little shops under one roof, each under its own management and the total but a passing combination. The old general store was small and not organized by departments, peddlers grew up to become Woolworths, not Macy's. None of these quasi-prototypes provided the liberal services that the department store often provides: free delivery, charge account, the return privilege, free restroom, information service. The modern department store is a congeries of little hierarchies, which in turn sum up to the store as a whole. It is a curious blend of decentralized organs and intricate centralizing nerves. Departments are organized along commodity lines, each with its own managers, all knit firmly together by a financial and personnel network. By watching the running balance of outgo and yield, the accounting system keeps alert to the work of each department. The big store is departmentalized by commodities and centralized by accounting. In the last quarter of the 19th century, the owners or their top managers worked through a superintendent, who was in charge of the placement of employees, the movement of goods, and general maintenance. Below him and his office's circle, managerial responsibility ran along merchandise lines, each department keeping its own accounts. At the head of each department was a buyer, who was responsible for what was for sale at any given time, the manner in which it was sold, the terms and the turnover of goods, and the resultant profits. Alongside the buyer, who handled merchandise and money, was the floor walker, who handled customers and sales clerks. His language was the language of service, his aim the union for profit of customer and clerk. The floor walker manager, now often known as a service or section manager, watched the clerks and the cash girls, served as timekeeper, checked the employees in and out of the store, enforced a disciplined politeness, and, as an expert at softening complaints, approved or rejected refunds and exchanges. Relations between buyers and floor walkers were not always cordial. It was the floor walkers' consistent care not to displease the all-powerful and often crotchety buyers. Formally, the top superintendent was supposed to hire and fire salespeople, the floor walker to keep them in order. But actually, the buyer's voice was usually the deciding one. Since he was responsible for the turnover of goods at a profit, he directed the selling operations of his department. The buyer was the point of intersection between the rules of the bureaucracy and the chance calculation of the unrationalized market. By 1900, with many departments in the store, the firm began to bring in a new type of personnel, men and women trained in colleges rather than in little retail shops. Bookkeeping became a tool for the systematic analysis of operations, rather than mere historical record. Committees began to coordinate, operations were standardized, all under a control from above. In this centralization, the authority of the buyer, although not his responsibility, has been minimized. As a result, the buyer often becomes a pocket of anxiety, often being blamed if the departmental operations were considered unsatisfactory, even if the trouble was actually beyond his control. By World War I, the department store was almost entirely run by central plan, the execution of which was watched and checked by central agents. Buyers were managed through a social club, the Managers Association, a board of operations and an advisory council, containing all top people, further completed the bureaucratic reorganization, so that it would function continuously without depending upon the presence of any one person. By a series of small developments, the controller's office began to allocate expenses, direct and indirect, to each buyer and his department, to take over more and more decisions. The buyer was watched, coached, and ordered by committees and boards, his decisions about the merchandise were expropriated. No longer the lord of a small domain in feudalism, the buyer became a higher salaried employee in a bureaucracy. The floor walker, too, like the industrial foreman, began to lose many of his functions, in particular the training of new salespeople. By 1915 a separate training organization, which taught the rules of the store and the merchandise to be handled, was set up. No longer did the floor walker preside over small weekly staff meetings in each department, where matters of store discipline, courtesy to customer, and related topics were discussed. In 1911, the Board of Operations, analyzing its statistics, offered clerks 10 cents for every error they detected in credit slips made out by floor walkers. In the 90s, the middle management of buyers and floor walkers and other minor executives often seemed to be poorly educated and hardened by failure and adversity, and according to some contemporary observers, even never wholly reliable, constantly shifting from one store to another in search of a real opportunity which could never materialize for them. They often sought consolation in the bottle. Indeed, one of the management's problems in this period was the buyer or floor walker who went out to lunch and failed to return or came back too drunk to be tolerated on the selling floor. At least one young clerk won promotion through his ability to act as substitute on such occasions, thus confirming the linkage of virtue and success. But in the 20th century, the scientific selection and training of personnel replaced haphazard hiring as the store began systematically to seek college graduates as material for the organization they were building, and to expand the training program for these employees, so as to draw from their own carefully selected ranks people for higher positions. After World War I, this new personnel program replaced the old pattern of employing executives from other, usually smaller, establishments, where they had acquired merchandising experience. Before, the primary qualification for the job was merchandise experience. Now, the prerequisites were formal training and general cultural background. College people, entering the store when relatively young, can be provided with the experience necessary for higher posts. Today, a large proportion of the executives are persons who were selected and trained 15 or 20 years ago for the very positions they now hold. The department store has thus built into itself a career pattern. It selects applicants carefully on each level, then its own elevators grind slowly upward with them, ascent being made possible by death and turnover and being impelled by individual ambition. The files of the personnel manager and the accounts of the controller's office have replaced the store-to-store jumping and the chances on the open market. For the sales girls, one of the most crucial changes in the work life of sales girls over the last decades is the shift in their relation to customers. What has occurred may be gauged by comparing the outlook of salespeople in small and middle-sized cities with sales girls in big metropolitan stores. Salespeople, as well as small merchants in the small city, are often proud to say that they know well most of the people they serve. Their work satisfactions spring directly from this experience of the personally known market, from a communalization not with their superiors or bosses, but with the customers. In the small towns, salespeople feel they are learning human nature at a gossip center. I like meeting the public, it broadens your views on life, one saleslady in her late 50s in a medium-sized jewelry store says. I would not take anything for the knowledge I have gained of human nature through my contacts as a saleslady. This theme of learning about human nature is explicitly connected with the small, personally known character of the market. Again, the comments of a 40-year-old clerk in a small grocery store, meeting the people, I actually make friends in a neighborhood store, because I know their family problems as well as their likes and dislikes, and I gain from my customers confidences which brings a certain satisfaction in being of help. Both sales ladies in department stores and women owners of small stores borrow prestige from customers. One saleslady in a medium-sized department store says, I like most meeting the public and being associated with the type of customer with whom I come in contact. The majority of my customers are very high type, they are refined and cultured. A few of the salespeople also borrow prestige from the stores in which they work, some even from handling the merchandise itself. I like the displays and the connection with fine china and silverware. The power to change people, an attitude that may be considered the opposite of borrowing prestige from the customer, also permits satisfaction. I like the satisfaction I secure in my work in improving my customer's appearance, says a cosmetic counter woman of about 40. I have some very homely customers, as far as physical features are concerned, whom I have transformed into very attractive women. Many salespeople try to bring out the human aspect of their work by expressing an ideology of service. This ideology is often anchored, 1. In the feeling of being worthwhile, it is a pleasure to serve them. It makes you feel you are necessary and doing something worthwhile. 2. In the borrowing of prestige from customers. 3. In the feeling of gaining knowledge of human nature. 4. In the tacit though positive identification with the store itself or with its owner. Such elements form the occupational ideology of salespeople in smaller cities. Each rests upon and assumes a small and personally known market, the aspect of their work that is primarily responsible for the main features of their ideology. For the emphasis upon the handling of people brings to the fore precisely the experience that wage and factory workers do not have. Two salesgirls in large department stores of big cities often attempt to borrow prestige from customers, but in the big store of strangers, the attempt often fails, and, in fact, sometimes boomerangs into a feeling of powerless depression. The hatred of customers, often found in an intense form, is one result. The customer becomes the chief target of hostility, for she is an ostensible source of irritation, and usually a safe target. Salesgirls in the big city store may be possessive of their own regular customers and jealous of others, but still when wealthier customers leave the store there is often much pull-down talk about them, and obvious envy. The main thing we talk about, says a sales girl, is the customers. After the customers go we mimic them. Sales girls often attempt identification with customers but often are frustrated. One must say attempt identification because, 1. Most customers are strangers, so that contact is brief. 2. Class differences are frequently accentuated by the sharp and depressing contrast between home and store, customer, or commodity. You work among lovely things which you can't buy, you see prosperous, comfortable people who can buy it. When you go home with your low pay you do not feel genteel or anything but humiliated. You either half starve on your own or go home to mama, as I do, to be supported. 3. Being at their service, waiting on them, is not conducive to easy and gratifying identification. Caught at the point of intersection between big store and urban mass, the sales girl is typically engrossed in seeing the customer as her psychological enemy, rather than the store as her economic enemy. Today sales girls for big stores are selected from hundreds of thousands of applicants, who are chiefly women between 18 and 30 years of age. Some are merely waiting to marry, others are older women without marriage prospects, some are permanent full-time employees, others are temporary or part-time. As a mobile labor market, the department store is not very secure for the full-time regular worker, broken as it is by the vacationing college girl, the housewife, and the girl just out of high school still living at home, none of whom must make a regular living. Out of this variety of women, and the interplay of individual with the store and the flow of customers, a range of sales personalities develops. Here is one such typology, based upon James B. Gale's prolonged and intensive observations in big stores. The wolf prowls about and pounces upon potential customers. I go for the customer. Why should I wait for them to come to me when I can step out in the aisles and grab them? The customers seem to like it, it gives them a feeling of importance. I like it, it keeps me on my toes, builds up my sales book. The buyer likes it too. Every well-dressed customer, cranky or not, looks like a $5 bill to me. Intensified, the wolf becomes the elbower, who is bent upon monopolizing all the customers. While attending to one, she answers the questions of a second, urges a third to be patient, and beckons to a fourth from the distance. Sometimes she will literally elbow her sales colleagues out of the way. Often she is expert in distinguishing the looker or small purchaser from the big purchaser. I had to develop a roughhouse technique here in order to make the necessary commissions. I just couldn't waste time with people who didn't want to buy but who were just killing time. And, after all, why waste time? Why should I bother with the pikers? Let the new clerks cut their teeth on them. Why waste good selling time with the folks who can't make up their mind, the ones who want to tell you their life history, the bargain wolves, the advice seekers, and the I'm just looking boobs? I want the women who buy 3 pairs of shoes at a time, stockings to go with them, and maybe slippers, too. I believe I can satisfactorily wait on 5 at a time, and keep them happy, so I wait on 5. Look at my sales book and note the total for the first 5 hours today. Traffic is good. The charmer focuses the customer less upon her stock of goods than upon herself. She attracts the customer with modulated voice, artful attire, and stance. It's really marvelous what you can do in this world with a streamlined torso and a brilliant smile. People do things for me, especially men, when I give them that slow smile and look up through my lashes. I found that out long ago, so why should I bother about a variety of selling techniques when one technique will do the trick? I spend most of my salary on dresses which accentuate all my good points. After all, a girl should capitalize on what she has, shouldn't she? And you'll find the answer in my commission total each week. The ingenue salesgirl is often not noticed, it is part of her manner to be self-effacing. Still ill at ease and often homesick, still confused by trying to apply just learned rules to apparent chaos, she finds a way out by attaching herself like a child to whoever will provide support. Everything here is so big. There are so many confusing rules. A lot of customers scare me. They expect too much for their money. If it wasn't for Miss B, I'd have to quit. When I make errors, she laughs and straightens me out. She shows me how the cash register runs, and yesterday she spoke severely to a customer who was bullying me. Handling so much money and so many sales checks and remembering so many rules, and not being able to wear any pretty dresses, just blue, gray, black, brown, all this gets me down. At the end of the day I'm mostly a nervous wreck. Oh, for those easy days at high school. The collegiate, usually on a part-time basis from a local campus, makes up in her impulsive amateurishness for what she lacks in professional restraint. Usually she is eager to work and fresh for the job, a more self-confident type of ingenue. The drifter may be found almost anywhere in the big store except at her assigned post. She is a circulating gossip, concerned less with customers and commodities than with her colleagues. When criticized for her style of floor behavior, she replies, "I'm different from a lot of the clerks here, and I have a restless energy driving me all the time. I just can't stay here at my counter like an elephant chained to a post, day in and day out. I like people, I have friends all around the floor, and I want to tell them occasionally what I do and think and feel, and listen to their ideas too. I sell my share, don't I? I have good sales volume, don't I? I have to move around or I'll go crazy." The social pretender, well known among sales girls, attempts to create an image of herself not in line with her job, usually inventing a social and family background. She says she is selling temporarily for the experience, and soon will take up a more glittering career. This may merely amuse her older sales colleagues, but it often pleases the buyer, who may notice that the social pretender sometimes attracts wealthy customers to her counter. A plainclothes man in a big store said, "That gal so amuses me because she's so cute and such a phony too. She poses here as a girl from a well-to-do family who wants to sell just long enough to catch the selling spirit, then become an assistant buyer long enough to get a good flair for style, and then flutter back to her family's gold-plated bosom and onto a wealthy marriage." She was telling one of her sidekicks there this morning that she didn't need the money, this was just an exciting proletariat experience for her. Experience, my eye. She needs the dough and needs it badly or I miss my guess. At that, though, she gives a damn good imitation of one of those spoiled Park Avenue darlings. Keep your eye open for these phonies, you'll see a couple in every department. The old-timer, with a decade or more of experience in the store, becomes either a disgruntled rebel or a completely accommodated saleswoman. In either case, she is the backbone of the sales force, the cornerstone around which it is built. As a rebel, the old-timer seems to focus upon neither herself nor her merchandise, but upon the store. She is against its policies, other personnel, and often she turns her sarcasm and rancor upon the customer. Many salesgirls claim to hate the store and the customers. The rebel enjoys hating them. In fact, she lives off her hatred, although she can be quick to defend the store to a customer. Older women, who have transferred from one department to another, make up the majority of this type. In those days the customers were nearly all ladies and gentlemen, really different from these phonies that come in here today from all around. They scream about the merchandise and scream about the service, and I just give them a deadpan face and a chilly stare, and ignore them. When I get good and ready I wait on them. I get sick of listening to them. I also get tired of hearing talk about the rules and the regulations. I even get tired of eating the half-cooked food they toss at me in the cafeteria after standing in line 20 minutes while some people try to decide whether to have kale or alfalfa for their noon roughage. Yes, there is a lot of change here, but nothing really new, just the same old rules and same old stuff about selling approaches and customer types. Old stuff, I say, with different words, more angles, new bosses. Every boss I ever had here pushed me around until now I take it almost as a matter of course. The buyer just hates me, but I've been here so long there isn't much he can do about it. As long as my sales volume keeps up, and it's always been very good, he can only criticize me on small stuff. Buyers and I never did get along very well, and I've seen a lot of them come and go. They want this and then they want that, and after that it's something else, always carping around about one thing or another. I often wonder if they believe it themselves. They burn me up with their new selling techniques and all the rest of that crap. After 17 years here, I don't need advice or instruction in selling ways. They aren't kidding me, I've had their number for years. The present buyer isn't kidding me either. He goes for youth and the streamlined torso. To hell with all of them, I work for me first, last, always, and the customers and the store can take it and like it. You ask me then why I stay here. I'm not sure I could do anything else. I get up, I wash and dress and eat, and I put on my things and come to Macy's. It's almost automatic. In fact, several times I did all that on Sundays, once actually getting as far as the train before I came to and realized it was Sunday. Just an old fire horse listening for the bell, that's me. The accommodated old-timer has become gentle and complacent. I came here, as part-time help, one November in the Christmas season. I have been very happy here and have never wanted to leave here or to work in any other store. Last year I got my 25-year club pin. It makes me feel like someone and it looks nice with this blue dress, doesn't it? That's not bad, is it, for an old lady putting her daughter through school? This store and my daughter are my whole life. See that young girl over there? She's a new girl, and she reminds me of my Jenny. I am sponsoring her, you know, teaching her the ropes, showing her how to get started correctly. I like that. I sponsor nearly all the new people in the department. I teach them that we have a fine department in a fine store, and that the customer is important, because, after all, if it wasn't for the customers, none of us would have our nice jobs here. 5. The centralization of salesmanship. Salesmanship seems a frenzied affair of flexibility and pep, the managerial demiurge, a cold machinery of calculation and planning. Yet the conflict between them is only on the surface. In the new society, salesmanship is much too important to be left to pep alone or to the personal flair of detached salesmen. Since the first decade of the century, much bureaucratic attention has been given to the gap between mass production and individual consumption. Salesmanship is an attempt to fill that gap. In it, as in material fabrication, large-scale production has been instituted, in the form of reliable salespeople and willing customers. The dominant motive has been to lower the costs of selling per head, the dominant technique, to standardize and rationalize the processes of salesmanship, not only in the obvious sense of mass retailing in department stores, but in the technique and organization of selling everywhere. In selling, as elsewhere, centralization has meant the expropriation of certain traits previously found in creative salesmen, by a machinery that codifies these traits and controls their acquisition and display by individual salesmen. The rise of absentee selling, rooted in the mass media, has done much to spur these centralizing and rationalizing trends. From the very beginning, absentee selling, being expensive, has been in the hands of top management, which has had its use studied, probably more carefully than any other activity in modern society. In the 1850s, one large store in Philadelphia began to letter all departments, and to number each row on each shelf. From the proprietor's desk, tubes ran to every department. From each department, pages ran with parcels and money and bills to the cashier's cage and back to the seller's counter. No salesperson needed to leave his station. From his position at the center, the proprietor could, at any time, a contemporary observer states, form a just estimate of the relative value of the services of each, in proportion to his salary, and thus to speak understandingly of the capabilities and business qualities of any of his employees. In New York, at about the same time, a proprietor wrote, "There is but one mark on the goods, and that is the selling mark, and no clerk in my store knows any other mark but that." This meant that both clerk and customer were expropriated of higgling and bargaining. All along the line, the entrepreneurial aspects of the sales clerk's role have been expropriated by the rationalized division of labor. If the entrepreneur himself does not sell, He has to have one price, he cannot trust clerks to bargain successfully. One price is part of the bureaucratization of salesmanship. It also is fair to the customer, who is also bureaucratized and cannot haggle. All are equal before the machine of salesmanship, and things are under control. The detached creative salesman is disappearing, and the man who is taking his place is neither detached nor so creative in the old sense. Small-scale retailing, of course, continues with its handicraft methods of creating and maintaining the customer, but in the big store, and on the road, the role of the individual salesperson has been circumscribed and standardized in every possible feature, and thus the salesperson has been made highly replaceable. The old manufacturer's representative, who sold to retailers and wholesalers, was supervised very little, he was on his own in manner and even in territory. The new commercial traveler is one unit in an elaborate marketing organization. What he says and what he can't say is put down for him in his sales manual. Even though he feels that he is a man with a proposition looking for someone to tie it to, his very presentation of proposition, product, and self is increasingly given to him, increasingly standardized and tested. Sales executives, representing the force that is centralizing and rationalizing salesmanship, have moved to the top levels of the big companies. The brains in salesmanship, the personal flair, have been centralized from scattered individuals and are now managed by those who standardize and test the presentation which the salesmen memorize and adapt. It used to be, and still is in many cases, that the man on the road could become a virtual prima donna of the organization. In the end, the success of the business depended on him, and if he could capture a given set of important customers, he might hijack his company with the threat of taking himself and these customers to another company. Rationalization is in part an attempt to meet this threat. The vice president of one large company, in speaking of the status and power of such salesmen and the threat they may come to have over a company, says, "The first thing I'm going to do is to make up a presentation, with clear charts and telling slogans. Maybe it will be a turnover booklet, maybe even a sound film. Then I'm going to hire me a bunch of salaried men and teach them how to show this presentation. They can still get in the personal adaptation of it to different clients they're handling, but they will damn well give that presentation the way I want it given, and there's not going to be any high-priced prima donna stuff about that. I'll pay plenty to have the presentation made and tested, I'll get experts and pay them experts' salaries on that, but every salesman isn't going to be paid like an expert." It is, of course, precisely with such presentations that advertising crosses the personal arts of salesmanship. But advertising of every sort is also an adjunct of the salesman, which at times threatens to displace many of his skills. Selling becomes a pervasive process, of which the personal salesman, crucial though he may be, is only one link. If selling is broken down into its component steps, it becomes clear that the first three, contacting, arousing interest, creating preference, are now done by advertising. Two final steps are left to the salesman, making the specific proposal, and closing the order. The better the first three jobs are done by the absentee salesman, the more the salesman can concentrate on the two payoff jobs. But as the presentation and the visual aids move in, they displace the personal flair of the salesman even in the payoff jobs. Moreover, the salesman himself becomes an object of standardization in the way he is selected and trained, so that his personal development as a salesman becomes subject to centralized control. Selling was once an aspect of the artisan's or farmer's role, the sale was an integral but not very important aspect of the whole craft or job. With specialization, some men began to do nothing but sell, although they were still related by ownership to the commodities they handled. They judged the market and higgled over the price, selling or not selling as they themselves decided. As the organization of the market becomes tighter, the salesman loses autonomy. He sells the goods of others, and has nothing to do with the pricing. He is alienated from price fixing and product selection. Finally, the last autonomous feature of selling, the art of persuasion and the sales personality involved, becomes expropriated from the individual salesman. Such has been the general tendency and drift, in the store as well as on the road. 6. The personality market. In the world of the small entrepreneur, men sold goods to one another. In the new society of employees, they first of all sell their services. The employer of manual services buys the worker's labor, energy, and skill. The employer of many white-collar services, especially salesmanship, also buys the employee's social personalities. Working for wages with another's industrial property involves a sacrifice of time, power, and energy to the employer. Working as a salaried employee often involves in addition the sacrifice of oneself to a multitude of consumers or clients or managers. The relevance of personality traits to the often monotonous tasks at hand is a major source of occupational disability, and requires that in any theory of increasing misery attention be paid to the psychological aspects of white-collar work. In a society of employees, dominated by the marketing mentality, it is inevitable that a personality market should arise. For in the great shift from manual skills to the art of handling, selling, and servicing people, personal or even intimate traits of the employee are drawn into the sphere of exchange and become of commercial relevance, become commodities in the labor market. Whenever there is a transfer of control over one individual's personal traits to another for a price, a sale of those traits which affect one's impressions upon others, a personality market arises. The shift from skills with things to skills with persons, from small, informal, to large, organized firms, and from the intimate local markets to the large anonymous market of the metropolitan area, these have had profound psychological results in the white-collar ranks. One knows the sales clerk not as a person but as a commercial mask, a stereotyped greeting and appreciation for patronage. One need not be kind to the modern laundryman, one need only pay him. He, in turn, needs only to be cheerful and efficient. Kindness and friendliness become aspects of personalized service or of public relations of big firms, rationalized to further the sale of something. With anonymous insincerity, the successful person thus makes an instrument of his own appearance and personality. There are three conditions for a stabilized personality market. First, an employee must be part of a bureaucratic enterprise, selected, trained, and supervised by a higher authority. Second, from within this bureaucracy, his regular business must be to contact the public so as to present the firm's good name before all comers. Third, a large portion of this public must be anonymous, a mass of urban strangers. The expansion of distribution, the declining proportion of small independent merchants, and the rise of anonymous urban markets mean that more and more people are in this position. Salespeople in large stores are of course under rules and regulations that stereotype their relations with the customer. The salesperson can only display pre-priced goods and persuade the acceptance of them. In this task she uses her personality. She must remember that she represents the management, and loyalty to that anonymous organization requires that she be friendly, helpful, tactful, and courteous at all times. One of the floor walker's tasks is to keep the clerks friendly, and most large stores employ personnel shoppers who check up and make reports on clerks' personality. Many salesgirls are quite aware of the difference between what they really think of the customer and how they must act toward her. The smile behind the counter is a commercialized lure. Neglect of personal appearance on the part of the employee is a form of carelessness on the part of the business management. Self-control pays off. Sincerity is detrimental to one's job, until the rules of salesmanship and business become a genuine aspect of oneself. Tact is a series of little lies about one's feelings, until one is emptied of such feelings. Dignity may be used only to make a customer feel that she shouldn't ask the price too soon or fail to buy the wares. Dixon Wechter, who writes that it has justly been remarked that the filling station attendant has done more to raise the standard of courtesy en masse in the United States than all the manuals of etiquette, does not see that this is an impersonal ceremonial, having little to do psychologically with old-fashioned feeling for another. In the formulas of personnel experts, men and women are to be shaped into the well-rounded, acceptable, effective personality. Just like small proprietors, the model sales employees compete with one another in terms of services and personality, but unlike proprietors, they cannot haggle over prices, which are fixed, or judge the market and accordingly buy wisely. Experts judge the market and specialists buy the commodities. The salesgirl cannot form her character by promotional calculations and self-management, like the classic heroes of liberalism or the new entrepreneurs. The one area of her occupational life in which she might be free to act, the area of her own personality, must now also be managed, must become the alert yet obsequious instrument by which goods are distributed. In the normal course of her work, because her personality becomes the instrument of an alien purpose, the salesgirl becomes self-alienated. In one large department store, a planted observer said of one girl, "I have been watching her for 3 days now. She wears a fixed smile on her made-up face, and it never varies, no matter to whom she speaks. I never heard her laugh spontaneously or naturally. Either she is frowning or her face is devoid of any expression. When a customer approaches, she immediately assumes her hard, forced smile. It amazes me because, although I know that the smiles of most salesgirls are unreal, I've never seen such calculation given to the timing of a smile. I myself tried to copy such an expression, but I am unable to keep such a smile on my face if it is not sincerely and genuinely motivated." The personality market is subject to the laws of supply and demand. When a seller's market exists and labor is hard to buy, the well-earned aggressions of the salespeople come out and jeopardize the goodwill of the buying public. When there is a buyer's market and jobs are hard to get, the salespeople must again practice politeness. Thus, as in an older epoch of capitalism, the laws of supply and demand continue to regulate the intimate life fate of the individual and the kind of personality he may develop and display. Near the top of the personality markets are the new entrepreneurs and the bureaucratic fixers, at the bottom are the people in the selling ranks. Both the new entrepreneurs and the sales personalities serve the bureaucracies, and each, in his own way, practices the creative art of selling himself. In a restricted market economy, salesmanship is truly praised as a creative act, but, as more alert chieftains have long been aware, it is entirely too serious a matter to be trusted to mere creativity. The real opportunities for rationalization and expropriation are in the field of the human personality. The fate of competition and the character it will assume depend upon the success or failure of the adventures of monopolists in this field. Mass production standardizes the merchandise to be sold, mass distribution standardizes the prices at which it is to be sold. But the consumers are not yet altogether standardized. There must be a link between mass production and individual consumption. It is this link that the salesman tries to connect. On the one hand, his selling techniques are mapped out for him, but on the other, he must sell to individuals. Since the consumer is usually a stranger, the salesman must be a quick character analyst. And he is instructed in human types and how to approach each. If a man is phlegmatic, handle him with deliberation; if sensitive, handle him with directness; if opinionated, with deference; if open-minded, with frankness; if cautious, handle him with proof. But there are some traits common to all mankind, and hence certain general methods of handling any type. We refer now to a certain spirit of fraternity, courtesy, and altruism. The area left open for the salesman's own creativity, his own personality, is now the area into which the sales executives and psychologists have begun to move. This personal equation is stressed by them, but as it is stressed it is rationalized into the high-powered sales personality itself. The time has come, it was written in the middle 20s, when the salesman himself must be more efficiently developed. Men must be developed who have the positive mental attitude. Their thoughts must explode into action. The mind of the quitter always has a negative taint. The high-powered sales personality is a man who sees himself doing it. Never harbor a thought unless you wish to generate motor impulses toward carrying it out. No one can prevent such thoughts from arising in the mind. They spring up automatically. But we need not entertain them. Reject them absolutely. It means simply a quiet, persistent choice to think affirmatively and act accordingly. Fritz Kreisler practices 6 hours each day to maintain his technique upon the violin. Is it not worthwhile for the salesman to practice every day upon that most marvelous instrument, the mind, in order that he may achieve success? The high-powered personality gets that way by fixing healthy positive ideas in his consciousness and then manipulating himself so that they sink into his subconscious mind. When one is alone amid quiet and restful surroundings, preferably just before going to sleep, the doorway into the subconscious seems to be more nearly ajar than at any other time. If at that time one will repeat over and over again an affirmation of health, vigor, vital energy, and success, the idea will eventually obtain lodgment in the subconscious mind. Employers again and again demand the selection of men with personality. A survey of employment offices made by a university indicated that the college graduate with a good personality will have the best chance of being hired by business. Moreover, personality will be more important than high grades for all positions except those in technical and scientific fields. The traits considered most important in the personnel literature are, ability to get along with people and to work cooperatively with them, ability to meet and talk to people easily, and attractiveness in appearance. In the literature of vocational guidance, personality often actually replaces skill as a requirement. A personable appearance is emphasized as being more important in success and advancement than experience or skill or intelligence. In hiring girls to sell neckwear, personal appearance is considered to outweigh previous experience. Personality pays dividends that neither hard work nor sheer intelligence alone can earn for the average man. In a recent study of graduates of Purdue University, better intelligence paid only $150 a year bonuses, while personality paid more than 6 times that much in return for the same period and with the same men. The business with a personality market becomes a training place for people with more effective personalities. Hundreds of white-collar people in the Schenley Distillers Corporation, for example, took a personality course in order to learn greater friendliness and warmer courtesy and genuine interest in helping the caller at the reception desk. As demand increases, public schools add courses that attempt to meet the business demand for workers with a pleasant manner. Since business leaders hold that a far greater percentage of personnel lose their jobs because of personality difficulties than because of inefficiency, the course features training in attitudes of courtesy, thoughtfulness, and friendliness, skills of voice control, etc. In Milwaukee, a charm school was recently set up for city employees to teach them in 8 one-hour classes the art of pleasant, courteous, prompt, and efficient service. Every step in every public contact is gone into and the employees are taught how to greet and listen to people. Elaborate institutional sets UPS thus rationally attempt to prepare people for the personality market and sustain them in their attempt to compete on it successfully. And from the areas of salesmanship proper, the requirements of the personality market have diffused as a style of life. What began as the public and commercial relations of business have become deeply personal. There is a public relations aspect to private relations of all sorts, including even relations with oneself. The new ways are diffused by charm and success schools and by bestseller literature. The sales personality, built and maintained for operation on the personality market, has become a dominating type, a pervasive model for imitation for masses of people, in and out of selling. The literature of self-improvement has generalized the traits and tactics of salesmanship for the population at large. In this literature all men can be leaders. The poor and the unsuccessful simply do not exist, except by an untoward act of their own will. A new aristocracy is springing up in the world today, an aristocracy of personal charm, each of whose members treats everyone else as his superior, while repeating to himself that he is the biggest and most important man in the world. It is a magnetic society where every man is not only his own executive but secretly, everyone else's too. The personality market, the most decisive effect and symptom of the great sales room, underlies the all-pervasive distrust and self-alienation so characteristic of metropolitan people. Without common values and mutual trust, the cash nexus that links one man to another in transient contact has been made subtle in a dozen ways and made to bite deeper into all areas of life and relations. People are required by the salesman ethic and convention to pretend interest in others in order to manipulate them. In the course of time, and as this ethic spreads, it is got onto. Still, it is conformed to as part of one's job and one's style of life, but now with a winking eye, for one knows that manipulation is inherent in every human contact. Men are estranged from one another as each secretly tries to make an instrument of the other, and in time a full circle is made, one makes an instrument of himself, and is estranged from it also. 9. The enormous file. As skyscrapers replace rows of small shops, so offices replace free markets. Each office within the skyscraper is a segment of the enormous file, a part of the symbol factory that produces the billion slips of paper that gear modern society into its daily shape. From the executive suite to the factory yard, the paper webwork is spun. 1,000 rules you never made and don't know about are applied to you by 1,000 people you have not met and never will. The office is the unseen hand become visible as a row of clerks and a set of IBM equipment, a pool of dictaphone transcribers, and 60 receptionists confronting the elevators, one above the other, on each floor. The office is also a place of work. In the morning irregular rows of people enter the skyscraper monument to the office culture. During the day they do their little part of the business system, the government system, the war system, the money system, coordinating the machinery, commanding each other, persuading the people of other worlds, recording the activities that make up the nation's day of work. They transmit the printed culture to the next day's generation. And at night, after the people leave the skyscrapers, the streets are empty and inert, and the hand is unseen again. The office may be only a bundle of papers in a satchel in the back of somebody's car, or it may be a block square, each floor a set of glass rabbit warrens, the whole a headquarters for a nationwide organization of other offices, as well as plants and mines and even farms. It may be attached to one department, division, or unit, tying it to another office which acts as the command post for all the offices in the enterprise as a whole. And some enterprises, near the administrative centers of the economic file, are nothing more than offices. But, however big or little and whatever the shape, the minimum function of an office is to direct and coordinate the activities of an enterprise. For every business enterprise, every factory, is tied to some office and, by virtue of what happens there, is linked to other businesses and to the rest of the people. Scattered throughout the political economy, each office is the peak of a pyramid of work and money and decision. When we picture in our minds, says an earnest assistant general manager, the possibility for absolute control over the multitude of individual clerical operations through a control of forms. The most important items. Arteries through which the lifeblood flows. Every function of every man or woman in every department takes place by means of, or is ultimately recorded on, an office or plant form. 1. The old office. Just the other day the first typist in the city of Philadelphia, who had served one firm 60 years, died at the age of 80. During her last days she recalled how it was in the earlier days. She had come into the office from her employer's Sunday school class in 1882. She remembered when the office was one rather dark room, the windows always streaked with dust from the outside, and often fogged with smoke from the pot-bellied stove in the middle of the room. She remembered the green eyes hate and the cash book, the leather-bound ledger and the iron spike on the desk top, the day book and the quill pen, the letterpress and the box file. At first there were only 3 in the office. At the high roll-top desk, dominating the room, sat the owner. On a stool before a high desk with a slanted top and thin legs hunched the bookkeeper, and near the door, before a table that held the new machine, sat the white-collar girl. The bookkeeper, A.B. Norden, Jr. recently told the National Association of Office Managers, was an old young man, slightly stoop-shouldered, with a sallow complexion, usually dyspeptic-looking, with black sleeves and a green eyes hade. Regardless of the kind of business, regardless of their ages, they all looked alike. He seemed tired, and he was never quite happy, because his face betrayed the strain of working toward that climax of his month's labors. He was usually a neat penman, but his real pride was in his ability to add a column of figures rapidly and accurately. In spite of this accomplishment, however, he seldom, if ever, left his ledger for a more promising position. His mind was atrophied by that destroying, hopeless influence of drudgery and routine work. He was little more than a figuring machine with an endless number of figure combinations learned by heart. His feat was a feat of memory. Of course there had been bookkeepers long before the 80s, Dickens wrote about just such men, and, as Thomas Cochrane and William Miller have observed, as early as the 1820s fear was expressed in New York State that this new alpaca-clad man would join with factory owners and even factory workers to rout the landed aristocracy. But the office girl in the 80s and 90s saw the bookkeeper at the very center of the office world. He recorded all transactions in the day book, the journal, the cash book, or the ledger. All the current orders and memoranda were speared on his iron spike, on his desk and in the squat iron safe or inside two open shelves or drawers with box files were all the papers which the office and its staff served. The girl in the office struggling with the early typewriters spent at least 15 minutes every morning cleaning and oiling her massive but awkwardly delicate machine. At first typing was tedious because she could not see what she was typing on the double keyboard machine without moving it up 3 spaces, but after a while she seldom had to see. She also whittled pencils, and worked the letterpress, a curious device at which people had gazed during the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, which made a dim copy from the ink of the original letter. The man at the big roll-top desk was often absent during the day, although his cigar smoke hung in the air. Later there was an office boy who went on many errands, but in the pre-telephone office, the owner had often to make personal calls to transact business. This personal contact with the outside world was paralleled by relations inside the office. The center was in personal contact with the circumference and received its impetus therefrom. As Balzac wrote of early offices, there was devotion on one side and trust on the other. As those on the circumference were being trained, some could look to gaining a rounded view of the business and in due course to moving to more responsible positions. 2 Forces and developments. The era of this old office was a long one. In the United States it did not really begin to change shape until the 90s. Since then, many and drastic changes have occurred, but unevenly. Offices still exist that are basically not different from the old office, but other offices seemingly have little resemblance to the 19th century structure. The unevenness is due to the fact that offices are attached to all forms of enterprise, many of which are small, many big. It is especially in the big offices of the office industries that the new type has emerged: the insurance, banking, and financial lines, for example. The later history of the office, as adapted from W. H. Leffingwell, may be described in terms of the following developments. Under the impetus of concentrated enterprise and finance, when the office was enlarged during the first decade of the 20th century, a need was felt for a systematic arrangement of business facts. The numerical file, with an alphabetical index, was devised and came into broad use. Alongside the bookkeeper and the stenographer, the clerk came to man often complicated systems. As the army of clerks grew, they were divided into departments, specialized in function, and thus, before machines were introduced on any scale, socially rationalized. The work was reorganized in a systematic and divided manner. It was this social reorganization, under the impetus of workload, higher cost, and the need for files and figures, that made possible wide application of office machines. Machines did not begin to be used widely until the second decade of the century. A practical typewriter existed in 1874, but it was 1900 before any considerable use of it was made. A non-listing adding machine was invented in the late 80s, but only in the early 20th century was it used widely. Thus, machines did not impel the development, but rather the development demanded machines, many of which were actually developed especially for tasks already socially created. Office machines became important during the World War I era. Already convinced of the need for a systematic approach, and pressed by the need for more and more statistics, managers began to use the machine more and more to handle the existing systems. In 1919, the National Association of Office Managers was formed under the aegis of Frederick Taylor's ideas of scientific management. In the 6 or 7 years before 1921, at least 100 new office machines a year were put on the market. By the latter half of the 20s, most offices of any size were equipped with many types. By 1930, according to one government survey, some 30% of the women in offices were, in the course of at least part of their work, using machines other than typewriters. 8 years later, well over 1 million office workers were. Today it is repeatedly asserted that at least 80% of office jobs can be mechanized. Yet, it has to be recognized that in the 20 years before World War II, there was a lag in the office's industrial revolution. Office employment rose faster than office machines were introduced. The number of office people rose steadily since 1900, but office machine sales remained at relatively low levels. World War II gave the real impetus to office technology. The pre-war rate of office machine sales was about $270 million. By 1948 it was grossing $1 billion. Before the war there was serious talk of office decentralization in order to lower office costs. Now new office machines, as one business journal puts it, make bigness workable. In the later 40s there were 3,000 machines on display each year at business shows. There is a mechanical collator whose metal fingers snatch sheets of paper from 5 piles in proper sequence, and staple them for distribution. There are ticket and money counters, mechanical erasers and automatic signature machines, which promise to increase office production from 25 to 300%. Gadgets can add, subtract, multiply, divide, and duplicate all at once, can type in 51 languages, open and seal envelopes, stamp and address them. There is a billing machine that takes raw paper in at one end, cuts it to size, perforates it, prints 2 color forms on it, prints the amounts of the bills, addresses them, and neatly piles them up for the postman. There is a television set up through which a man can flick a switch and observe a worker in any part of his office or plant. There is an incredibly dexterous machine into which cards are slipped, which sends out tailor-made replies to every imaginable complaint and inquiry. Most startling perhaps are the new electronic calculators, which store up 1,000 units of information on a quarter of an inch of magnetic tape. In one insurance company, such machines take in the data in regard to a policy being surrendered, look up the cash value, interpolate for the premium paid to date, multiply by the amount of insurance, total any loans, compute the interest on each loan and total that, credit the value of any dividend accumulations and any premiums paid in advance, and type out the check in payment of the net value of the policy. Of course, such machines are practical only in big offices. But there are incredible savings in time and cost and accuracy from even simple, inexpensive gadgets, for example, a speed feed for a single typewriter which inserts and removes carbons automatically by hand, 25 bills an hour, by speed feed, 75 an hour. A table especially constructed for opening letters increases output some 30%. With a standard typewriter one girl can turn out 600 premium due notices a day. With electric typewriters and continuous forms, the same girl can do 700. Dictating machines can cut a secretary's letter time in half. The small businessman can also draw upon one of the 80 IBM service stations throughout the nation, which will handle his whole payroll by machine on punch cards. The Industrial Revolution now comes to the office much faster than it did to the factory, for it has been able to draw upon the factory as a model. The very size of U.S. industry has brought an incredible increase in paperwork, and the enlargement and complication of the U.S. office. Machines in the office were needed to keep up with the effects and management of machines in the plant. The sweep of increased corporation mergers, especially in the 20s, further enlarged the unit of the business structure and entailed more extensive coordination. Then the government demanded more business records. In the First World War, national income taxes were instituted. The New Deal brought the volume of paperwork to new heights by Social Security, wage hour laws, deductions of taxes, etc., from payrolls. The Second World War not only added to the paper burden but, as the labor market tightened, made it more difficult to get college-level people to do cabinet filing jobs. The income of office workers rose also, trade unions threatened continuously, and office productivity was considered low. The answer was clear: machinery in the office. Yet we are still only in the beginning of the office machine age. Only when the machinery and the social organization of the office are fully integrated in terms of maximum efficiency per dollar spent will that age be full-blown. Today, the machine investment per industrial worker varies from $19,375 in the chemical industry to $2,659 in textiles. The average per office worker is not more than $1,000. 3. As machines spread, they began to prompt newer divisions of labor to add to those they had originally merely implemented. The new machines, especially the more complex and costly ones, require central control of offices previously scattered throughout the enterprise. This centralization, which prompts more new divisions of labor, is again facilitated by each new depression, through the urge to cut costs, and each new war, through the increased volume of office work. The present extent of office centralization has not been precisely measured, although the tendency has been clear enough since the early 20s. By then machines and social organizations had begun to interact, and that is the true mark of the era of scientific management in the office. That era is still in its late infancy, but it is clearly the model of the future. Neither machines nor other factory-type techniques could be efficiently applied until small groups of uncontrolled stenographers throughout the office were brought into one central stenographic section. Detached office units, often duplicating one another's work, must be drawn into a central office. New work and job routines are invented in order to get maximum use from the costly machines. Like manufacturing equipment, they are not to remain idle if it can possibly be avoided. Therefore, the work the machines do must be centralized into one pool. Machines and centralization go together in company after company, and together they increase output and lower unit costs. They also open the way to the full range of factory organization and techniques. Work can be simplified and specialized, work standards for each operation can be set up and applied to individual workers. We believe firmly, says one office manager, in getting a proper record of individual production in order to determine a definite cost unit of work. By measuring the work of individual employees, we have a firm basis on which to effect economy of operation. Any work that is measurable can be standardized, and often broken down into simple operations. Then it can proceed at a standard pace, which scientific investigation has determined can be performed by a first-class worker in a stated time. The very computation of such standards prompts new splitting of more complex tasks and increased specialization. For specialization and control from the top, along with standards, interact. When a gauge can be provided for the abilities of each person, the establishment of standards gives the office a new, more even tempo. Time and motion studies are, of course, well known in many insurance companies and banks. In the 20s, some 16% of one group of companies, and in 1942, some 28% were making time and motion measurements. One company, for example, which sets its standards this way, decreased its personnel by 1/3, another decreased its personnel 39% while increasing its volume of work 40%. Cost reduction proceeds by eliminating some work and simplifying the rest. To do this, a functional breakdown of job operations is made, and a functional breakdown of human abilities, then the two breakdowns are mated in a new, simplified set of routinized tasks. Along with this, machines are introduced for all possible features of the work process that cost factors allow. Then the effects of these factory-like procedures upon the office workers are rationalized and compulsory rest periods set up to relieve fatigue. The process is extended even to the worker's life before he enters the office. Crack office men have known for some time that training for rationalization must start in the schools, The office manager should contact local schools, explain his requirements and solicit school aid in training students of commercial subjects to meet office requirements. School courses can easily be designed to qualify graduates for the work requirements in our offices. Even the physical layout and appearance of the office become more factory-like. Office architecture and layout move toward two goals: the abolition of private offices and the arrangement of a straight-line flow of work. One office moved to new quarters where 200 former private offices were reduced to 17. This shift provided more light and better supervision. People really do keep busier when the officer in charge can look at them occasionally. In this same office, the various activities have been placed to facilitate the flow of work. Work flows vertically from one floor to another, as well as horizontally on the same floor. That departments may be near each other vertically is usually taken into consideration when planning factories. This vertical nearness is not always considered in planning clerical working quarters. Merely reshuffling the desk plan can affect a saving of 15% or in standard hour units. The next step is clear: a moving belt replaces desks. As early as 1929, Grace Coyle observed in one large firm, orders are passed along by means of a belt and lights from a chief clerk to a series of checkers and typists, each of whom does one operation. The girl at the head of the line interprets the order, puts down the number and indicates the trade discount. The second girl prices the order, takes off the discount, adds carriage charges and totals. The third girl gives the order a number and makes a daily record. The fourth girl puts this information on an alphabetical index. The fifth girl timestamps it. It next goes along the belt to one of several typists, who makes a copy in sextuplicate and puts on address labels. The seventh girl checks it and sends it to the storeroom. Today one machine can do what this belt line of girls did 25 years ago. But even with machines in any production process, the importance of good tools is no greater than the relationship that exists between them, Albert H. Streecker has observed. Before a production line can attain maximum effectiveness, the machines must be arranged to permit the unimpeded flow of parts or products from one end of the line to the other. In their proper position as the vital tools of paperwork production, typewriters and calculating machines, tabulators and bookkeeping machines, furniture, and all forms of office equipment can be arranged and combined to create an effective office production line. These techniques and ways of reasoning have been long established in office management circles and are identical with the reasoning found in factory management circles. Their advance in offices, however, is still uneven, being perhaps, in the first instance, limited by the size of the office. Only about half of U.S. clerical workers in 1930 were in offices of over 50 workers, but offices continually become larger and, as they do, changes occur. Personal telephone calls, smoking during office hours, visits from personal friends, and handling of personal mail are restricted, while mechanization and social rationalization including rest periods, restrooms, and hospital plans increase. 3. The white-collar girl. Between the still remaining old office and the vanguard, fully rationalized office, there is a widespread, intermediate type. Just before World War I, Sinclair Lewis in The Job described such an office, which, although caricatured, is not untypical. At the top, the chiefs, department heads and officers of the company, big, florid, shaven, large-chinned men, talking easily. Able in a moment's conference at lunch to shift the policy. When they jovially entered the elevator together, some high-strung stenographer would rush over to one of the older women to weep and be comforted. Below them there was the cast of bright young men who would someday have the chance to be beatified into chiefs, who looked loyally to the chiefs, worshipped the house policy and sat, in silk shirts and new ties, at shiny, flat-top desks in rows answering the telephone with an air. Intermingled with them were the petty chiefs, the office managers and bookkeepers, who were velvety to those above them, but twangily nagging to those under them. Failures themselves, they eyed sourly the stenographers who desired $2 more a week, and assured them that while, personally, they would be very glad to obtain the advance for them, it would be unfair to the other girls. Somewhat outside the main hierarchy was the small corps of private secretaries, each the daily confidant to one of the gods. Nevertheless, these confidants were not able to associate with the gods, or be friendly in coatroom or restroom or elevator, with the unrecognized horde of girls who merely copied or took the bright young men's dictation. These girls of the common herd were expected to call the secretaries Miss, no matter what street corner impertinences they used to one another. Factional rivalry split them. They were expected to keep clean and be quick-moving. Beyond that they were as unimportant to the larger phases of office politics as frogs to a summer hotel. Only the cashier's card index could remember their names. Their several types included the white-haired, fair-handed women of 50 and 60. Spinsters and widows, for whom life was nothing but a desk and a job of petty pickings, mailing circulars or assorting letters or checking up lists. And also, the girls of 22 getting tired, the women of 28 getting dried and stringy, the women of 35 in a solid maturity of large-bosomed and widowed spinsterhood, the old women purring and catty and tragic. It is from this kind of office, rather than the dusty, midget office of old or the new factory-like layout, that the common stereotypes of the office world and its inhabitants, particularly the white-collar girl, are drawn. Probably the major image is that the office is full of women. Of course, American women work elsewhere, they have had 2 generations of experience in fact ones and in service industries. But this experience has not been so generalized and diffused, except briefly during wars, as has the experience of the white-collar girl. It is as a secretary or clerk, a businesswoman or career girl, that the white-collar girl dominates our idea of the office. She is the office, write the editors of Fortune, the mail is the name on the door, the hat on the coat rack, and the smoke in the corner room. But the mail is not the office. The office is the competent woman at the other end of his buzzer, the 2 young ladies chanting his name monotonously into the mouthpieces of a kind of gutta-percha halter, the 4 girls in the glass coop pecking out his initials with pink fingernails on the keyboards of 4 voluble machines, the half-dozen assorted skirts whisking through the filing cases of his correspondence, and the elegant miss in the reception room recognizing his friends and disposing of his antipathies with the pleased voice and impersonal eye of a presidential consort. Novels about white-collar girls, appearing mainly in the 20s, were very popular. Kitty Foyle's time is from 1911 through the middle 30s, Minnie Hutzler, another Morley character in Human Beings, is followed from 1889 to 1929, the story of Janie Williams of Dos Passos, USA runs from 1900 to 1920, Tarkington's Alice Adams and Sinclair Lewis's Una Golden lived before World War I, 10 years on either side of the First World War. That was the time of the greatest literary interest in the white-collar girl. The images are tied to the scenes of that period of white-collar work, and many of the images presented are strikingly similar. Sinclair Lewis's Una Golden, Booth Tarkington's Alice Adams, and Christopher Morley's Kitty Foyle each was thrown into white-collar work after the death or failure of her father, and in each case the father was an old middle-class man who had not been doing well. The small-town Goldens were too respectable to permit her to have a job, and too poor to permit her to go to college. Her father, a petty small-town lawyer, died when she was 24, and she and her mother were left with no inheritance. They began to enact the standard pattern of widowed mother, pawing at culture, and the unemployed daughter. For such mother-daughter teams there were 3 small-town possibilities: if they were wealthy, daughter collected rents and saw lawyers and belonged to a club and tried to keep youthful at parties. If middle class, daughter taught school, almost invariably. If poor, mother did the washing and daughter collected it. So it was marked down for Una that she would be a teacher. But she didn't want to teach, the only other job available was in a dry goods store, which would have meant loss of caste, and all the energetic young men had gone to the big cities, so she gambled and went with her mother to New York, where she attended a college of commerce and became an office woman. The story of Alice Adams, sociologically the most acute of these novels, is a story of aspirations being whittled down to white-collar size. It opens with Alice going to a party at the home of an upper-class family, It ends with her climbing the darkened stairway of a business college, like a girl taking the nun's veil, after frustration in love and social aspiration. Throughout the book, lurking in the background like a slum by a Gold Coast, the begrimed stairway of the business college is seen by Alice, with a glance of vague misgiving, as a road to hideous obscurity. When Alice thinks of it, she thinks of pretty girls turning into withered creatures as they worked at typing machines, old maids taking dictation from men with double chins, a dozen different kinds of old maids taking dictation. The office is a production plant for old maids, a modern nunnery. The contrast is between the business college and the glamorous stage, or the profitable, early, lovely marriage. Yet the business college has an unpleasant fascination for her, and a mysterious reproach, which she did not seek to fathom. At the end, her ascent of the begrimed stairway is the end of youth and the end of hope. When she goes to the business college, she does not wear any color, rouge, even though her ambitious mother, not knowing where she is going, tells her to get up gay when she goes out. Alice Adams is a novel of Alice's father's occupational fate as well as of Alice's. The father is the head of the sundries department of a wholesale drug house. He displays an intense loyalty to the firm and the man who owns and runs it. But the little motor of his wife's ambition drives him to quit the salaried employee's meager dole and go on the market with a business of his own. He fails. Both Alice and her father finally face modern realities. At the end, the father moves from clerk to entrepreneur failure to the landlady's husband around a boarding house. Alice becomes the white-collar girl. In American folklore, the white-collar girl is usually born of small-town lower-middle-class parents. High school plays an important part in the creation of her rather tense personality. She may take a commercial course in high school, and possibly a year or two of business college. Upon graduation, being smart and pretty, she gets a job in her own town. But she yearns for independence from family and other local ties. She wants to go to the big city, most of all, New York. She leaves home, and the family becomes of secondary importance, for it represents a status restriction on independence. Going home to see the folks is a reluctantly done chore, and she can't wait to get back to the big city. To get started in New York, she may even borrow money from a bank, rather than ask her parents for it. The white-collar girl in the big city often looks back on her high school period in the small town as the dress rehearsal for something that never came off. The personal clique of the high school is not replaced by the impersonal unity of the office. The adolescent status equality is not replaced by the hierarchy of the city. The close-up thrill of the high school date is not replaced by the vicarious distances of the darkened movie. The high school camaraderie of anticipations is not fulfilled by the realization of life fate in the white-collar world. The white-collar girl has a close friend, sometimes from the same hometown, and usually a girl more experienced in the big city. They commonly share an apartment, a wardrobe, and a budget, their dates and their troubles. The close friend is an essential psychological need in the big city, and the white-collar girl's only salvation from loneliness and boredom. The first job is a continuation of her education as a stenographer or typist. Her paycheck is small, but she does learn office routine with its clean, brisk, new, efficient bustle. She also learns how to handle the male element in the office, begins to believe that all men are after only one thing. She laughs about small, funny incidents with the other girls, especially last night's date and tonight's. She is given her first cocktail by a salesman who is an expert on the psychology of girl stenographers. The first job is usually the toughest, and she goes through several jobs before she gets the one she settles down in, if she can be said to settle down. In between jobs, of course, she has the most difficult time. The office is at first not a pleasant place, but she gets to know it and can soon classify all its people. There is the boss in the front, whose private secretary she hopes someday to become. There are minor executives and salesmen, who are eligible for marriage or dates or at least good for dinners. When you're working on $18 a week like those kids, you don't go out evenings unless someone takes you. You sit home with a lemon coke and wash stockings and iron a slip and buy the evening papers in turns and set the alarm clock so there'll be time to walk to work in the morning. Finally there is the old man who is either a clerk or an accountant, and there are the fresh office boys. The love story of the white-collar girl often involves frustrating experiences with some boyfriend. For Kitty Foyle, there was Win; for Minnie, there was Richard Rowe; for Janie, there was Jerry. When the white-collar girl does not get her man, the experience hardens her, turns her from the simple, small-town girl to the cool, polished, and urbane career woman or bachelor girl. She has no objection to love affairs if she cares enough about the fellow, but she cannot get over her interest in marriage. After her first frustrating experience, however, love becomes secondary to her career. For she has begun to enjoy her position and is promoted. After the first level stretch she is always on the slight upgrade. As she becomes a successful career woman, her idea of getting an upper-class man increases, and she is too mature to interest the average male of her acquaintance. Usually she prefers men who are older than she. After 30, she looks back, somewhat maternally, upon the casual love life of the happy-go-lucky younger girls. Now she is the mature woman, efficient in her job, suppressing her love for her married boss, to whom she makes herself indispensable, doing the housework of his business. This relieves the impersonal business atmosphere and the tension between superior and employee, but it is also complicated by the fact that she may feel threatened by the eroticism of younger women. Between the first two wars she talks like this: Molly and me had a talk one time about the white-collar woman. There's millions of them, getting maybe 15 to 30 a week. They've got to dress themselves right up to the hilt. Naturally they have a yen for social pleasure, need to be a complete woman with all woman's satisfaction, and they need a chance to be creating and doing. And the men their own age can't do much for them. Also the girls grow up too damn fast because they absorb the point of view of older people they work for. Their own private life gets to be a rat race. Jesus God, I read about the guts of the pioneer woman and the woman of the Dust Bowl and the gingham goddess of the covered wagon. What about the woman of the covered typewriter? What has she got, poor kid, when she leaves the office? Do you know what we are? We're sharecroppers. We work like nigger hands in a cotton field and give palmers more brain work than they know what to do with. What do we get for it? 8 hours sleep, I guess, because that's about all we're fit for. I guess nobody minds so much being a sharecropper if he's damn sure that the crop's worth raising. But it must be nice to feel some of that ground you sweat belongs to yourself. In time she yearns for a family future, but settles down for longer stretches into the loveless routine of the office. Somehow it sustains her. Minnie, in fact, is against the institution of marriage. Kitty has an abortion in order that a child will not interfere with her position. Career has been substituted for marriage. The conflict of the white-collar girl is resolved. She has climbed the stairway, she is in the nunnery. For the new office. The modern office with its tens of thousands of square feet and its factory-like flow of work is not an informal, friendly place. The drag and beat of work, the production unit tempo, require that time consumed by anything but business at hand be explained and apologized for. Dictation was once a private meeting of executive and secretary. Now the executive phones a pool of dictaphone transcribers whom he never sees and who know him merely as a voice. Many old types of personnel have become machine operators, many new types began as machine operators. The rise of the office manager, from a chief clerk to a responsible executive reporting directly to the company treasurer or vice president, is an obvious index to the enlargement of offices and to the rise of the office as a centralized service division of the entire enterprise. It is under him that the factory-like office has been developing. Specializing as he does in the rational and efficient design and service of office functions, the office manager can obviously do a better job than a detached minor supervisor. The office manager had begun to appear in the larger companies by the late 20s. Many early office managers were detail men holding other positions, perhaps in the accounting department, but at the same time handling the office force. But as the office increased in importance and in costs, it grew into an autonomous unit and the office manager grew with it. He had to know the clerical work and the routing of all departments, he had to be able to design and to adapt to new administrative schemes and set UPS, he had to train new employees and retrain old ones. The all-company scope of his domain gave room for his knowledge and prestige to increase, or at least his claims for prestige vis-a-vis other department heads. By 1929, about one-third of one large group of office managers came from non-office executive positions, whereas half worked up through the office, and some 17% came up through other offices, so that one may assume the position already had a recognized status. 2. As office machinery is introduced, the number of routine jobs is increased, and consequently the proportion of positions requiring initiative is decreased. Mechanization is resulting in a much clearer distinction between the managing staff and the operating staff, observed the War Manpower Commission. Finger dexterity is often more important than creative thinking. Promotions consequently become relatively rare. Some large office managers actually prefer to hire girls who are content to remain simply clerks, who will attempt to rise no higher than their initial level. As we compare the personnel of the new office with that of the old, it is the mass of clerical machine operatives that immediately strikes us. They are the most factory-like operatives in the white-collar worlds. The period of time required to learn their skills seems steadily to decline. It must, in fact, if the expense of introducing machines and new standardized specializations is to be justified. For the key advantages of most mechanical and centralizing office devices are that, while they permit greater speed and accuracy, they also require cheaper labor per unit, less training, simpler specialization, and thus replaceable employees. These interchangeable clerks often punch a time clock, are not allowed to talk during working hours, and have no tenure of employment beyond a week or sometimes a month. They typically have no contact with supervisors except in the course of being supervised. In large offices these people are the major links in the system, but in their minds and in those of their managers, there is rarely any serious thought of learning the whole system and rising within it. Even in the middle 20s, 88% of the office managers questioned in one survey indicated that they definitely needed people who give little promise of rising to an executive status, and 60% stated that there was very little opportunity in their offices to learn, and hence rise, by apprenticeship. The rationalization of the office, on the one hand, attracts and creates a new mass of clerks and machine operators, and their work increasingly approximates the factory operative in light manufacturing. On the other hand, this new office requires the office manager, a specialized manager who operates the human machinery. 3. The bookkeeper has been grievously affected by the last half-century of office change. His old central position is usurped by the office manager, and even the most experienced bookkeeper with pen and ink cannot compete with a high school girl trained in 3 or 4 months to use a machine. It is like a pick and shovel against a power scoop. The bookkeeping or billing machine posts, enters, totals, and balances, from the accumulated postings control accounts are made up. And such a machine is a simple sort of apparatus, although it is still second only to the typewriter in offices today. Other new machines displace 10 of the old, and their operatives, at one stroke. Just as the high school girl with her machine has displaced the pen and ink bookkeeper, so the big new machines promise, in due course, to displace the high school girl. At the top of the new bookkeeping world are the professional accountants and electronic technicians. But their predominance on any practical scale is still largely to come. In the meantime, the stratum of older bookkeepers is demoted to the level of the clerical mass. When recruiting new employees for this operation, says the manager of a bookkeeping operation in a large company, we seek girls about 17 years minimum age, at least 2 years high school or its equivalent, with no previous business experience and good personal qualifications. We prefer inexperienced girls and those who have some economic incentive to work, as we have found they make the steadiest workers, so we select from our recruits what we classify as the semi-dependent or wholly dependent applicant. 4. The secretary has been the model of aspiration for most office girls. The typewriter has, of course, been the woman's machine, and in itself it has not led to factory-like effects. In and out of the office world, it has been a highly respectable machine. Its operator, equipped with stenographer's pad, has managed to borrow prestige from her close and private contact with the executive. The standard girl hierarchy in offices has been formed around the typewriter in the following way: 1. The private secretary, as someone's confidential assistant, in many cases can actually act for him on many not always routine matters. She takes care of his appointments, his daily schedule, his checkbook is, in short, justifiably called his office wife. If her boss's office warrants it, she may even have stenographers and typists working for her. 2. The stenographer is a typist who also takes dictation. 3. The typist works only with the machine, because her work is a straight copying matter. Her most important traits are speed and accuracy at the keyboard. Unlike the secretary, and to a lesser extent the stenographer, she is usually closely supervised. In the new, rationalized office, this hierarchy graded in income, skill, degree of supervision, and access to important persons has begun to break down. There is now a strong tendency to limit the number of secretaries. Many $15,000 a year executives do not have private secretaries and never see a shorthand stenographer. Instead they dictate to a machine, whose cylinders go to a pool of typists. Although this pooling of stenographic services took place in many big offices before dictaphone equipment was installed, usually the two went together. Systematic studies clearly revealed the wastefulness of individually assigned stenographers, the alternate periods of slack and of frenzy rather than a smooth and efficient flow. Since its beginnings in the 20s, the centralization of the stenographic operation has spread continuously, being limited only by size of office and inertia. The trend is for only the senior executives to have private secretaries and for both stenographers and typists to become pooled as transcribing typists. In one large insurance company's home office, less than 2% of the employees are assigned as secretaries to persons above the rank of division manager. The junior executive has his stenographer on his desk in a metal box, or may even dictate directly to the transcribing pool via inter-office telephone. The centralized transcribing pool has further advantages. For the poor dictator, the machines allow adjustments in audibility, they eliminate overtime imposed by late afternoon dictation, and also the strain of reading hurriedly written notes. They hear it automatically and have only to punch the keys to get the results, the managerial literature states. Girls with speed and accuracy are what are wanted in the new office. The skill of shorthand becomes obsolete, the white-collar girl becomes almost immediately replaceable, work in offices becomes increasingly a blind alley. The new white-collar girl cannot know intimately some segment of the office or business, and has lost the private contact that gave status to the secretary and even the stenographer. The work is regulated so that it can be speeded up and effectively supervised by non-executive personnel. In short, the prized white-collar spot for women is becoming more and more the job of a factory-like operative. By the early 30s, Amy Hughes was observing the shadowy line between many clerical tasks and unskilled factory occupations is becoming more and more imperceptible. The new office is rationalized, machines are used, employees become machine attendants, the work, as in the factory, is collective, not individualized, it is standardized for interchangeable, quickly replaceable clerks, it is specialized to the point of automatization. The employee group is transformed into a uniform mass in a soundless place, and the day itself is regulated by an impersonal time schedule. Seeing the big stretch of office space, with rows of identical desks, one is reminded of Herman Melville's description of a 19th-century factory. At rows of blank-looking counters sat rows of blank-looking girls, with blank, white folders in their blank hands, all blankly folding blank paper. 5. The white-collar hierarchy. The new office at once raises a hierarchy and levels out personnel. The hierarchy is based upon the power and authority held by the managerial cadre, rather than upon the levels of skill. The individual employee is a unit in an administrative hierarchy of authority and discipline, but he is also equal before it with many other employees. Within this hierarchy and mass, he is classified by the function he performs, but sometimes there are also artificial distinctions of status, position, and above all title. These distinctions, to which Carl Dreyfus has called attention, arise on the one hand from the employee's need to personalize a little area for himself, and on the other, they may be encouraged by management to improve morale and to discourage employee solidarity. In the enormous file, smaller hierarchies fit into larger ones and are interlinked in a dozen ways. There is a formal lineup expressed by titles, and beneath these, further gradations in status and rank. Rank does not always correspond to skill or salary level. In general, it is expressed in the authority to give orders. The managerial cadre, infiltrating all divisions and units, is the backbone of the hierarchy. Where one stands depends, first upon the extent to which one participates in the cadre's authority, and second, the closeness of one's association with its members. The private secretary of the top manager of a division may thus be superior in rank and status to the assistant manager of a division further down. Educational level and experience naturally lend status, but only secondarily. It is from the managerial cadre that esteem is derived and status borrowed. If the white-collar hierarchy were purely bureaucratic, it would be based upon sheer formal authority, as in an army, but actually, nowhere are bureaucratic principles of organization strictly carried through. Within and between offices, there is usually a system of cliques, which often cut across the formal line of authority and work. Through them the man in the know can cut red tape, and secretaries of top men, administrative assistants as they are called in Washington, can call other secretaries to expedite matters that would take much longer through the regular channels. Status inside the hierarchy is not always in line with formal participation in management. A fictitious closeness to authority may bring prestige. Private secretaries, as well as other confidential assistants to managers, thus often stand out. Only in rare cases do they actively show or have authority, but their position requires close contact with authority and they handle and even help to shape its secrets. By inner identification, they often have a strong illusion of authority and, by outward manner, impress it on others. This is by no means discouraged by the managers, for the gap between the confidential employee and the girls is a guarantee of loyalty, and moreover a reciprocal influence in the increased prestige of the managers themselves. The scale of available beauty, for instance, may influence the selection as well as class factors, the Anglo-Saxon, upper-middle-class girl having a better chance. Those in intimate contact with authority form a sort of screen around the persons who carry it, ensuring its privacy and hence heightening its prestige. In a great many offices and stores today the rank and file never see the higher-ups, but only their immediate supervisors, who are known as the boss. Grievances and resentments are aimed at the boss. The higher ups come within psychological view, if at all, only in fantasy. If I could only get in contact with them, I know I'd be given my chance. Titles and appurtenances, which are related in intricate ways to formal authority, are outward and crucial signs of status. To have a telephone on one's desk, to use one lavatory or another, to have one's name on the door or even on a placard on a desk, all such items can and do form the content of the employee's conscious striving and hope. A great deal has been made of such distinctions. Carl Dreyfus alleged that they form an artificial hierarchy which is encouraged and exploited by the employer who does not wish solidarity. When many small gradations in status exist, the employee can more often experience the illusion of being somebody and of ascending the scale. Often there are more rank than salary gradations, but even the latter exceed the number of groupings actually required from a technical point of view. But such distinctions, insofar as they are not based on work performed, fall, in time, before the cost reduction drives of management and the egalitarian push of trade unions, which strive to classify jobs more systematically. According to this view, the norm of the genuine hierarchy is technical and economic, that is, strictly bureaucratic, but actually status elements are no more artificial than technical and economic ones. Differentiations do, of course, develop on status factors alone, and they are often of crucial, even overpowering importance in white-collar hierarchies. But the overall trend is against them. Even though employers may try to exploit them to discourage solidarity, once a union tries to break the job divisions down and then to fight for corresponding income gradations, employers are usually ready to level out status differences in order to lower costs. Only a sophisticated employer strongly beleaguered by attempted unionization might see reasons to make conscious use of prestige gradations. It would not, however, seem the most rational choice he might make, and, in fact, the employer has been the leader of job descriptions and personnel work that reduce the number of complex functions and break down the work and hence lower pay. Machines implement and prompt such strict technical and bureaucratic gradation. And certainly, even if the artificial hierarchy has been used as a manner of control, rationalization and mechanization are now well on their way to destroy such schemes. Mechanized and standardized work, the decline of any chance for the employee to see and understand the whole operation, the loss of any chance, save for a very few, for private contact with those in authority, these form the model of the future. At present, status complications inside office and store are still often quite important in the psychology of the employee, but, in the main drift, technical and economic factors and the authoritative lineup will gain ascendancy over such status factors as now interfere with the rationalization of the white-collar hierarchy. 3. Styles of life. My active life, if I ever had one, ended when I was 16, says Mr. Bowling of George Orwell's Coming Up for Air. I got the job and the job got me. Everything that really matters to me had happened before that date. Well, they say that happy people have no histories, and neither do the blokes who work in insurance offices. 10. Work. Work may be a mere source of livelihood, or the most significant part of one's inner life. It may be experienced as expiation, or as exuberant expression of self, as bounden duty, or as the development of man's universal nature. Neither love nor hatred of work is inherent in man, or inherent in any given line of work. For work has no intrinsic meaning. No adequate history of the meanings of work has been written. One can, however, trace the influences of various philosophies of work, which have filtered down to modern workers and which deeply modify their work as well as their leisure. While the modern white-collar worker has no articulate philosophy of work, his feelings about it and his experiences of it influence his satisfactions and frustrations, the whole tone of his life. Whatever the effects of his work, known to him or not, they are the net result of the work as an activity, plus the meanings he brings to it, plus the views that others hold of it. 1. Meanings of work. To the ancient Greeks, in whose society mechanical labor was done by slaves, work brutalized the mind, made men unfit for the practice of virtue. It was a necessary material evil, which the elite, in their search for changeless vision, should avoid. The Hebrews also looked upon work as painful drudgery, to which, they added, man is condemned by sin. In so far as work atoned for sin, however, it was worthwhile, yet Ecclesiastes, for example, asserts that the labor of man does not satisfy the soul. Later, Rabbinism dignified work somewhat, viewing it as worthy exercise rather than scourge of the soul, but still said that the kingdom to come would be a kingdom of blessed idleness. In primitive Christianity, work was seen as punishment for sin but also as serving the ulterior ends of charity, health of body and soul, warding off the evil thoughts of idleness. But work, being of this world, was of no worth in itself. Saint Augustine, when pressed by organizational problems of the Church, carried the issue further. For monks, work is obligatory, although it should alternate with prayer, and should engage them only enough to supply the real needs of the establishment. The Church Fathers placed pure meditation on divine matters above even the intellectual work of reading and copying in the monastery. The heretical sects that roved around Europe from the 11th to the 14th century demanded work of man, but again for an ulterior reason. Work, being painful and humiliating, should be pursued zealously as a scourge for the pride of the flesh. With Luther, work was first established in the modern mind as the base and key to life. While continuing to say that work is natural to fallen man, Luther, echoing Paul, added that all who can work should do so. Idleness is an unnatural and evil evasion. To maintain oneself by work is a way of serving God. With this, the great split between religious piety and worldly activity is resolved, profession becomes calling, and work is valued as a religious path to salvation. Calvin's idea of predestination, far from leading in practice to idle apathy, prodded man further into the rhythm of modern work. It was necessary to act in the world rationally and methodically and continuously and hard, as if one were certain of being among those elected. It is God's will that everyone must work, but it is not God's will that one should lust after the fruits even of one's own labor. They must be reinvested to allow and to spur still more labor. Not contemplation, but strong-willed, austere, untiring work, based on religious conviction, will ease guilt and lead to the good and pious life. This worldly asceticism of early Protestantism placed a premium upon and justified the styles of conduct and feeling required in its agents by modern capitalism. The Protestant sects encouraged and justified the social development of a type of man capable of ceaseless, methodical labor. The psychology of the religious man and of the economic man thus coincided, as Max Weber has shown, and at their point of coincidence the sober bourgeois entrepreneur lived in and through his work. Locke's notion that labor was the origin of individual ownership and the source of all economic value, as elaborated by Adam Smith, became a keystone of the liberal economic system. Work was now a controlling factor in the wealth of nations, but it was a soulless business, a harsh justification for the toiling grind of 19th-century populations, and for the economic man, who was motivated in work by the money he earned. But there was another concept of work which evolved in the Renaissance. Some men of that exuberant time saw work as a spur rather than a drag on man's development as man. By his own activity, man could accomplish anything. Through work, man became creator. How better could he fill his hours? Leonardo da Vinci rejoiced in creative labor. Bruno glorified work as an arm against adversity and a tool of conquest. During the 19th century there began to be reactions against the utilitarian meaning assigned to work by classical economics, reactions that drew upon this Renaissance exuberance. Men, such as Tolstoy, Carlyle, Ruskin, and William Morris, turned backward. Others, such as Marx and Engels, looked forward. But both groups drew upon the Renaissance view of man as tool user. The division of labor and the distribution of its product, as well as the intrinsic meaning of work as purpose of human activity, are at issue in these 19th-century speculations. Ruskin's ideal, set against the capitalist organization of work, rested on a pre-capitalist society of free artisans whose work is at once a necessity for livelihood and an act of art that brings inner calm. He glorified what he supposed was in the work of the medieval artisan. He believed that the total product of work should go to the worker. Profit on capital is an injustice and, moreover, to strive for profit for its own sake blights the soul and puts man into a frenzy. In Marx we encounter a full-scale analysis of the meaning of work in human development as well as of the distortions of this development in capitalist society. Here the essence of the human being rests upon his work. What individuals are coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce. The nature of individuals thus depends on the material conditions determining their production. Capitalist production, thought Marx, who accepted the humanist ideal of classic German idealism of the all-round personality, has twisted men into alien and specialized animal-like and depersonalized creatures. Historically, most views of work have ascribed to it an extrinsic meaning. R. H. Tawney refers to the distinction made by the philosophers of classical antiquity between liberal and servile occupations, the medieval insistence that riches exist for man, not man for riches. Ruskin's famous outburst, "There is no wealth but life," the argument of the socialist who urges that production should be organized for service, not for profit, are but different attempts to emphasize the instrumental character of economic activities by reference to an ideal which is held to express the true nature of man. But there are also those who ascribe to work an intrinsic worth. All philosophies of work may be divided into these two views, although in a curious way Carlyle managed to combine the two. The various forms of Protestantism, which, along with classical economics, have been the most influential doctrines in modern times, see work activity as ulterior to religious sanctions. Gratifications from work are not intrinsic to the activity and experience, but are religious rewards. By work one gains a religious status and assures oneself of being among the elect. If work is compulsive, it is due to the painful guilt that arises when one does not work. To the Renaissance view of work, which sees it as intrinsically meaningful, is centered in the technical craftsmanship, the manual and mental operations of the work process itself. It sees the reasons for work in the work itself and not in any ulterior realm or consequence. Not income, not way of salvation, not status, not power over other people, but the technical processes themselves are gratifying. Neither of these views, however, the secularized gospel of work as compulsion, nor the humanist view of work as craftsmanship, now has great influence among modern populations. For most employees, work has a generally unpleasant quality. If there is little Calvinist compulsion to work among propertyless factory workers and file clerks, there is also little Renaissance exuberance in the work of the insurance clerk, freight handler, or department store sales lady. If the shoe salesman or the textile executive gives little thought to the religious meaning of his labor, certainly few telephone operators or receptionists or school teachers experience from their work any Ruskinesque inner calm. Such joy as creative work may carry is more and more limited to a small minority. For the white-collar masses, as for wage earners generally, work seems to serve neither God nor whatever they may experience as divine in themselves. In them there is no taught will to work, and few positive gratifications from their daily round. The gospel of work has been central to the historic tradition of America, to its image of itself, and to the images the rest of the world has of America. The crisis and decline of that gospel are of wide and deep meaning. On every hand, we hear, in the words of Wade Shortleff for example, that the aggressiveness and enthusiasm which marked other generations is withering, and in its stead we find the philosophy that attaining and holding a job is not a challenge but a necessary evil. When work becomes just work, activity undertaken only for reason of subsistence, the spirit which fired our nation to its present greatness has died to a spark. An ominous apathy cloaks the smoldering discontent and restlessness of the management men of tomorrow. To understand the significance of this gospel and its decline, we must understand the very spirit of 20th century America. That the historical work ethic of the old middle-class entrepreneurs has not deeply gripped the people of the new society is one of the most crucial psychological implications of the structural decline of the old middle classes. The new middle class, despite the old middle class origin of many of its members, has never been deeply involved in the older work ethic, and on this point has been from the beginning non-bourgeois in mentality. At the same time, the second historically important model of meaningful work and gratification, craftsmanship, has never belonged to the new middle classes, either by tradition or by the nature of their work. Nevertheless, the model of craftsmanship lies, however vaguely, back of most serious studies of worker dissatisfaction today, of most positive statements of worker gratification, from Ruskin and Tolstoy to Bergson and Sorel. Therefore, it is worth considering in some detail, in order that we may then gauge in just what respects its realization is impossible for the modern white-collar worker. To the ideal of craftsmanship. Craftsmanship as a fully idealized model of work gratification involves 6 major features. There is no ulterior motive in work other than the product being made and the processes of its creation. The details of daily work are meaningful because they are not detached in the worker's mind from the product of the work. The worker is free to control his own working action. The craftsman is thus able to learn from his work, and to use and develop his capacities and skills in its prosecution. There is no split of work and play, or work and culture. The craftsman's way of livelihood determines and infuses his entire mode of living. The hope in good work, William Morris remarked, is hope of product and hope of pleasure in the work itself. The supreme concern, the whole attention, is with the quality of the product and the skill of its making. There is an inner relation between the craftsman and the thing he makes, from the image he first forms of it through its completion, which goes beyond the mere legal relations of property and makes the craftsman's will to work spontaneous and even exuberant. Other motives and results, money or reputation or salvation, are subordinate. It is not essential to the practice of the craft ethic that one necessarily improves one's status either in the religious community or in the community in general. Work gratification is such that a man may live in a kind of quiet passion for his work alone. 2. In most statements of craftsmanship, there is a confusion between its technical and aesthetic conditions and the legal, property, organization of the worker and the product. What is actually necessary for work as craftsmanship, however, is that the tie between the product and the producer be psychologically possible. If the producer does not legally own the product, he must own it psychologically in the sense that he knows what goes into it by way of skill, sweat, and material, and that his own skill and sweat are visible to him. Of course, if legal conditions are such that the tie between the work and the worker's material advantage is transparent, this is a further gratification, but it is subordinate to that workmanship which would continue of its own will even if not paid for. The craftsman has an image of the completed product, and even though he does not make it all, he sees the place of his part in the whole, and thus understands the meaning of his exertion in terms of that whole. The satisfaction he has in the result infuses the means of achieving it, and in this way his work is not only meaningful to him but also partakes of the consummatory satisfaction he has in the product. If work, in some of its phases, has the taint of travail and vexation and mechanical drudgery, still the craftsman is carried over these junctures by keen anticipation. He may even gain positive satisfaction from encountering a resistance and conquering it, feeling his work and will as powerfully victorious over the recalcitrance of materials and the malice of things. Indeed, without this resistance he would gain less satisfaction in being finally victorious over that which at first obstinately resists his will. George Mead has stated this kind of aesthetic experience as involving the power to catch the enjoyment that belongs to the consummation, the outcome, of an undertaking, and to give to the implements, the objects that are instrumental in the undertaking, and to the acts that compose it something of the joy and satisfaction that suffuse its successful accomplishment. 3. The workman is free to begin his work according to his own plan and, during the activity by which it is shaped, he is free to modify its form and the manner of its creation. In both these senses, Henry de Man observed, plan and performance are one, and the craftsman is master of the activity and of himself in the process. This continual joining of plan and activity brings even more firmly together the consummation of work and its instrumental activities, infusing the latter with the joy of the former. It also means that his sphere of independent action is large and rational to him. He is responsible for its outcome and free to assume that responsibility. His problems and difficulties must be solved by him, in terms of the shape he wants the final outcome to assume. 4. The craftsman's work is thus a means of developing his skill, as well as a means of developing himself as a man. It is not that self-development is an ulterior goal, but that such development is the cumulative result obtained by devotion to and practice of his skills. As he gives it the quality of his own mind and skill, he is also further developing his own nature. In this simple sense, he lives in and through his work, which confesses and reveals him to the world. In the craftsman pattern there is no split of work and play, of work and culture. If play is supposed to be an activity, exercised for its own sake, having no aim other than gratifying the actor, then work is supposed to be an activity performed to create economic value or for some other ulterior result. Play is something you do to be happily occupied, but if work occupies you happily, it is also play, although it is also serious, just as play is to the child. Really free work, the work of a composer, for example, Marx once wrote of Fourier's notions of work and play, is damned serious work, intense strain. The simple self-expression of play and the creation of ulterior value of work are combined in work as craftsmanship. The craftsman or artist expresses himself at the same time and in the same act as he creates value. His work is a poem in action. He is at work and at play in the same act. Work and culture are not, as Gentile has held, separate spheres, the first dealing with means, the second with ends in themselves, as Tilger, Sarl, and others have indicated. Either work or culture may be an end in itself, a means, or may contain segments of both ends and means. In the craft model of activity, consumption and production are blended in the same act. Active craftsmanship, which is both play and work, is the medium of culture, and for the craftsman there is no split between the worlds of culture and work. 6. The craftsman's work is the mainspring of the only life he knows. He does not flee from work into a separate sphere of leisure. He brings to his non-working hours the values and qualities developed and employed in his working time. His idle conversation is shop talk. His friends follow the same lines of work as he, and share a kinship of feeling and thought. The leisure William Morris called for was leisure to think about our work, that faithful daily companion. In order to give his work the freshness of creativity, the craftsman must at times open himself up to those influences that only affect us when our attentions are relaxed. Thus for the craftsman, apart from mere animal rest, leisure may occur in such intermittent periods as are necessary for individuality in his work. As he brings to his leisure the capacity and problems of his work, so he brings back into work those sensitivities he would not gain in periods of high, sustained tension necessary for solid work. The world of art, wrote Paul Bourget, speaking of America, requires less self-consciousness, an impulse of life which forgets itself, the alternation of dreamy idleness with fervid execution. The same point is made by Henry James, in his essay on Balzac, who remarks that we have practically lost the faculty of attention, meaning that unstrenuous, brooding sort of attention required to produce or appreciate works of art. Even rest, which is not so directly connected with work itself as a condition of creativity, is animal rest, made secure and freed from anxiety by virtue of work done. In Tilger's words, a sense of peace and calm which flows from all well-regulated, disciplined work done with a quiet and contented mind. In constructing this model of craftsmanship, we do not mean to imply that there ever was a community in which work carried all these meanings. Whether the medieval artisan approximated the model as closely as some writers seem to assume, we do not know, but we entertain serious doubts that this is so. We lack enough psychological knowledge of medieval populations properly to judge. At any rate, for our purposes it is enough to know that at different times and in different occupations, the work men do has carried one or more features of craftsmanship. With such a model in mind, a glance at the occupational world of the modern worker is enough to make clear that practically none of these aspects are now relevant to modern work experience. The model of craftsmanship has become an anachronism. We use the model as an explicit ideal in terms of which we can summarize the working conditions and the personal meaning work has in modern work worlds, and especially to white-collar people. 3. The conditions of modern work. As practice, craftsmanship has largely been trivialized into hobbies, part of leisure not of work, or if work a marketable activity it is the work of scattered mechanics in handicraft trades, and of professionals who manage to remain free. As ethic, craftsmanship is confined to minuscule groups of privileged professionals and intellectuals. The entire shift from the rural world of the small entrepreneur to the urban society of the dependent employee has instituted the property conditions of alienation from product and processes of work. Of course, dependent occupations vary in the extent of initiative they allow and invite, and many self-employed enterprisers are neither as independent nor as enterprising as commonly supposed. Nevertheless, in almost any job, the employee sells a degree of his independence. His working life is within the domain of others, the level of his skills that are used and the areas in which he may exercise independent decisions are subject to management by others. Probably at least 10 or 12 million people worked during the 30s at tasks below the skill level of which they were easily capable, and, as school attendance increases and more jobs are routinized, the number of people who must work below their capacities will increase. There is considerable truth in the statement that those who find free expression of self in their work are those who securely own the property with which they work, or those whose work freedom does not entail the ownership of property. Those who have no money work sloppily under the name of sabotage, writes Charles P. Guy, and those who have money work sloppily, a counter and different sloppiness, under the name of luxury. And thus culture no longer has any medium through which it might infiltrate. There no longer exists that marvelous unity true of all ancient societies, where he who produced and he who bought equally loved and knew culture. The objective alienation of man from the product and the process of work is entailed by the legal framework of modern capitalism and the modern division of labor. The worker does not own the product or the tools of his production. In the labor contract he sells his time, energy, and skill into the power of others. To understand self-alienation we need not accept the metaphysical view that man's self is most crucially expressed in work activity. In all work involving the personality market, as we have seen, one's personality and personal traits become part of the means of production. In this sense a person instrumentalizes and externalizes intimate features of his person and disposition. In certain white-collar areas, the rise of personality markets has carried self and social alienation to explicit extremes. Thoreau, who spoke for the small entrepreneur, objected, in the middle of the 19th century, to the division of labor since it divided the worker, not merely the work, reduced him from a man to an operative, and enriched the few at the expense of the many. It destroyed, wrote F. O. Matheson, the potential balance of his Thoreau's agrarian world, one of the main ideals of which was the union of labor and culture. The detailed division of labor means, of course, that the individual does not carry through the whole process of work to its final product, but it also means that under many modern conditions the process itself is invisible to him. The product as the goal of his work is legally and psychologically detached from him, and this detachment cuts the nerve of meaning which work might otherwise gain from its technical processes. Even on the professional levels of white-collar work, not to speak of wage work and the lower white-collar tasks, the chance to develop and use individual rationality is often destroyed by the centralization of decision and the formal rationality that bureaucracy entails. The expropriation which modern work organization has carried through thus goes far beyond the expropriation of ownership. Rationality itself has been expropriated from work and any total view and understanding of its process. No longer free to plan his work, much less to modify the plan to which he is subordinated, the individual is to a great extent managed and manipulated in his work. The world market, of which Marx spoke as the alien power over men, has in many areas been replaced by the bureaucratized enterprise. Not the market as such but centralized administrative decisions determine when men work and how fast. Yet the more and the harder men work, the more they build up that which dominates their work as an alien force, the commodity. So also, the more and the harder the white-collar man works, the more he builds up the enterprise outside himself, which is, as we have seen, duly made a fetish and thus indirectly justified. The enterprise is not the institutional shadow of great men, as perhaps it seemed under the old captain of industry, nor is it the instrument through which men realize themselves in work, as in small-scale production. The enterprise is an impersonal and alien name, and the more that is placed in it, the less is placed in man. As tool becomes machine, man is estranged from the intellectual potentialities and aspects of work, and each individual is routinized in the name of increased and cheaper per unit productivity. The whole unit and meaning of time is modified. Man's lifetime, wrote Marx, is transformed into working time. In tying down individuals to particular tasks and jobs, the division of labor lays the foundation of that all-engrossing system of specializing and sorting men, that development in a man of one single faculty at the expense of all other faculties, which caused A. Ferguson, the master of Adam Smith, to exclaim, "We make a nation of helots, and have no free citizens." The introduction of office machinery and sales devices has been mechanizing the office and the sales room, the two big locales of white-collar work. Since the 20s it has increased the division of white-collar labor, recomposed personnel, and lowered skill levels. Routine operations in minutely subdivided organizations have replaced the bustling interest of work in well-known groups. Even on managerial and professional levels, the growth of rational bureaucracies has made work more like factory production. The managerial demiurge is constantly furthering all these trends: mechanization, more minute division of labor, the use of less skilled and less expensive workers. In its early stages, a new division of labor may specialize men in such a way as to increase their levels of skill, but later, especially when whole operations are split and mechanized, such division develops certain faculties at the expense of others and narrows all of them. And as it comes more fully under mechanization and centralized management, it levels men off again as automatons. Then there are a few specialists and a mass of automatons, both integrated by the authority which makes them interdependent and keeps each in his own routine. Thus, in the division of labor, the open development and free exercise of skills are managed and closed. The alienating conditions of modern work now include the salaried employees as well as the wage workers. There are few, if any, features of wage work, except heavy toil, which is decreasingly a factor in wage work, that do not also characterize at least some white-collar work. For here, too, the human traits of the individual, from his physique to his psychic disposition, become units in the functionally rational calculation of managers. None of the features of work as craftsmanship is prevalent in office and sales room, and, in addition, some features of white-collar work, such as the personality market, go well beyond the alienating conditions of wage work. Yet, as Henry de Man has pointed out, we cannot assume that the employee makes comparisons between the ideal of work as craftsmanship and his own working experience. We cannot compare the idealized portrait of the craftsman with that of the auto worker and on that basis impute any psychological state to the auto worker. We cannot fruitfully compare the psychological condition of the old merchant's assistant with the modern sales lady, or the old-fashioned bookkeeper with the IBM machine attendant. For the historical destruction of craftsmanship and of the old office does not enter the consciousness of the modern wage worker or white-collar employee, much less is their absence felt by him as a crisis, as it might have been if, in the course of the last generation, his father or mother had been in the craft condition, but, statistically speaking, they have not been. It is slow historical fact, long gone by in any dramatic consequence and not of psychological relevance to the present generation. Only the psychological imagination of the historian makes it possible to write of such comparisons as if they were of psychological import. The craft life would be immediately available as a fact of their consciousness only if in the lifetime of the modern employees they had experienced a shift from the one condition to the other, which they have not, or if they had grasped it as an ideal meaning of work, which they have not. But if the work white-collar people do is not connected with its resultant product, and if there is no intrinsic connection between work and the rest of their life, then they must accept their work as meaningless in itself, perform it with more or less disgruntlement, and seek meanings elsewhere. Of their work, as of all of our lives, it can truly be said, in Henry Bergson's words, that, the greater part of our time we live outside ourselves, hardly perceiving anything of ourselves but our own ghost, a colorless shadow. Hence we live for the external world rather than for ourselves, we speak rather than think, we are acted rather than act ourselves. To act freely is to recover possession of oneself. If white-collar people are not free to control their working actions, they, in time, habitually submit to the orders of others and, in so far as they try to act freely, do so in other spheres. If they do not learn from their work or develop themselves in doing it, in time, they cease trying to do so, often having no interest in self-development even in other areas. If there is a split between their work and play, and their work and culture, they admit that split as a common-sense fact of existence. If their way of earning a living does not infuse their mode of living, they try to build their real life outside their work. Work becomes a sacrifice of time, necessary to building a life outside of it. 4 frames of acceptance. Underneath virtually all experience of work today, there is a fatalistic feeling that work per se is unpleasant. One type of work, or one particular job, is contrasted with another type, experienced or imagined. Within the present world of work, judgments are rarely made about the world of work as presently organized as against some other way of organizing it, so also, satisfaction from work is felt in comparison with the satisfactions of other jobs. We do not know what proportions of the U.S. white-collar strata are satisfied by their work and, more important, we do not know what being satisfied means to them. But it is possible to speculate fruitfully about such questions. We do have the results of some questions, necessarily crude, regarding feelings about present jobs. As in almost every other area, when sponge questions are asked of a national cross-section, white-collar people, meaning here clerical and sales employees, are in the middle zones. They stand close to the national average, 64% are asserting they find their work interesting and enjoyable all the time, while more of the professionals and executives claim interest and enjoyment, 85% are, and fewer of the factory workers, 41% are, do so. Within the white-collar hierarchy, job satisfaction seems to follow the hierarchical levels. In one study, for example, 86% of the professionals, 74% of the managerial, 42% of the commercial employees, stated general satisfaction. This is also true of wage worker levels of skill, 56% of the skilled, but 48% of the semi-skilled, are satisfied. Such figures tell us very little, since we do not know what the questions mean to the people who answer them, or whether they mean the same thing to different strata. However, work satisfaction is related to income and, if we had measures, we might find that it is also related to status as well as to power. What such questions probably measure are invidious judgments of the individual's standing with reference to other individuals. And the aspects of work, the terms of such comparisons, must be made clear. Under modern conditions, the direct technical processes of work have been declining in meaning for the mass of employees, but other features of work, income, power, status have come to the fore. Apart from the technical operations and the skills involved, work is a source of income, the amount, level, and security of pay, and what one's income history has been are part of work's meaning. Work is also a means of gaining status, at the place of work, and in the general community. Different types of work and different occupational levels carry differential status values. These again are part of the meaning of the job. And also work carries various sorts of power over materials and tools and machines, but, more crucially now, over other people. Income, the economic motives for work are now its only firm rationale. Work now has no other legitimating symbols, although certainly other gratifications and discontents are associated with it. The division of labor and the routinization of many job areas are reducing work to a commodity, of which money has become the only common denominator. To the worker who cannot receive technical gratifications from his work, its market value is all there is to it. The only significant occupational movement in the United States, the trade unions, have the pure and simple ideology of alienated work, more and more money for less and less work. There are, of course, other demands, but they can be only fixed up to lessen the cry for more money. The sharp focus upon money is part and parcel of the lack of intrinsic meaning that work has come to have. Underlying the modern approach to work there seems to be some vague feeling that one should earn one's own living, a kind of Protestant undertow, attenuated into a secular convention. When work goes, as H.A. Overstreet, a job psychologist writing of the slump, puts it, we know that the tragedy is more than economic. It is psychological. It strikes at the center of our personality. It takes from us something that rightly belongs to every self-respecting human being. But income security, the fear of unemployment or underemployment, is more important. An undertow of anxiety about sickness, accident, or old age must support eagerness for work, and gratification may be based on the compulsion to relieve anxiety by working hard. Widespread unemployment, or fear of it, may even make an employee happily thankful for any job, contented to be at any kind of work when all around there are many workless, worried people. If satisfaction rests on relative status, there is here an invidious element that increases it. It is across this ground tone of convention and fear, built around work as a source of income, that other motives to work and other factors of satisfaction are available. 2. Status, income and income security lead to other things, among them, status. With the decline of technical gratification, the employee often tries to center such meaning as he finds in work on other features of the job. Satisfaction in work often rests upon status satisfactions from work associations. As a social role played in relation to other people, work may become a source of self-esteem, on the job, among co-workers, superiors, subordinates, and customers, if any, and off the job, among friends, family, and community at large. The fact of doing one kind of job rather than another and doing one's job with skill and dispatch may be a source of self-esteem. For the man or woman lonely in the city, the mere fact of meeting people at the place of work may be a positive thing. Even anonymous work contacts in large enterprises may be highly esteemed by those who feel too closely bound by family and neighborhood. There is a gratification from working downtown in the city, uptown in the smaller urban center. There is the glamour of being attached to certain firms. It is the status conferred on the exercise of given skills and on given income levels that is often the prime source of gratification or humiliation. The psychological effect of a detailed division of labor depends upon whether or not the worker has been downgraded, and upon whether or not his associates have also been downgraded. Pride in skill is relative to the skills he has exercised in the past and to the skills others exercise, and thus to the evaluation of his skills by other people whose opinions count. In like manner, the amount of money he receives may be seen by the employee and by others as the best gauge of his worth. This may be all the more true when relations are increasingly objectified and do not require intimate knowledge. For then there may be anxiety to keep secret the amount of money earned, and even to suggest to others that one earns more. Who earns the most? Asks Eric Engelhardt. That is the important question, that is the gauge of all differentiations and the yardstick of the moneyed classes. We do not wish to show how we work, for in most cases others will soon have learned our tricks. This explains all the bragging. "The work I have to do," exclaims one employee when he has only 3 letters to write. This boastfulness can be explained by a drive which impels certain people to evaluate their occupations very low in comparison with their intellectual aspirations but very high compared with the occupations of others. 3. Power over the technical aspects of work has been stripped from the individual, first, by the development of the market, which determines how and when he works, and second, by the bureaucratization of the work sphere, which subjects work operations to discipline. By virtue of these 2 alien forces the individual has lost power over the technical operations of his own work life. But the exercise of power over other people has been elaborated. In so far as modern organizations of work are large-scale, they are hierarchies of power, into which various occupations are fitted. The fact that one takes orders as well as gives them does not necessarily decrease the positive gratification achieved through the exercise of power on the job. Status and power, as features of work gratification, are often blended. Self-esteem may be based on the social power exercised in the course of work. Victory over the will of another may greatly expand one's self-estimation. But the very opposite may also be true. In an almost masochistic way, people may be gratified by subordination on the job. We have already seen how office women in lower positions of authority are liable to identify with men in higher authority, transferring from prior family connections or projecting to future family relations. All 4 aspects of occupation: skill, power, income, and status must be taken into account to understand the meaning of work and the sources of its gratification. Any one of them may become the foremost aspect of the job, and in various combinations each is usually in the consciousness of the employee. To achieve and to exercise the power and status that higher income entails may be the very definition of satisfaction in work, and this satisfaction may have nothing whatsoever to do with the craft experience as the inherent need and full development of human activity. 5. The morale of the cheerful robots. The institutions in which modern work is organized have come about by drift, many little schemes adding up to unexpected results, and by plan efforts paying off as expected. The alienation of the individual from the product and the process of his work came about, in the first instance, as a result of the drift of modern capitalism. Then, Frederick Taylor, and other scientific managers, raised the division of labor to the level of planful management. By centralizing plans, as well as introducing further divisions of skill, they further routinized work. By consciously building upon the drift in factory and in office, they have carried further certain of its efficient features. 20 years ago, H. du Breul, a foreign observer of U.S. industry, could write that Taylor's insufficiency shows up when he comes to approach the inner forces contained in the worker's soul. That is no longer true. The new, social, scientific management begins precisely where Taylor left off or was incomplete. Students of human relations in industry have studied not lighting and clean toilets, but social cliques and good morale. For insofar as human factors are involved in efficient and untroubled production, the managerial demiurge must bring them under control. So, in factory and in office, the world to be managed increasingly includes the social setting, the human affairs, and the personality of man as a worker.